defended. There's a lot to be excited about. Not only do we have, obviously, what is going on with Elimination Chamber, but there's lots of like news and rumors and things that are doing the rounds at the moment. Lots of stuff for us to get our teeth into. Some big news that's been coming through that we were just talking about in regards to Kenny Omega, who was just talking about with Dave Meltzer the fact that apparently AEW they never intended for it to like be going up against WWE, and that was like a Cody thing. Apparently Cody wanted that, and this is what we were just discussing, and also confirming that that Cody is in Saudi Arabia. So that is very interesting as well. So a little bit of news doing the rounds today, but not loads. As you can imagine, it's quite quiet news-wise just this morning because it's still very early. Obviously, a lot of the US is in bed at the moment, so it's still quite early. But as people get up, then I'd imagine there'll be a lot more things that get mentioned, news that gets broken. But yeah, that's Cody stuff, which I still need to have a look at and read. Is very interesting. Just saying that apparently AEW, the Bucks, and Omega never intended to really call out or go up against WWE. They just wanted to do their own thing. But it was Cody that wanted to do that. So, very interesting. Again, I need to read it, but very interesting. I'm just having a quick scoot down at the moment on Twitter just to see what's being said. Of course, we've got Alexa coming back. We've got a lot of stuff that's going to be happening today. Goldberg in action. We've got Lita, obviously, in action. We've got 2 chamber matches to look forward to. There's a lot that's going on. But as I said, I'm just scooting. We've got images of the staging. I don't know how well it's going to work, but there is on Twitter little video package there, little video clip of what the stage looks like. Pretty standard Saudi Arabia stage, you know, with the pillars. That's the entrance stage, going down the entrance ramp, nice big entrance ramp. Pretty standard stuff, but that is what it all looks like. Obviously, just a little bit glitchy because of the green screen and whatever, but gives you an idea. Pretty much standard. If you've seen any of the Saudi shows, it's going to be pretty much the same. So, if you are watching and you haven't dropped a like, drop a like. The other thing I need to say is we're here throughout the next hour and a half as we build towards the pre-show. Pre-show is not for an hour and a half. Then we've got the pre-show. Then we've got the show itself. Worth mentioning, if there is any problem with the stream, I have to say this because there is a storm in the UK. If there is any problem with the stream, don't panic. It will take me all of a minute, if that, to bring it back. 9 times out of 10, I have to just change the router or turn the computer off or do something like that. Hopefully we don't get anything. You know, touch wood, we get no problems. But I am aware there's a bit of a nasty storm in the UK, which you might have heard of. That's kind of battering the UK at the moment. But just done a football game for a few hours. That was absolutely fine. I'm feeling quietly confident we should be absolutely fine here as well. But just something to be aware of. And anything else we need to go through? I think that's about everything, you know. We can get stuck into the chat, talk about whatever you want to talk about predictions, talk about the latest news. Go for it all. We're here to go through it all. Whatever you want to talk about in the world of wrestling, we're here to talk about it. How long away is Elimination Chamber? 2.5 hours till the show starts, but the hour before is the kickoff show. We're here an hour and a half before that, mainly because I've just done a football match and it didn't make any sense for me to just sit around and wait to start a stream. I would much rather get started, get talking to you guys, get the conversation going, get your thoughts, get your predictions, and kind of take it from there, basically. So I kind of feel like there needs to be a poll. That's what I really feel, but I don't quite know what it should be. I'm guessing the big match is the WWE Championship match. So, who leaves as WWE champion. I mean, I feel like Roman's got to be a firm favorite, and so has Becky has got to be firm favorites. So really, it surely just comes down to the 2 Elimination Chamber matches. One is to decide the number 1 contender. The other is to decide a champion. So it probably makes more sense to go for the champion one. So will it be Bobby? Will it be Brock? I've only got 4 options, and I've got 6 people, so I'm going to have to put the others together. Is it going to be Seth or Austin Theory? Or is it going to be... Is it AJ or... Who else is in it? Riddle. AJ or Riddle. AJ or Riddle. It's not the best poll in the world, but it'll have to do. Is it going to be Bobby? Is it going to be Brock? Is it going to be Seth or Austin? Austin? Yeah. Austin makes it seem like Stone Cold, doesn't it? I should probably change that to Theory. Seth or Theory, AJ or Riddle. Let's see what people think. See what people think. Hey, did you hear that Stone Cold is reported to be in action at WrestleMania? I did, yes. We covered that the other day on the something stream, SmackDown stream or Raw stream. How many hours till Elimination Chamber? There's 2.5 till Elimination Chamber, 1.5 till the kickoff show. We always start an hour before anyway. We've started half an hour before, you know. We're here to just talk, though. People can share their predictions, whatever they want to talk about. You know, we're here for it. Jose, shout out to you, buddy. Jose said, let's not kid ourselves. We are here for camels. Absolutely. That's why I'm here. I am here for camels. I hope you're well, dude. Hope you're excited. Harley, who, before I even read his comment, is adamant that Cody is there. He's going to be at the show today. So let's see what Harley's got to say. He said, I just want to make an announcement so we all know that if Cody isn't in Saudi, then it is all my fault. I'm the one that said it, but Days did DM me saying that Stone Cold should be at WrestleMania. I did, yeah. I mean, that is the rumor. So, yeah, I think Stone Cold should be there. I mean, don't hold me against it if he's not. But I think that's big of Harley to hold his hand up and go, you know, I am calling the Cody situation. I mean, I must admit, there's a lot of smoke. And Kenny has come out and said that Cody's there as well. So I'm feeling all right about it. I'm not too worried about Cody not being there. I don't know if we see him, but if he's there, you got to think we'll see him. So clearly, if a Mega is talking about Cody, I mean, if a Mega has turned around and gone, yeah, just so you know, Cody is in Saudi, like that's moody, innit? That strikes me as being quite moody because he didn't need to ruin that. And even though it's out there, he's sort of confirming that it's true. And so, like, that's kind of Kenny kind of sticking a couple of fingers up at Cody, in my opinion. So, clearly not a great relationship between those guys at all. Will we be getting the iconic Legends Rise theme song tonight? I hope so, dude. It's the only reason I'm watching. Yoel, shout out to you, my friend, says, wait for it. Oh, Yoel, I hope there's a follow-up there. Otherwise, I'm going to be so distracted. Because I'm just going to be sitting here waiting for whatever I'm meant to be waiting for. So, Yoel, I hope you are well. Red Pain said, Days, wrestling, this early, I've got my coffee ready, my pipe ready. You have to do that with a pipe, don't you? You have to get it started. I never smoked a pipe, but my granddad did. You have to do that. Do people still smoke pipes? I might bring it back. Can you buy a pipe? I'm going to have a look now. Tobacco. You shouldn't do it, guys. I might. Yeah, here we go. £31. A luxury ebony tobacco smoking pipe. Imagine me on stream just sat here. Yeah, so, guys, I've just been reading the latest. Turns out Vince is not a nice person. Ah, it's the future. That'll make me stand out, honestly. And that is so important in this day and age. Mayhem Matthews said Cody won't wrestle. His wrestling clause isn't up. Oscar winner. I really get in the role, don't I? That is true. This is my favourite time of the year, says Jackson. What, February? They still sell pipes in the US. Do they? I have, honestly, I wouldn't even know where to get a pipe from here. And not a clue. The only one I ever saw is my granddad smoking a pipe. And just looking online, it's not bringing back loads of results. There's one from eBay. I mean, do you really want to be buying a pipe off eBay? Don't know. Not sure. Do it. A bubble pipe, yes! Bubbling away like this. Just, yes, you're absolutely right. Have you seen that guy that does the streaming? Which one? The one with the bubble pipe? No. Yeah, he just sits there chatting away and he's got a bubble pipe. He's done it for every single stream. I've been watching him now for 10 years. I've never seen him without it. It's the future. Do you see Seth leaving as WWE champion? No. David says, imagine your thumbnail with you smoking a pipe. I feel like there needs to be a lot of tweed. I need a lot of tweed. I need full-on tweed. I need to have like a deer's head mounted on the wall behind me. I need a roaring fire. Yeah? I need like one of those hats, you know, with the flaps down the side. Lots of tweed. I need to like look like I've just been hunting. And then I need a pipe like this. But with bubbles coming out. Jesus. That is my banner. That is my profile picture. We are getting a lot sorted here today. It's a shame that this channel has already been going for nearly 6 years. Because my branding has never been stronger. Funko Pop Asylum says Cody always said he did want to go heel on the fans. But yet this move might be the biggest heel to move to do the fans company that he built up. Yep. I mean, I could honestly sit and talk on this subject for hours and hours and hours. We have, in a way. But I've said before, like, him going into WWE is one thing, but I am so desperate to know about what's been going on behind the scenes. And this Kenny interview is even more mouthwatering, because if Kenny has come out and said, we never wanted to take on WWE and all that kind of stuff, that is huge, because I think that's one of the biggest barriers that AEW put up for itself. You know, AEW really positioned itself as the anti-WWE. It positioned itself as the cool alternative, but not in a way where they didn't mention WWE or anything. They were constantly taking little shots, you know, and not just Cody. You know, you've got to look at Tony as well, who's been saying a lot of stuff on Twitter and taking shots at the other company. You know, I mean, he said about how someone's going to walk through. This was just the other day. Someone's going to walk through the forbidden door and slam it behind them, right? I mean, he obviously got confused with what the forbidden door was all about. And he didn't mean that. It was his way of saying, basically, we're going to bring someone in that was in WWE and they're not going to look back. Because how they were treated, kind of a thing, was so bad. Which I don't disagree with, but Tony Khan doesn't need to be saying it. And, you know, it's just little digs, little shots. The Young Bucks changing their bios and having little digs there. I mean, they can say all they want, but it's been all over AEW that these little shots have been taken towards WWE. CM Punk's come in and done it straight away. So, you know, these little... It's kind of... It feels like it's low-hanging fruit. It's low-hanging fruit, and it just seems like it easily plays with their audience if they just take it. So I think it's a bit rich of Kenny to turn around now and say, oh, we never wanted to do this. We never wanted to go up against WWE. That was never our intention. It was all Cody. Shut up. You're an idiot. You ain't got a clue what you're on about. Because all of you have been doing it. All of you have been doing it. Maybe he started you down that path, but all of them have been taking shots at WWE. So... You know, he might have opened the door. They walk through it. And I think that's been a real barrier because I think they had their fan base, and that fan base has not seemingly grown. If you look at where they are in the ratings, they're around about 900,000, which is where they've always been. You know, they debuted at 1.4 and then it dropped and settled to about 900,000. Then they brought in CM Punk, that got to 1.2, settled back down to 900,000. They moved to TBS, it jumps up to 1.1, hit around 1 million. Now it's back down to about 900,000. So they seem to have about 900,000 and it's just not moving. And I've got to think that alienating a lot of those WWE fans that would have potentially given them a go if they were just seen as, a different wrestling company, not a threat, but another wrestling company, like MLW, yeah, or Ring of Honor. Like, those aren't threats to WWE. But if you're a WWE fan, you don't want to see WWE go out of business. You don't want to see that happen, and so you're not going to buy into this anti-WWE rhetoric. And it really feels like that was a mistake. I think that it definitely galvanized the AEW fan base. There was something, a common enemy that they could all get behind. But I think the cons outweighed the pros, because I think what's happening is it hasn't built up any goodwill towards AEW. I think, there's a lot of people that just won't give it a go. There's been a lot of a ratings war. There's been, a lot of, it's been horrible on social media. There's been this NXT versus AEW kind of a situation. And it's just been, dare I say, a little unnecessary. I think it might have been a bit unavoidable if they were both going to put shows on the same night. You was always going to get a degree of a war. Because people would have to choose what channel to watch. But they definitely didn't help themselves. I do find it a bit rich of Kenny putting that all on Cody. But it's very, very interesting. I haven't read the article. I would love to read it. I hope to read it. I won't get a chance to read it, obviously, before Elimination Chamber. But I'm sure we can break it down on Raw. And I'm sure more details will come out, and probably even more will be said. And we'll have all the fallout of potentially Cody joining WWE tonight as well. So lots and lots for us to get our teeth into. The Beast is going to take the win. By the way, how are you, Days? I'm good. Great to be back on the streams. WWE vibes. Hope you're well, bud. Yeah, I'm doing all right. I'm very excited for today. This is different, isn't it, to be doing a stream at this time? And great as well, because it means that our American friends should be waking up very soon, or should be awake now. Maybe got up a bit early to join us, but should be awake by the time of the show. Our UK friends, who I don't get a chance to talk to, hello. You might not know who I am, in all fairness, if you are in the UK. In fairness, I ain't anyone, but I have been doing this a while, and we do stream these big pay-per-views on a very regular basis, and it is lovely to be streaming at this time, because normally we're streaming at midnight, 1 o'clock in the morning, so on, so on, so on. So to actually be here at, 10 to 3 in the UK, afternoon, it's nice, it's lovely. I'm loving it. So a big shout out to, there's probably a lot of people that are going to join us that I'm just going to ask, when am I going to do the next toy hunt? Because that's their only interaction they have with the channel. They don't get a chance to join our watch-alongs. They just have seen the odd toy hunt, which is fine. And I do hope to do one soon to answer that question out there. I think Brock is going to win the Elimination Chamber. Roman retains title versus title and a triple threat, Bobby, Goldberg, and Seth, says Luca. It is UK fans represents. Are you ready for this epic pay-per-view? I am. I'm very excited. I can't wait to see what they're going to do with Cody. I can't wait to see who's going to challenge Becky, and I'm thinking it's going to be Becky. I expect Becky to win. There's lots of things in this that I think is very engaging. There's lots of things that aren't. Like, I don't care about the Usos versus the Viking Raiders. I don't think I've cared less about a match than Drew versus Madcap Moss. I would really struggle to give you an answer on that of a match I've cared less about. But anyway, it's not a match that I despise. I just don't care. If Madcap wins, if Drew wins, I don't care. It doesn't mean anything to me. I do not care. So there's a couple of matches here that I could do without. But both Elimination Chambers. Lovely. Roman against Goldberg. I don't like Goldberg. I hope he doesn't win. In my mind, he's the heel here. So I hope Roman wins. Becky versus Lita. No, I think Becky's got that in the bag. But it'll be a nice match. Dream match. It's one of those where you sit down and you go, oh, could you imagine Becky against, like, Lita? Like, you know, you're getting it. So I don't mind that. And what else we got? Usos, Viking Raiders. Oh, we got Miz and Ray. You know, I mean, like, kind of Dominic might get involved or something. We ain't got to watch Dominic, so there's that. So yeah, I think the card's got enough about it, and you know, potentially Cody Rhodes on the way as well. So tasty. What match do you think Cody will come out in? It's got to be something like when someone's won the title, or, I mean, I don't know quite how they're going to tell the story. I feel like Michael Cole's going to be like, what's he doing here? What's he doing here? It's Cody Rhodes. What's he doing here? I feel like you've got to explore, like, why is he here? That is a big question that needs to be answered. Why is he here? He left, went, started his own company. No one expected him to come back. Why is he here? I don't need the true answer. I just need an answer. And I don't know. I don't know why he would put him in a title match. I've said this before. The title match is always there for Cody. You can always do a title match. But I think the first feud should be about why is he here? I need that answered. Why is he here? Why is he here? He's here because he didn't get enough money from Tony Khan, but there's obviously more to it than that because he also had falling out with the other guys. So, you know, there is more to it, but I need that answer. I need WWE to give me that answer, not tell me the true answer, unless they're going to do that. I didn't get enough money at my last place, so I'm here for more money. I can't see that being the story they tell, but it makes it hard to know when he's going to come in, to be honest. Because if he comes in after the chamber, then that would suggest he's going after the belt. And I personally wouldn't do that. But then I can't give you an answer as to when he would come in because there's no obvious person for him to go after here. So it makes it a bit tricky. Makes it a little bit tricky. So I'll have to see. I'll have to see. Just popping in to say hello. Hello, Mini King. Hope you're well. Hope you're well. Hope you're strong. Do you think WWE 2K22 hits different? Doesn't look different. I gotta tell you, I have no connection with 2K. I have no connection with 2K. I've never reviewed one of their games. Any games that I've bought of theirs, I've just bought off my own back. I'm not a very big gamer, but I do always tend to look out for the trailers. I've watched wrestling all my life. I think I've seen pretty much every trailer for every WWE game that's come out, right? So I feel like, okay, I'm not a gamer. I don't have a gaming channel. I don't necessarily play the games in depth. I'll buy them, give them a go, whatever, right? But I feel like I've seen enough to be able to give the odd comment on the games. And I can certainly seen enough to tell you how I feel about the trailers. I think they're underwhelming. I really think they're underwhelming. The graphics, if this is PlayStation 5 graphics, and Xbox whatever it's called now, yeah? I just don't get... it looks like PS4 to me. It looks like PS4. The hair still does not move right. Like, the hair still looks awful. Some of the face scans look awful. Some of it doesn't look too bad. I saw, you know, Adam Pearce look pretty good. And there's a couple of Undertaker shots I think look good. Ray's looked all right. But I've seen, like, Charlotte looks off. And there's an Undertaker bit where he looks like Goldberg dressed up in cosplay. So some of the scans or some of whatever the images, some of the characters, whatever they're called, the graphics haven't quite grabbed me. The gameplay, I mean, how'd you get excited about it? You know, just seeing them jump off a ladder or whatever, it looks the same as always. Really, the only thing you can judge it on, for me, is are you excited about GM mode? Unless there's, like, loads of other stuff that kind of I don't know about. GM mode's the one that everyone's excited about. And, I mean, yeah, that's going to be great, but, I mean, GM mode was in the games going back to SmackDown Raw 2008. I remember playing it in that, so they're just bringing back something that I've played before and I did enjoy, and I'm glad that it's back, and if that's going to be enough for people with an updated roster, then brilliant, but I must admit, right now, judging off what I've seen, I'm not getting it. And I do tend to buy them. I didn't get 2K20 because obviously I heard all the reviews and saw it was a dumpster fire. I did buy Battlegrounds, but I never played it. This one, nothing's grabbing me apart from the GM mode, but I'm quite happy to just wait for it to come down in price. What I'm going to wait for is IGN. I'm going to wait for IGN to review it, and then I'm going to see what they've got to say. Rightfully or wrongfully, I don't trust any wrestling game reviewers because I think, it's in their benefit to, be nice towards 2K because then they can get, whatever they need to get, and I get it, and I'm not off with them or anything. Yeah, I'm not throwing shade. I'm just saying that for me personally, I'm going to wait for something like IGN, which might not be perfect, but I don't feel is going to be as inclined to, give them favorable reviews or do anything like that. So I'm going to wait and see what they've got to say. Plus also, if it's someone that I want to see what it's like picking up and playing, I want to know if it's fun. I want to know if you can pick it up and have a match and enjoy it. Because a lot of the times in the recent games, I've picked it up and played a match. It hasn't hooked me. I haven't enjoyed it. So I don't know if it hits different. I'm not going to know that until we see the reviews or know how it controls. But, yeah, I haven't been blown away by what I've seen. Where's the really cool collectible? I said this before, like, when you get a collector's edition, there tends to be, like, a signed item. Or there tends to be something that you can get that, like, that has actually got me to buy them before. I don't have a Hulk Hogan autograph, right? But I do because he did one for, like, 2K15. So in my 2K15, I've actually got a signed Hulk Hogan like postcard thing, which obviously Hulk Hogan I lost a lot of respect for him after everything what happened, but he's apologized. He's sort of not back in the fold or whatever. But however you want to carve it up, he's still one of the biggest names in wrestling history. And I mean, I grew up with him, obviously watching him on TV and everything. I really like that item. I really like the autographs. I think it's really cool. And I don't know quite how I would have got that. I mean, I'd have to have bought a Topps thing from eBay. It would have cost a lot of money. This, I was able to pay the money, get that and the game, as well as a bit of downloadable content and whatever. Like, I think there's real value in those, like, signed items things that they do. I don't believe there's anything this year. Someone told me that there is a Rey Mysterio mask, but that is only for people in Australia. I don't believe, like, this year it's, like, just downloadable content. It's just extra characters and things like this. So, I don't know, it's silly, but that has actually persuaded me to buy the game in the past. If ever I've been on the fence and I've gone, I'm not sure, and then I see the special edition and it's got something I want in it, then that would be enough for me to go, yeah, I'll get it then. Yeah, I'll get that. And I just remember that Hogan autograph was one that I wanted back in, like, 2015 or whenever it was. And I've also got other ones that are, like, statues of Finn Balor and, different bits and bobs that have come out over the years. I think I might even have an autograph of The Undertaker. I might have an autograph of The Undertaker. There's been some wonderful ones. So I think that's a bit of a missed opportunity. Certainly if you think they've had 2 years to get it right. But we'll see. We'll see. Sam says, good morning. Did you get a look at the WrestleMania stage? Nope. That hasn't been shown, surely. They fixed Charlotte's face scan and the hair physics. It's the frame rate, says Sam. Wow, do you know what? That's interesting because I've spoke about the hair before and there was a lot of people defending it. There's a lot of people that will defend this game, and if that's you, it's fine. I ain't having a pop at the game for no reason. Like, I don't care if it succeeds or not. It doesn't make any difference to me. I haven't really got a dog in the fight, but the only thing I can do is give my honest opinion of, am I going to buy the game? And right now I'm not, and just say why I'm not, basically. And why I'm not is because I'm not a big gamer. The games, when I've bought them in recent years, have been not. I haven't had fun with them. I haven't had fun. They seem like quite. There's a big learning curve in them and whatever, and like I just don't. They just haven't felt as pick up and playable as the classic like N64, GameCube kind of era stuff. You know, like Here Comes the Pain and No Mercy. Those are always held up as, you know, the games, because they were so easy to pick up and play and just have great fun with your friends. Whereas these ones have felt a bit more, I don't know if it's in depth or quite what it is, but it just hasn't felt the same. And in all fairness, you know, they're saying this hits different, so I feel like they're acknowledging that this needs to hit different. So I'm hoping, I really am hoping this is a good game. I want it to be a good game because I want to buy it and I want to enjoy it and I want everyone to enjoy it. But right now, I'm just, you know, a couple of things I've seen just haven't looked quite right. That's kind of crazy that they've changed the face scans and hair physics. Have they not started manufacturing the game? Like, how long is it going to take them to make the thousands and thousands of copies they need and get them shipped and sent out? I don't know when the game's out, but I would have thought that process would have started by now, to be honest. So I'm surprised they're able to. And also, right, whilst I'm on this subject, I do want to leave it, but why? Hang on. They're the only things that we've seen in the trailer. Doesn't that make you question what else is in the game? So they showed the trailer. Clearly, people have made the same comments I'm making, and I promise you I have not seen these comments because I do not have time, right? I do not go onto any gaming channels. I haven't got a clue what people are saying. If you've asked me this question before, I've said it before. The hair didn't look right. A few of the face scans didn't look right. So if you're telling me that others have said it and now they fixed it, right? Isn't that a bit of a concern that these are the only ones we saw in the trailer? That would suggest to me that your trailer should surely be the stuff that you've nailed. That should be the stuff that's minted. That should be the stuff that you're proud to show. Guys, sorry we didn't have a game last year. Here's the stuff we want to show you. And then they go and show stuff that they're now actively acknowledging, yeah, that's not right. This doesn't bode very well, does it? I can't be alone in thinking this doesn't bode very well. Like, they showed off Charlotte. They showed off hair physics. And now they're going, yeah, no, you're right. It's not good enough. We'll change it. Oh, my God. Well, what about all the other characters? Are we going to have to wait for a trailer for every character just so that we can tell them what doesn't look right? Dunno, man. Confidence is surely low on 2K after that fiasco of 2K20. But we'll see. So, will it hit different? We're going to have to wait and see. IGN reviewed it. They had hands-on gameplay. They said it is easy to pick up and play with new controls. I meant the chamber stage. Oh, what? The chamber entrance? I haven't seen anything. No, I've seen the main trailer and I've seen a little one that was all to do with my GM mode, where there was a voiceover from Seth. That's. I mean, like, they keep hammering that advert on Raw and SmackDown and whatever, but I have not gone in depth with looking into this game at all. So, if IGN have reviewed it, I haven't even seen that review, and that's what I was waiting for. So, what score did they give it? What's the score? What's the number out of 10? I would say anything 8 or above would get my interest. 7 to 8, I'd probably be swayed. Maybe 6.5 to 8, I could be swayed with the price drop. 8 or above, I would buy. Anything less than 6.5, and that seems like another disaster to me. They've had 2 years, and they deliver a game that's 6 out of 10. What was it? I haven't seen it. I promise you, I do not know the score. I didn't even know they'd done the review. Reviews good. I don't trust YouTuber reviews. What time does the chamber start? Starts in 1 hour 55. Callum says, have you discussed the news about Cody being spotted at an airport in Warsaw. I knew it'd be Warsaw. Is there something to this news? Well, he's in Poland, apparently on his way to Saudi Arabia. Apparently, they go to Saudi. To get to Saudi, you have to change, and a lot of people have changed in London, but we've had a bad storm. So it makes more sense to go and change in Poland. So is there something to it? Yeah, it's expected that we could be seeing him on the show. So we might have Cody on the show tonight. They've not done a proper review yet. They've just showed some content. Oh, okay. Well, I'm standing by it. 8 to 10, that would strike me as a really good wrestling game. So 8 to 10, I could be, depending on the score, what it comes through as, then yeah, I'm interested. Then that if someone like IGN's going to review it, they haven't got a dog in the fight, and they're going to say that the controls are pick up and play, and it feels better, and it's good game. If they come out and say this is the best wrestling game in years, there's just a couple of little things that need to be tweaked, but nothing that stops you enjoying the experience. This is a 9 out of 10. Wow. I mean, look, we're off to the races. Do you know what I mean? But I mean, until I see what that score comes through as, and until I see what they say, it's gonna be one that I'm just gonna have to sit and wait on at the moment. It's true that GM mode isn't new. Technically, nothing is new. Yeah, I mean, it's good that it's back, and it's back by popular demand, and it's definitely something that should have been in the game all along, to be honest, because I was playing it back in 2008, and I know it was around before that as well, and I loved it. I thought it was a great... I don't know why it ever went away. So, yeah, I mean, I loved it. So I do believe they've listened to the fans, and they've built the game from the ground up, but this just hasn't gone perfectly with the launch of this game. No, the trailer gave me a few question marks, few concerns. As I said, it could just be one-offs. It could just be it wasn't quite finished, right? So you can give them the benefit of the doubt. I really don't care. Until I get that score coming through, it's all irrelevant, really. But there was enough with that trailer to make me go, not sure about this. Then there was the fact there was no special edition in regards to no signed pieces or anything, which straight away, if it's just going to be more downloadable content, I'm sorry, but downloadable content to me, and I might just be a boomer, should be in the flipping game anyway. Downloadable content is just a con. It's just a way of getting you to buy extra stuff and spend more money. If they're going to include the content that really should have been in the game anyway, I don't really see that as being special content. Okay, so they're going to give it you rather than you paying extra. Whippity-doo, right? Where's my signed Ultimate Warrior picture? That's what I want. I'm not interested in your get 50 different versions of The Undertaker. Just put him in the game in the first place. Yeah? How about you do that as a way of apologizing to the fans for fluffing up the past couple of years? So, yeah, they're not in my good graces, to be honest. Which is funny, because I'm not really a gamer. But they just keep botching, and I just keep seeing trailers, and I just keep seeing stuff like... But hey-ho, we'll see. We'll see what the score comes through as. Alexa Bliss Gamer says, Alexa Bliss will win tonight. So, hair and characters not being the spitting image of the superstar makes or breaks a game. Well, it doesn't make or break it, but if you're trying to convince people that you've built the game from scratch and it all is perfect now, if I look at it and go, well, those graphics look the same as PS4, I don't feel like we've taken any steps forwards, and also the facial likenesses don't look brilliant. What it does do is make me raise questions about the rest of the game. If the bit you're showing me in the trailer is going to be stuff that should be perfect. You've got, a 2-minute trailer? You've been working on this for, 2 years? You're telling me you can't find 2 minutes of footage that looks absolutely mint? Because if you can't, that would suggest to me you've got bigger problems. So it's not that the hair and the face scans are make and break for the game. I would say that it's a talking point, and we can pretend it doesn't matter if you want to. But for me, it's definitely something that I would look at and go, okay, this is a concern. 2 minutes, and we can't find footage better than this. So that was my takeaway from it. Listen, if there's 2K fanboys here, enjoy it. Enjoy it. I hope it works out well for you. I'm sure it's going to be better than last year's entry when there wasn't one because they completely messed it up and they had to take the year off. So I don't think it's bad of me to go in with a little bit of skepticism if the first trailer I see raises more concerns. So, if people want to ask me an honest question, I'll give you an honest answer. I will always do that. And right now, I've not seen enough to make me buy the game. I've got a very superstitious feeling that Cody is going to get involved in the Elimination Chamber match simply because we know that he is in Saudi. It's pretty clear to see. Thoughts? Yeah, I mean, look, that was before we got on the 2K stuff, the Cody stuff was the big topic of conversation. And it was, where do we see Cody interfering, or how is he going to get involved? And to be honest, I think it's a little bit difficult because, I mean, Elimination Chamber would be the obvious place, but that, unless he's going to go after someone that doesn't win it, that is going to put him going up against whoever becomes the champion, and then we're going to get Cody versus the champion at WrestleMania, which I feel like it's really quick and early, and it's like Cody's here and he's already got a title opportunity. Like, I don't know, it just feels really quick. I mean, it's a big match. Cody's a big superstar, but I keep saying it, and there's a reason why I keep saying it. You can do the title match at any time. Like, Cody can go after the belt at SummerSlam. Cody can go after the belt at another B show. He can go after the belt at Money in the Bank. He can go after the belt, like, whenever. Survivor Series, if they don't do champ versus champ and they do title defenses like they've done before, like, you can have Cody go after the belt at any time. So why straight away? Why coming in and straight away? I keep saying it. I'm going to keep saying it. I feel the bigger story is, why is he here? And if he goes after the title, unless he turns around and says, I've come back because there's only one title I've only ever wanted, and that's the WWE title, and they make the title the reason that he came back, you could maybe do that. But I mean, like, why go? Why, if that title is all you ever cared about, why did you leave in the first place? Would be my question. Why go in the first place? If the title that you cared about was the WWE title, why did you leave? Why did you start a rival company? Why did you try and go up against NXT and try and take them down and fire shots at WWE, to then come back and say that the only title you care about is the WWE title? It doesn't add up. And for me, you've got to address, why is he back? Why is he here? That's the story to tell. Why is he here? So I wouldn't have him going after the belt straight away. That story can be told at any time. Instead, we've got to address, why is he here? I don't care the reason. I don't care why he's come back. I don't care, like, if he wants to tear this company down from the inside. Like, I really don't care. I don't care what he wants to do, but I want them to address that story. Him coming back is one of the biggest things to happen in wrestling in the past few years. Maybe the biggest thing to happen since Bray's release. And in all fairness, Bray hadn't been on TV that much. So, you could maybe even go back further than that as well. So, it's, I just think that if he goes after the belt, we're ignoring, like, the elephant in the room. The elephant in the room being, Cody's back. Why is he back? I'm sure it'll get touched on. But if it gets touched on and he does a little promo, it's only going to be skirted, because very quickly Bobby will come down to the ring if it's Bobby that's champion. And, the dialogue will have to move towards the future and have to move towards his title match. Whereas, we've said before, it'd be perfect if Triple H was still active, was still wrestling, and was still able to compete. Because if Triple H, if we could have had Cody versus Triple H, that would have been brilliant. Cody coming in saying he's here for one reason and one reason only, to finish the job he started when he was outside of WWE. Something along those lines, but he's going to do it now from the inside. And something like that, I just think would be, like, great storytelling, really engaging. And I think it would be very, very interesting, him saying that he's here to bring WWE down or bring the McMahons down or something along those lines. Bring down the authority, free the wrestlers. He's here to give wrestlers an opportunity that haven't had one. He tried to do it by other means. And again, if he says, I tried to give wrestlers an opportunity that you wouldn't, Vince, I tried other ways, something like that, we're all sat there going, he means AEW. He's talking about AEW. But he doesn't have to say AEW. He doesn't have to say AEW, right? You don't need to give them that free promotion. But if he was to say, I'm here now to free the people that you are not given an opportunity to, I'm here to bring you down from the inside, Vince, something like that, I think that is a much more engaging story than Cody's going after the belt. Why? Why is he? Why is he going after the belt? I would find him coming in and telling us why he's back a much more interesting story. Austin said, I honestly think it'll be Cody Seth at WrestleMania, maybe even for the title. Yeah, you could be right. You could be right, but why? Why? Why is he going to be going after the title? That would be my question. Why? Let's go down. Back in the day, with us not knowing what happened, that would work. I don't know if it would work in today as we know the truth. I think that you've got to accept that there's, real life and then the storyline. And obviously we know the truth and you can play as close to that as possible. I mean, in all fairness, if he comes back and says, I tried to take you down from the outside and it wasn't working, so now I'm here to do it from the inside. Okay, there's a bit of truth in that because he did try to take them down from the outside by starting AEW. But then he's come back onto the inside, granted for money and because he's fallen out with Tony Khan. But there might be a little bit of storyline in there. But I would still find that a much more engaging story because it's still housed in truth. There's still truth that's in there. He did try to take them down from the outside. I would still find that a much more engaging story, and it would still help lay the foundation for whatever follows afterwards. Because he is got potential to go after the titles and be a champion for a long time. I mean, I've got no problems with Cody being champion, but I would not rush it. I really wouldn't rush it because there's so much opportunity and time for him to go after the belt. I just don't know why we need to do it at this WrestleMania that's a few months away. I kind of feel like it would be better if we got to the why he was here. As we said, if Triple H was free, then he could do that match with Triple H, and I think that would be really cool. Maybe do something with Adam Pearce. Maybe Vince does something there, and then Cody could get an easy win at WrestleMania against Adam Pearce, who deceptively is a really flipping good wrestler. That might not be a match that would really engage people, and people would be like, it's not who I would pick for the first opponent, but Adam Pearce is a former multiple-time NWA World Champion. He is that match would be a damn good match. It would be a match that would catch people off guard, actually, because people don't know how good Adam Pearce actually is, or a lot of the WWE fans don't know how good Adam Pearce actually is. And it could be a really interesting match. And then, you could see, Cody taking down Adam Pearce, and it would just help establish as to why he's here. And then we can build going forward and build him towards a title or build him towards him wanting to give people opportunities by only facing people that haven't been on TV for a few weeks or however you want to tell that story. I kind of feel like that would give Cody an identity. It would make him stand out from the roster. If you have him go after the title, he's not really any different to a Seth Rollins or a Kevin Owens or, a Bobby Lashley or all the other people that just go after belts now. I kind of feel like Cody would have a different mission, a different purpose, something different and intriguing about him. I'd like that. I'd like that. Funko Pop Asylum says, what about Cody and Brandy versus Triple H and Steph? Well, I mean, look, Triple H is not going to have a match, I don't think, because of his heart condition. I mean, the only positive with what you're saying is that there is potentially a way to do it where he's largely protected by having the women in the ring. But Brandy is not a seasoned professional, and Steph can get through a match in all fairness to her, but Brandy would be a bit of a concern. Cody Brandy against Steph and Triple H, and it would need a hell of a build as well. Because really, what you would want, if they'd had time to build this and it wasn't just dropped on them, because it has been, you would probably, I would, if I was booking it, I would want Steph and Triple H saying that, say, Raw isn't good enough, bullying, bringing back that authority for a little bit and bullying some of the baby faces and burying some of the talent and really winding up the fans. And giving opportunities to the same people again and again. And then Cody comes in to try and, bring about change. It's very similar, I suppose, to what they did with Sting. Sting came in and took on, Triple H and the Authority, and it was brilliant. It was a brilliant story. The only downside to it for me was that Sting didn't win at WrestleMania. But we know why. It's because Triple H was meant to go on to face The Rock the next year. But, and it never happened. But, I kind of think that it would be really interesting if we was to explain that with, and explore that with Cody first. And I must admit that Brandy being in the ring isn't something that grabs me. But if you can make it work from a storyline point of view, then I would tolerate it, believe it or not, to tell the right story. But with so little time, they might just do that. They might just do the quick ratings grab, which is going to be whoever wins the chamber is celebrating, and then Cody comes down. And then you just set up a match between Cody and Bobby, or Cody and whoever, and then that is your WWE title match for WrestleMania. And it's just quick, simple. I don't know that it's satisfying, from a storyline point of view. I don't know if it would be able to explain as to why he's now going after the belt or why he's here. He'd have to do it in a promo. But as I said, it would just be, I'm here now kind of a thing, and I want that belt. I never got opportunity before. I want the belt, and then it would just be building towards that match. And, that match would sell WrestleMania, but then for me, it would just be another person on the roster then. I'd love it if he had a different approach, a different mission. And I'd love it if, as we said, he was here to kind of go up against the young talent, give them opportunities. He doesn't feel like they're getting the opportunities on Raw, or, he feels like they're being held down, or he's here to make sure that, the talent gets treated better, or he wants to bring down Vince, or he thinks Vince has lost touch. He can see that Vince has lost touch, and he's here to bring change from the inside. Imagine if Cody said that. The fans would lose their minds. Could you imagine if Cody turned around and said, Vince, you're out of touch. No one here is brave enough to tell you, but I'm brave enough. I was brave enough to go and start a promotion to rival yours, which might be a stretch. But you're out of touch. You don't know what you're doing, and it's time for you to step down. If Cody was to come out with that kind of stuff, I really think there'd be a lot of fans out there going, yes, yes. This guy is talking my language. And I just think that would be a lot more interesting. The show starts in 36 minutes. There isn't any personal issues between Cody and Vince or WWE. Cody tried to humiliate WWE and Vince so many times. Why WWE now so keen to sign him? Isn't there any personal issues? Habib, there is and there isn't. First of all, Vince has got a great ability to just put a lot of rubbish and history aside for the future and for money. Ultimate Warrior, for example, turned around to Vince and said, I ain't going to have a match unless you pay me $250,000 or whatever it was. And the match that was advertised, it was SummerSlam 1990. And I think, wasn't it a few weeks before? He said, I ain't going to actually have this match unless you give me $250,000 and pay me what I deserve to be paid. Vince paid him the money, and then as soon as the match was over, he fired him. And that you would think is something that you can't come back from, because he basically held him to ransom. He basically, might as well have got a gun and just said, give me your money. Because the match had been advertised for a long, long time. Vince knew he had to put the match on, so he was kind of backed into a corner. So he did it. And anyway, he agreed to it. And as soon as the match was over, he fires the Ultimate Warrior. Warrior comes back another twice after that. And he's a nightmare to work with backstage and kept coming back. And the reason he kept coming back is because he was money. There was money on the table with the Ultimate Warrior. And he kept bringing him back as a result. Didn't really work out, in all fairness. But Vince certainly tried. And, that's a famous example. Another famous example would be Bruno. So Bruno actually went onto TV, laying into Vince on TV, and saying about how he was appalled with the direction wrestling had gone in. And it was all smut and filth now. And, laid into him about steroids. All this kind of stuff. Massive falling out. Was head-to-head with Vince on TV shows. They were debating live on TV. These things, and you'd look at that and go, well, that's it for Bruno, innit? I mean, how is Vince ever gonna let that go? But he does. He lets it go and puts him into the Hall of Fame. If there's money to be made, then he will bring people back and make that money. And I think there's an opportunity here for him to get Cody, bring him in, and deliver a blow to AEW. They've taken a knock over this. There's no doubt about that. They've taken a knock. Because this is one of the guys that helped set that company up, and now he's in WWE. So it's a hell of a knock. But Vince has done it. It's, is another decent name to add to the roster. Someone that I would say is about Seth level. I would say is about Seth Rollins level. It's going to be a buzz in the wrestling world. There's going to be maybe some Cody fans from AEW that might jump over. In Vince's mind, he might just pick up a few fans. Cody's traveled around the world. He's kind of gone and learnt a new hold, and now he's coming back. So, yeah, there's been some personal stuff, but nothing they can't get over. And I think Vince just sees those dollar signs, doesn't he? So, it's got to be Becky Roman. Becky will beat the old timers. I want Goldberg to win, and then we get Goldberg versus Stone Cold, says Ninja. Justin said, did you hear Undertaker in the Hall of Fame? I did, which is really good. Really pleased for him. He deserves it. So, he's gone into the Hall of Fame and, deserves it. It seems like Bliss will win, but wouldn't it be bittersweet because she's not wrestled him forever? I am leaning to Bianca, to be honest, because the rumors were it's going to be Becky Bianca. And I don't really see what will have changed apart from Alexa. Lily is apparently one of the best sellers on WWE Shop. So, they've done these vignettes. She's come back. She's going to be in the chamber match. She might win it. She's probably my second favorite to win it after Bianca. But I'm still saying Bianca wins it because Becky and Bianca have had a rich history. Bianca really should be the one to beat Becky for that belt because she lost in 20-odd seconds and she deserves to get that win back. And I think getting it at WrestleMania would be, the place to do it. Alexa, I don't really know why you would push her. I mean, she is the top seller. You could put her in a feud with someone and that'll work just as well. I suppose you could put her in the title match, but I am expecting a different Alexa, to be honest. I am expecting an Alexa that is going to be a little bit more goddess, a little... it's hard to know if she's going to be full goddess. I don't know if she's going to be Alexa of old that just walks around with Lily now, or if there's going to be still a little bit of kind of Funhouse in there. Funhouse Alexa, Playground Alexa, whatever you want to call it. It's hard to know which way they'll go with it, to be honest. But I am expecting a slightly different Alexa to what we've seen before. But I'm still siding with Bianca. But yeah, not much in it. I'd say Alexa's second favorite. But sure to still have a big match at WrestleMania. Let's go down. Expect lots of fireworks and explosions, says Jilly, for just about everyone's entrance. So was Bray after he got released. Alexa, Lily being bestsellers doesn't mean very much, says Mark. That's true. That is true. The only thing I would say about that is that apparently there was backstage falling outs between Bray and Vince. So I think Vince has got a better relationship with Alexa. But I think creative differences between Vince and Bray kind of pushed, their relationship was quite fraught. So even though he was like a bestseller, I don't think that was enough for Vince to put up with, their disagreements. I mean, that's the only thing I can think, because to be honest, it was a character that was over with people, and he was selling the merch, and even though he's getting paid a lot of money, so's Roman, and Roman hasn't been cut. So I can only imagine it was that tensions between them, creative differences between them, to be honest. And I don't think that exists with Alexa. I think she has literally done everything that's been asked of her. That's definitely one criticism you can't give to Alexa. Seth or Riddle is going to win the chamber, says Rahul. Matt said, I miss Alexa's old gimmick. It was way better. Habib said, isn't it the last match of Goldberg according to his contract? That means he's definitely going to lose. He has also said that he would be interested in renewing. I don't know that he will, but he has said that if he is allowed to beat Roman, then he will gladly re-sign. So the ball is in WWE's court. So I'm thinking he loses, to be honest. I am thinking that he loses this. I'm hoping he loses this. I ain't got really anything against him, but he's someone that I think has had his time, and he gets a lot of title opportunities. And I just think, there's not really a need for him to stick around. So boom. Let's go down at Gaming in Real Time. Shout out to you. Little bit of lag is there. Little bit of lag. Should be all right. Should be all right. It might have been me, actually, because I've literally just turned on the WWE Network whilst I was talking to you guys. So I think it was just that. It's getting a bit warm in here, How do you feel about the result of Khan and Brooke? I don't know, to be honest, but it's not something I've paid any attention to, because I know I can't watch it. So I've just not been paying it any attention. So we're doing UFC tonight. When is Elimination Chamber? Elimination Chamber is in 27 minutes. That's when we go to the pre-show. What time does it begin? It begins 27 minutes. That's when we go to the pre-show. Chat days, look for Via. Okay, that's working now. The Beast Incarnate is fire. Alexa Bliss Gamer said it is Alexa Bliss's night. Alexa Bliss is going to win, says Alexa Bliss Gamer. Seth or Riddle will win the Elimination Chamber. Ninja said, should Randy Orton be the first 17-time champion instead of John Cena? Don't mind, to be honest. Don't really mind. I think that if Cena gets it, he's fine. I think he's earned it. I think if Orton gets it, fine. I think he's earned it. I don't really mind. I actually think that rule is a bit silly. I think that it should be listed on how many days you're champion rather than how many times you've had it. Because, if you lose it, that's a bad thing, isn't it? So if you're a 17-time champion, that means you lost it 16 times. So it is better the longer the number of days that you hold a championship for. So it would be better if it was done that way, to be honest. So the 17 thing, it's something for the fans, but it's not something that I'm really that fussed by. It's just something that, gets used. But, it does, to promote people. But it does mean that you lost that champion. Granted, you then got back to the top and had another title match and won it back again. But it's probably better if you just have it and hold it once for a very long time, like Bruno. So, but Bruno, Bruno's record is so monumental that they can't really use that because no one's going to beat it. No one's going to beat Bruno. He held it for 7 years. So, Do you think another creepy 11, nearly 11, if you add both of his reigns? Do you think another creepy gimmick like the Fiend could happen, or is it creepy stuff scrapped? No, I think there could be another creepy one. I think it's difficult. I think, hand on heart, that WWE would like to do that kind of stuff, but they can't in a live environment. I think they probably wanted to do that kind of stuff with The Undertaker, but they couldn't go as far as they really wanted to because it's a live environment. So a lot of the stuff that they did was illusions. So it was stuff like putting someone in a casket, you open it, they've gone, right? Now, it's a trick. It's a fake bottom. They're in the bottom of the casket, right? It's not hard to work out. It's magic. It's illusions, yeah? The thing that I've always taken from that is because of that, it's always kept it in a grey area. There's been a lot of Undertaker stuff. I would say nearly all the Undertaker stuff, and this isn't a conversation for now because it's going to be a long conversation. It's a conversation we've had many, many times, right? Some people agree, some people disagree, but this is where I stand on it, and no one's ever changed my mind on it, right? Undertaker, to me, was never a supernatural character. He was someone that used illusions, and he had to use illusions because it's a live environment, and you can't do, like, video editing. You can't do anything that's going to be unexplainable. Like, you can kind of explain everything that happens with Undertaker, be it that it's a pyro guy at the back that's controlling flames for him. Whenever he puts his hand up, a pyro guy at the back shoots flames up, right? That can be explained. Undertaker gets put in a casket, they open it, he's gone. It's a fake bottom. He's in the bottom of the casket, like, and he actually is in the bottom of the casket. So you can explain that. Like, everything with Undertaker can be explained for me, which is why when I watched Undertaker, there was definitely moments throughout his career where I'd go, don't like this, because I'm not a fan of the supernatural stuff. This is silly, right? But I can still explain it as to why they're doing it. I think with The Fiend, that was one of the first opportunities they had where they didn't have fans. Can you remember WWE never having fans? Because it never happened. Like, this was the first time that they could film a whole show with no fans around and then edit in little clips. You know, we could have Playgrounds appearing in the ring because they could film it in the day, set it up, chop it, edit it, and then what we saw on TV was obviously not live. It was edited. So really, we're seeing some of the first real examples, and I'm sure people are going to go back and go, well, what about this? What about this? But for me, some of the first real examples where WWE pushed even further into that kind of supernatural realm, pushed even further into stuff that you can't explain. The only way to explain it is video editing, right? And you can't really use that as an explanation because that means that everyone is in on it, and that completely ruins everything. Like, if everyone is in on it, well, I mean, that you can't really use that as an explanation for something. So for me, like, we went further than we'd been before, and they could only do that because of the fact there was no fans and everything. So I think it's something Vince wanted to explore. I know it's something Bruce Pritchard wanted to explore. I've heard him on his podcast say before about how he loved Papa Shango, wished they'd gone further with Papa Shango. You know, he comes back and then boom, look what we've got with The Fiend, and look what we've got with Alexa, and they have the opportunity to do it with no fans, and the Performance Center and the Thunderdome and all that kind of stuff. And so for me, I don't know that they'll ever be able to get back to that unless we go through like a COVID thing again. But there will undoubtedly be another Undertaker-type character, another Papa Shango-type character, another Fiend-type character that will push it and get as close to they can get to it. But, you know, again, as someone that's not into the supernatural stuff, I never want that line to be crossed. I still want it to be illusions, magic, mind games, things along those lines. Because for me, there should be two competitors going against each other. The bell rings, and it should be two competitors going up against each other, not with like superpowers being involved and everything. for this is why the Undertaker's had such a great career for me, because when that bell sounded, he wasn't shooting fireballs at people. Do you know what I mean? Like, there might be like some paper that gets lit and thrown in their face, but they haven't like CGI'd fireballs that then the other person's like reacting to. Like, we've never been to those kinds of levels, and they could now. They've got CGI. So, if they wanted to, we could get to the point where us at home see Undertaker like this, and like we could go full on Street Fighter now if they wanted to with the CGI. And like, the other person reacting to it. Like, I don't want wrestling to ever get to there. I don't want that to ever be a wrestling that I watch, to be honest. I want to see two people like really grappling and fighting, and so for me, I'm hoping that it's still kind of kept in that kind of grey area. So it's a very, very interesting conversation because people have different opinions on it. Some people are open to, that kind of stuff. Some people are on board with what I'm saying, with like, no, it should be kind of kept as it was. I think one of the great things about Undertaker was that, look at his streak. Look at his matches against Michaels and Triple H. Look at his matches against Mankind and everyone. Like, it's two people just putting it all on the line. It's two people just having great matches, and there's no outside noises. There's nothing else going on. Like, you can sit down and just watch Undertaker doing what he does best. Walking the ropes, come crashing down, tombstones, choke slams, like some of the best strikes we've ever seen in WWE. His striking ability was wonderful. It's going to be nice, actually, to see him go in the Hall of Fame, just talk about like what made him such a great, one of the greats. It's going to be really enjoyable. And he is one of the greats. He absolutely deserves his place inside the Hall of Fame. Even Vince called Taker supernatural. Well, I mean, I don't think he was. I don't think he was. I think if Vince could have got it there, I think he would have. And, if Vince wants to back up the illusion that he was supernatural, then I think he can do that. But to me, he wasn't, because everything can be explained. So, like, what did he do that you can't explain? He was put into a casket and the casket was set on fire. Well, yeah, but he was in the casket. He was in the casket. It was in the bottom of the casket. Vince might have tried to make it supernatural, but whilst you can always explain it, it's not. And if Vince wants to stand by his friend and stand by his friend's mind games of everything he did was supernatural, then that's on Vince. I wouldn't expect anything else from Vince. Vince is Undertaker's great friend. So if Vince wants to say it's supernatural, that's fine. But it wasn't. I mean, it actually wasn't. Obviously, it couldn't be. And it was never able to get far enough because of it operating within the realms of reality and, what we have to do. So to me, it's not a supernatural character. And I certainly wouldn't be taking Vince's word as him saying that it's a supernatural character, because I never saw anything that took it to those levels. To me, The Fiend went further than Undertaker. No doubt about it. Never saw Undertaker set on fire. Never saw his body set on fire. He was in a casket that was set on fire. But how about I go in a casket and you set it on fire, and I'll set you on fire, and we'll see who comes out of it worse off. Because I'm feeling pretty lucky, let me tell you. If I go into a box and we set the box on fire, I'm feeling pretty lucky. But actually setting my body on fire, we never went to those lengths before. And for me, that was too far. But this isn't, it always runs a risk of going down this road of being about, like, Undertaker and Fiend and the differences between them. For me, I'm not bothered. Undertaker, for me, always operated in a grey area, and I could enjoy his matches. And I can't say the same for what we've been getting more recently during this COVID era. For me, this has been a lot more pushing the boundaries, video editing, and things that we've not seen in the history of WWE. Alfie says, Kenny said in a recent interview that he heard that Cody had flown to Saudi Arabia. Yeah, he is there. Alfie is there. He went over. He went over and he was in Poland, and he is, Kenny Omega has said that he's going to yeah, as you said, going over to Saudi Arabia. Retribution, hello. Hope you are well. I want Riddle to win, but they won't do it. They're focused on Brock and Roman. David said Taker got fried on his entrance once. Yeah, was that when the pyro went off and he was on fire inside the Elimination Chamber? I mean, that was obvious. If that's what we talk about, that was obviously a mistake, wasn't it? That one was, and he got proper burns from it, and he was having water pass too, and he was having to like put it out like that. He was pretty messed up from when you look at it. Not that much. I went back and looked at it. I can't remember when, but I can't remember. I did a video or something on like Undertaker botches, and that was one that came up. And he was walking out. Pyro went off. He was Pyro Man put it in the wrong place, and he caught on fire. He quickly puts it out, but it's already done enough damage whereby he said that he's standing in the pod and he can feel his skin like burning. And they have to like pass him water, and he has to like put it on himself. And I think he has like 3rd-degree burns or something like this afterwards. On like he talks about it in the last ride, doesn't he? It's moody, man, moody. But obviously that's a botch. That's a mistake. That was never meant to happen. And thankfully works out all right, because that could have been a hell of a lot worse. He might not be here to even induct in a Hall of Fame. What a perfect example of all that is wrong with WWE. Wrestling in a country that murders American citizens, represses the rights of women, and does it all for money. What will Becky be forced to wear? She'll probably wear a t-shirt and some leggings. We've got 3 women's matches tonight, and we've been seeing more women's matches coming on. So, I mean, look, I'm certainly not here to defend Saudi Arabia. But this is nothing new. They've been doing these shows for years, and they've got a 10-year deal. And we didn't see women at first, but we've started to have women coming onto the show more and more. We're at the point now where there's 3 women's matches tonight. I believe it's 3. Tag match, Becky's match, and all the women in an Elimination Chamber match. So how many women are competing? I think we've got like 12 women competing tonight. So it feels like steps are being taken forwards, and things are moving in the right direction in regards to the shows and women and everything. What's going on in the country, I can't talk about. I don't know. But yeah, if it bothers you, then that's fine. No one's going to make you watch the show. I think they had a big fail. This was perfect opportunity to put the big 7'4" Amos into the chamber, says Kevin. Roman versus Brock versus Seth for Universal and World Championship, says RR. WrestleMania 38 main event. Roman versus Brock versus Seth for the Universal Championship. Ben, hello. Hope you are well. Vince is a busy man. He doesn't care. So is Tony Khan. AEW fans are realizing that he is just the same as Vince. I don't see anyone complain when UFC puts on events in Saudi Arabia, says Shannon. Can you smell what The Rock is cooking? Retribution said, what I don't understand, rather than blaming Saudi, why don't people blame WWE for selling out to them? I think they probably do, to be honest. I think AEW fans do. AEW fans blame them for going over there and selling out and just taking the money. I mean, look, it's one of those, isn't it? Like the human rights and everything is not great in Saudi Arabia. It just isn't. But I mean, and WWE, you can make the argument shouldn't be there, but this isn't anything new. They've been going for years now. It's something that I feel we've kind of addressed and spoken about on previous ones, and it feels like we've got to the point where we're sort of past it now. It's sort of a separate thing now. So for me, like, whatever's going on in the country is completely separate to the show I'm about to watch tonight. So, WWE goes, they take the money, and then they come back. Like, WWE are not responsible for those human rights violations or anything. And as we said, we've spoken about it. I am very proud that we'll talk about whatever. I mean, anything can get thrown in the chat, and I just go down and literally read it. I mean, we've spoke about Undertaker going in Hall of Fame and his legacy. We spoke about 2K20. We've touched on a lot of the Elimination Chamber matches, predictions, thoughts. We spoke about Cody coming in. Like, we just go wherever the conversation goes. I'm proud about that. I'm happy about that. It means that, you can tune in and we ain't going to shy away from anything. And I ain't going to shy away from this either, and we never have. But for me, it's different. It's separate. It's like... It's not great that it's happening in that country, and to be honest, I wish it wasn't. But that's all separate to the show that I'm tuning in to watch tonight. If it comes from Saudi Arabia, or it comes from Russia, or it comes from Australia, or it comes from England, or it comes from Ireland, or it comes from Greenland, it doesn't really matter. Like, wherever the show comes from, it doesn't really matter. They're getting paid a lot of money by Saudi Arabia for it, hence why it's there. That's it. Looking back at Seth Roman, it didn't feel like a WrestleMania. Didn't that feel like a WrestleMania? Looking back at Seth versus Roman. Like, that should have been the WrestleMania match. Maybe, but I don't think they wanted Seth to win, and I didn't really feel like he would win. I was quite confident Roman was winning that one. I suppose you could have done it at WrestleMania and told a really good story and built it up, but... that match had its problems because it was heel versus heel. And for me, if it's going to be heel versus heel, then it's going to be like a problem, There's no one to root for. Like, really, you shouldn't be rooting for Roman. He's great, but he's a heel. And it should be that we're rooting for someone to be the one that beats him. And we've spoke a lot about, should it be Big E? Should it be Gable Steveson? Should it be Bron Breakker? Should it be Finn Balor? Should it be The Demon? Should it be Jeff Hardy? Should it be whoever? And we've gone through a lot of names, and it never has been any of them, of course. We're still waiting to find out who it's going to be since he came back and won the title, but Seth couldn't be the one, really, because he was a heel. And unless he's going to do a big face turn and then, get another opportunity... then I would say that it was probably right that one sat on Royal Rumble. But you could argue maybe they shouldn't have done it and saved it, turned him face, and then done it at WrestleMania, which might have been a better way forwards. But I think Vince has had it in his mind for a long time. He wants to do Brock versus Roman. So I think he's had it in his mind for a long time. I'll stop watching AEW because of toxic fans. They threaten people if they have anything bad to say about WCW Wannabe Show or Cruiserweight Show that I call it, says Marcus. If you enjoy it, Marcus, watch it. I'd say, like, if there's bits about AEW that you enjoy, which I do, then watch it. And don't engage with the people. Do you know what I mean? Like, you've got the ability to watch AEW and not have to worry about going online and sharing your thoughts about it. You don't have to. And then just engage with WWE fans. I mean, there's nothing stopping you doing that. You shouldn't have to miss out on something that you enjoy if you enjoy it. But if you watch it and you don't enjoy it, don't watch it. But I really wouldn't let other fans dictate how you perceive or enjoy watching wrestling. Kevin said, WWE Network is not a thing. You can get Peacock and watch it for $4.99. It is a thing in the UK. We still have it. We still have the WWE Network. Peacock. I don't even know if it's come over here yet, but it's on the way. AEW fans are the worst, says Tommy. Have you a favourite Undertaker moment? Probably... oh, man. I mean, I really like Undertaker, and I liked him when he was with Paul Bearer. I must admit, once we got to, Ministry of Darkness, that was probably my least favourite phase of him. I liked him, in the early 90s. Ministry of Darkness, I didn't really enjoy as much. American Badass, I thought was quite refreshing. And then we went back to Dead Man and thought that was quite nice to return to that. So, favourite moment. I mean, to be honest, it might be at the end of an era match, WrestleMania 28, when he's kind of standing with Shawn and with Triple H. The only reason why that might not be my favorite is because they just did 4 incredible WrestleManias in a row, and four of my favorite ever matches. And to see them together was, brilliant. But I do feel like, man, I don't know, it just hit different when he was retiring, and he kind of striked that pose, and we had the hologram of Paul Bearer. Whoa, I don't know if that's my favorite ever Undertaker moment, but it hit me. Hit me in the feels. And the same as well at the end of 33 when he loses to Roman and he takes the gloves off and the hat off and puts it in the ring. Like then, and you feel like that's the end. And like that hits you in the feels as well. Like those moments are so huge that it's just like, yeah, it's hard to like say anything else really and go with anything else. I mean, like, it was kind of cool in the early days when he was like beating Hogan for the title and whatever, but I don't think that hit. I mean, he was a heel at that time. I just thought it was cool. But he was a heel. But yeah, it felt like the stuff more towards the end of his career kind of hit a bit harder. So, or the end of the streak as well. I mean, that was such an OMG moment. It's one of the biggest shocking moments in the history of wrestling. They showed an incredible video package that was so long. It had so much stuff that was going on that, they could have said they could have done a whole 2 hours of SmackDown just showing highlights of The Undertaker. So, Airflow said, I love Undertaker on his bike at the end of the Boneyard in front of his logo. Politics are lame, says Dio. How much do you pay for the network? I think it's $9.99. It's more expensive than what you pay. I think it's $9.99. Are you keeping up with football scores? I'm not, but to be honest, no. I mean, we're just lost in a world of conversations. It's lovely to be streaming at this time. I feel like I'm maybe speaking to a few people I don't normally get a chance to speak to, so really just enjoying that. Nothing's going on. You're not missing anything. It's half-time at the moment, isn't it? But yeah, I'm not too worried about scores or anything like that. I'm fully focused on Elimination Chamber, which is, about 3 minutes till we get to the start of the show. Sean Ross Sapp tweeted, and look at the comments. I'm in the comments, bud. I think there's a fair chance Cody will be at Elimination Chamber tonight if he was spotted. Yeah. What's the Sean Ross Sapp tweet, bud? I don't really want to be jumping away from the chat here, if I can. I used to go to wrestling site 411 Mania every day for years, news, live results, and it became overrun with toxic AEW fans. I've stopped going there now. Why is WWE so early? Growing up used to literally show. Well, it's only early because we're in Saudi Arabia. If we weren't in Saudi Arabia, it wouldn't be this early. It's only these shows that tend to be at this time. All the other shows tend to be at a different time. UK people out here, hard to watch you. That is true. Yeah, I know. I'm fully aware that there's a lot of people in the UK that I just don't get a chance to ever really talk with, and it's really nice to have that opportunity, actually. I do want to try and make more videos again, if possible, to try and get more content onto this channel, because before we were doing Watch Long, we was doing a lot of figure videos, a lot of toy hunts, just a lot of other videos, really, but the watch-alongs have just taken up all my time, and I just really don't get a chance to do what I used to do, but it's very high on my agenda to bring that back, and, it's just nice to sit and talk to some people, to be honest, that we don't normally chat to. James says, Roman Goldberg kicks off the show, according to PW Insider. That is interesting. I feel quite confident that Roman retains in that. Marcus said, I think Solo Sikoa should be the one to beat Roman. It makes sense storyline-wise. Like, after Roman beats Rock, then Solo could be in the bloodline. Then Roman and Usos turn on him, says Marcus. WWE Vibes says, I'm in the UK. Let's go. Wrestling Culture, 3-minute kickoff show. So it's the kickoff show literally in a couple of minutes. I don't think there's a match on the kickoff show, to be honest. So I think it's just going to be a lot of talking. But I'm just going to jump over to the Wikipedia page just to see if there is. Let's have a look. Just to see if there is one that's been highlighted. I don't remember one being mentioned. But we can have a quick little look. These are the kind of things that might just drop in quite late, actually. No. 8 matches. None of them showing as pre-show. So pre-show is starting. But as we said, it's just going to be video packages. There we go. Pre-show. We've had over 3,000 votes. I haven't had a look at that. I need to look at that. I just got a pizza and I've placed my bets. LSW said, here we go. Here we go. Let's have a look and see where we are. Let's turn this down. So we have got 59% of people thinking Brock is going to be leaving with the WWE Championship. 22% of people think that Bobby is going to be leaving with the WWE Championship. 10% reckon Seth or Austin Theory. 8% reckon AJ or Riddle. I must admit, when I did this poll, I was kind of like, don't really like putting 2 people together like Seth and Austin Theory or AJ and Riddle. But I did it, and I was brave, and it's worked out well because it seems like most of you have gone Brock. Then next it's Bobby, and then the others are just quite low down. So it seems like Brock and Bobby are out kind of amongst themselves. I would like Bobby to win, to be honest. I would like Bobby to win. I'm not really feeling the title versus title. The reason for that is because if all the belts go on Roman or all the belts go on Brock, you can only have one champion and one challenger. And I think that that's just going to harm things a little bit. I mean, what do the other, if Brock gets the both belts and then he faces Cody, what's going to be happening over on SmackDown or whatever? Like, what are they doing? What are they working towards? What, just like the next #1 contender or something? Like, I don't know. It's just, I kind of think that the 2 champions thing can work. It's not too much of a problem to have 2 champions. And, you could do at WrestleMania Roman and Brock for Universal. And then potentially like Bobby and Cody for the WWE. So I think I'd be much more inclined. Don't forget you've got a 2-day WrestleMania as well. So, having 2 championship matches, again, it wouldn't be the worst idea. You've got 2 brands. And, USA are going to want a champion. Fox are going to want the champion. I don't think USA are going to be happy if Brock gets the belt and goes to SmackDown. So, and I can't see Brock working both shows. So, I don't know. And the other thing as well is if Roman has them, Roman's been doing great on SmackDown. I don't want to be seeing Roman on SmackDown and Raw because you're going to water him down. You're going to stretch him too far. It's working and it's great, but I don't think you need to see him on Raw and on SmackDown. You're going to have to put him on one or the other show each week. And I just think, you're starting to stretch things a little bit if it goes to one title. I feel like one belt's fine, but you need one promotion. And we don't. We've got 2 brands at the moment. So if you've got 2 brands, you should probably have 2 belts. So I would personally keep them separate. And I would then, have Bobby retain. I don't know how we quite get there. I don't know who's going to eliminate Brock. I don't know how Brock doesn't win this because he's a beast, and having him locked in that cage, you got to think is the firm favourite. And you've got to think that maybe someone's going to come down and interfere, and it's going to have to be someone like an Uso or Roman, or we'll have to wait and see. But, yeah, it's interesting that most of you have gone with Brock as being the winner. I can see why. Totally see why. I'm probably going to lean the other way towards Bobby. More out of hope, I think, than anything else. I love Brock, but we don't need Brock 2 belts. We are, as well, in Connecticut. So, unfortunately, we're not even at Saudi Arabia. There's nothing to really tell you. This is a kickoff show that's a bit flat. We're in Connecticut. There's nothing to talk about. There's no kickoff panel. It's literally just a few of them in a studio just talking and video packages. So no match as far as I know. I think we're about 55 minutes away from getting to the actual start of the event. My only issue with Bobby Cody is Bobby isn't the quintessential WWE guy. That would better suit Seth. Considering his past Twitter fingers, Seth Cody makes absolute sense, says Trini. Norwich are winning 1-0 at Anfield. Hope you had a good week. I'm sorry I didn't join the stream. I was battered. I had 10 wines. Oh, sounds like you had a great time. Who do you think's going to win both the chambers? I would go Bobby, and I would go Bobby, and I would go Bianca. If you really want to do Seth versus Cody, do it. You don't need the title involved. Do it. I said before, and all I'm doing is repeating myself, I think you need to tell the story of why Cody is here. I think you need to tell the story as to why Cody is here, because Cody coming in is, dare I say, a bigger story than the WWE title. I think Cody coming in from AEW is a bigger story to wrestling fans than whatever's happening with the WWE belt. So that can be a match, Bobby versus whoever, right? That can be a match at WrestleMania. And then you can do Seth Cody and somehow rope it into, why Cody is here. Cody can say that he's come here because there's people in this company he hates, and top of that list is Seth Rollins or something. If there has been some Twitter back and forth, then that just adds fuel to that fire. Maybe you can even use those tweets in the story. I'm not sure. I doubt they'd go there, but you could. I'm going to say it starts with Bobby Brock, and they hold it down. Seth comes in, the rest, and then they eliminate Brock first. Theory versus Cody. Theory is Vince's guy. Oh, I don't mind that Ultimate Mix. I really don't mind that. I don't mind that at all. I didn't think of that. That's a good shout. I'm into that. Put me down for that. Again, I really want to explore why he's here, and if he hates Vince and he wants to bring Vince down and whatever, then him going up against Vince's protege, I don't mind that. You can always do him and Seth at any point. You can always have him go after the title at any point. But exploring why he's here now is something you can only do now. You can't do it in a 6 months' time. We can't go back to, just so you know, I'm here because. You need to do it now. So I don't mind that. Trenton said, Days, Ray Miz is on the kickoff show. Oh, is it? That is not showing on Wikipedia. And normally that's pretty good, in all fairness. I know it can be edited by anyone, but normally it's pretty good for showing, like, pre-show. But, it's not got that on there. So, okay, well, we'll keep an eye out for that. So, Trenton, appreciate it. Has it just been announced on Twitter, has it? Because I'm seeing a lot of people with this information coming through. My theory is the Saudis heard about the Cody rumors. They asked WWE about them, and if they're true, then the Saudis wanted him to return there. Days, last night I was at a party. I had 3 shots, a few beers, 10 wines. I was so drunk. I had to be carried home. And I was going up to strangers telling them that I loved them. Well, that's good news. It's better than going up to strangers and starting fights. How do you become a member? There should be a little membership button, bud. Should be a little membership button, and then that gives you access to the emojis, puts your name in green, and there is member content that's on there. There's a really great video that I really love, actually, on the members thing, which is me looking at the latest toy hunt and like just literally telling you, what I was thinking, what was going on, why I recorded it, why certain jokes are in there, things I was thinking of doing. I've never done that before. I've never actually taken a toy hunt and then done like a commentary track over the top And I've done that on the members thing, and I love that video, and I want to do more of that kind of content. So yeah, we're looking to add more. Just got to get through like this phase right now. Winter Olympics, Elimination Chamber, got UFC tonight, Premier League games going on. So definitely need to get back in with doing some members stuff. So it is on my to-do list along with a billion other things. Do you see Kayla Braxton on the kickoff panel? No, she's not there. I've never heard the name Days until I started coming to these streams. Okay. Ready for some good old early wrestling, says Nick. It's going to be good, buddy. We've got Natalia being spoken to. So she's in the Elimination Chamber. She's got a bone to pick with Rhea Ripley. Days, you should add a chamber background. Oh, I kind of like this background, to be honest. I think it looks really quite eye-catching. NASCAR starts tomorrow, says Tony. Days, Ray and Miz is on the kickoff, so that probably means Dom isn't going to turn. He'll probably turn on Raw. I've got Brock Lesnar food seasoning. Amazing. Does it make all your food taste like Brock? Brilliant. Peacock pre-show announced Ray Miz just now, says Daniel. Scenes. Natalia has gone a bit too far with the lip injections. Cody should return on the SmackDown after Mania. He challenges Drew for the Universal title that he won at WrestleMania against Roman and Brock. Plus, there is a storyline because they were a team once. Cody should return at SmackDown after Mania and challenge Drew for the Universal title. I don't know that Drew's going to be in that match, to be honest, buds. I mean, he could go after Drew, but, I mean, I don't... I have to go back to what I said before. I wouldn't have him go after a belt. I wouldn't have him come in and go straight after a belt. I feel like that's really quick. Like, where do you go after that? Like, he becomes champion and then just starts defending it. I mean, I feel like we're just really ignoring the fact that he left. Why is he back? Well, he did start AEW. Are we really just going to ignore that? I would tell that first and then have him do some at, say, SummerSlam if you want to move really quick. If you want to move quick, we'd do SummerSlam and have him go after a belt at SummerSlam. But I think between now and SummerSlam, I would give him a different feud first. And if you want him to go after Drew, fine. You can always do that match. And if you want him to go after Seth, fine. You can always do that match. If you want him to go after whoever, you can do those matches. Like, he's going to be around for a while. It's going to be all right. He's going to be around for a while. What would be your dream match for Cody? Probably him and Triple H. I think that, they were going head-to-head on a Wednesday night. I think that, Cody could say that it was Triple H that ensured that he never climbed the ladder the first time he was there. Cody gave everything and it was never enough. He wanted to tear Triple H's NXT down from the outside. And, again, you don't have to mention AEW. You don't have to mention those letters. That's fine. But you can still, talking about tearing it down from the outside, talking about bringing down the McMahons and almost succeeding, and I don't know, whatever you want to say. I kind of feel that you can come up with stuff that hints towards AEW but never actually says those letters. And I think him against Triple H, if Triple H could wrestle, could go, would be, for me, the match to make. Triple H just appalled that Cody's here. Cody appalled at Triple H, and yeah, it'd book itself, wouldn't it? Wrestle with Andy said, I feel like Cody and Randy will be a good rivalry for the future. Absolutely. Absolutely. I agree. It will be a great rivalry, what with Cody being in Legacy. And they have already faced at WrestleMania, didn't they do, Legacy against Randy? So I feel like it's been addressed, but Can always, it's such a rich vein. You can always go back to it. There's a lot of content there. If he does, it better be his AEW theme. I don't know I don't know who's got the rights to it. Cody probably does, in all fairness, so it could be. Daniel said, it's too bad Triple H is done with wrestling. The heart issue is pretty much guaranteed he is now retired. Yes. Cody could attack someone like Riddle and then get in the chamber, but it's highly unlikely. Cody cost Bobby the title, and that will set up a WrestleMania match because Bobby beat him on his last match at Impact, says David. J17 says, when I came home at the age of 19, my mum was worried about me being drunk. It happens, bud. We've all been drunk. We've all been there. Welcome to the club. I'm drunk now. Will members' interviews be after the Olympics? I honestly don't know. I mean, I need to get back up and running with members stuff, but what that looks like when it returns, I don't know. Jim, hello, bud. Hope you're well. Says, do you think Roman's reign will be longer than Volta's? How long was Volta's in the end? Let's have a look. UK Championship. Let's have a look and see what that actually came through as. WWE UK Championship. Volta's was 870 days. He's on about, what, 570. He needs another 300 days. That would mean losing it about next year's WrestleMania. Yeah. I mean, I would be fine with that, to be honest. I would be absolutely fine with it. If he held that belt until... Well, I would go past next year's WrestleMania. I don't think he needs to lose at WrestleMania this year. And there's no... After Brock, there's no obvious person for him to lose to other than maybe Drew. I don't want that. I mean, Drew with his big sword doesn't do it for me. So I don't mind him having that feud, but him coming out on top. Then, who else is there? I mean, Big E. Big E would be good. I wouldn't mind Big E being the one, actually. I really like Big E. Just need a few little tweaks and changes. Get him a bit moodier. Let's abandon the power of positivity. And get a bit edgy. And I really wouldn't mind Big E. An edgy Big E I would really like, actually. So I wouldn't mind that. But to be honest, I think a little Drew feud... couple of other little bits to get us through, and then we're probably starting the Rock thing, and then boom, we're off to WrestleMania where he faces The Rock. He beats The Rock. He's got to beat The Rock. The Rock is just part-time. He's coming back for one match, and Roman's got to beat him. But then I think shortly after, maybe Money in the Bank. That's where it can finally end, and maybe Big E is the one, or by that point maybe Gable Stevenson's the one, or maybe by that point Bron Breakker is around. So there should be some quite exciting options by then. But to me, he certainly doesn't need to lose it tonight. I would have him beat Brock at WrestleMania. I'm not really interested in seeing Brock with the belts. We've been there. I think the Roman thing is working. The Roman thing is working. I think Roman is great, and the ratings are quite strong. I think Brock's around, but I don't think if Brock's got the belts, he's going to be at SmackDown every week like Roman has been. So I think Roman being there every week and being the champion, being the tribal chief, being the head of the table, like I'm into all of that. So yeah, I honestly don't mind. I honestly don't mind if he does. I think you could do it. It would be very brave. It would be, and you can make an argument it already is one of the greatest title reigns of all time. But the longer it goes, the more it means. It's not meaning less the longer it goes. The more this title reign goes, the more important it feels, the more epic it feels. And so I would keep it going for as long as we can. Because whoever gets the win over him is going to be a made man, and it doesn't need to be Brock Lesnar. He's already a made man. Is Brock going to get any bigger now if he beats Roman? No, he won't. He won't be any bigger. He's already ended Undertaker's streak. He doesn't need this. I would argue Big E could get bigger. Big E is someone that is known by the WWE Universe, loved by the WWE Universe, but he is someone that has not really done it yet as a solo star. So I think there's definitely an argument that he could go to some other levels. He's reached the top. He's won the WWE title, but it wasn't the best of runs, was it? It wasn't the best of runs. So yeah, I'd like to see him potentially be the one. If it's not Big E, then I don't mind Bron Breakker. We'll have to see what Gable Steveson looks like. Might turn out to be Cody eventually. Who knows? So yeah, good question, Jim. Good question. Ben said the last 2 years, Elimination Chamber has been quite average. But this year's is can't miss, and I can't wait. Less than an hour to go. I know 39 minutes to go. 39 minutes to go. Daniel said there are some storms in the area, so the stream could be lagging a little bit. Yeah, shouldn't be. Shouldn't be. I've got a little thing at the bottom that tells me that so far we've been streaming for 1 hour 51, and it says that so far it's dropped 594 frames, which is 0.3% of the stream. So there's been a little bit of lag. It's lagged 0.3% of the stream, which is very nothing. And it all came in one go, so hopefully we're going to be all right. And in all fairness, that was my fault, because I actually turned the WWE network on, and it was on the same network as what we're streaming on, and it just couldn't really cope with it. So as soon as I changed to a different network, it was all groovy. But yeah, if for some reason we do have some lag and we do go down, we will be back like 30 seconds later or whatever, because all I have to do is just literally either change the router to one that's a bit more stable or turn the computer off and back on again. But hopefully we don't have to do that. It's just there is a storm in the UK, and seems to be settling down, though. So I've got high hopes that it's going to be all right. Cody Rhodes returning to WWE will break the wrestling world. Cody could end Roman's reign. He could. Yeah, Cody could. I did not watch Friday Night SmackDown last night because of spoilers. The stream is pixelating for me, like it's being broadcast from a webcam. I've started the stream settings are on 720, which is the highest. Not that that's an issue. I don't know, to be honest, but it shouldn't be pixelating too much. 720 is the highest. To make sure that we don't get too much lag, I've actually, I'm streaming on the house Wi-Fi, which is a weaker Wi-Fi, but a much more stable Wi-Fi. So I'm not using 4G. If I use 4G, then we probably would get quite a bit of lag, but I'm actually using the house broadband. But in order to use that, I do have to drop the quality to 720. But I still feel like 720 for what we're doing is absolutely fine. Do you know what I mean? I kind of feel like that's fine. So maybe not the 4K ultra high definition that you know and love, but should still be absolutely fine. But I haven't just done that. Like, it's been that throughout the whole stream. Hello, Matthew. Hope you are well. Days, I'm always drunk, just not to this extent. Good to know. Kenzie said it's now 2-1 Liverpool. CM said, why don't you have 5G? It's not in my area, to be honest. We don't have it. So 4G's around, but 5G hasn't come here yet. I think it's in like certain cities in the UK, but I live in the country, so I'll probably be one of the worst to get it. Or one of the last to get it. Daniel says, we need Days in 4K. Mo Salah has made it 2-1. Salah goal. That'll have people happy. Camera quality is good. Amazing. 36 minutes to go. 36 minutes to go is where we are. 36 minutes to go until we go to Elimination Chamber. James says, PW Insider is claiming the men's chamber is going to close the show. Maybe that does lean towards a new champion then, if it's closing the show. Austin Brookhauser, shout out to you, my friend. I hope you are well. I can see that the percentage for Brock is dropping a little bit as more and more people are joining us. Matthew said, I am so ready for today. So am I. I'm ready for today. WWE Vibe said, will you be emotional when Roman loses his title, since he's been so successful and changed himself? Will I be emotional? I don't think I will be emotional. I mean, I like Roman, but I have for a while now been waiting to see who is the one to end this. So I don't think it will be a case of like crying and, wow, that was an amazing title run. I think it is an amazing title run. I think it is a legendary, historic title run. I think if you're going to talk about some of the great title runs, you might talk about like CM Punk, and you might talk about some of Hulk Hogan's and whatever. But I think right up there would be Roman's and what he's doing at the moment. So I don't think I would be emotional, but I think I would definitely, it would be the end of something monumental. Do you know what I mean? It is, in the way, the closest thing we have to maybe the Undertaker's streak right now. You know, who is going to be the one to beat Roman? He's had this for over 500 days, and many people have tried. If you go down that list of people that have tried, it's an incredible list. And of course, he's not won all of those clean, but he is a heel, but it doesn't really matter. He's still faced all these people and beaten them, even if it is with outside interference. But a good chunk of them he's won clean. I mean, he faced John Cena at SummerSlam. He's had matches against Edge and Daniel Bryan, and he's faced Kevin Owens and Cesaro and his own family with like Jey Uso, and the incredible cage match that we got at the end of, wasn't it 2020? The end of 2020, we got that match. It's been incredible. He's defended it in some great matches. It's the length of time he's held it as well. Now he's about to defend against Goldberg. He's defended against Seth, and Seth came down in Shield attire. Like, it is one of the great championship runs. And that's why I want the ending to be just as good. And that's why I don't think Brock needs to be the one. Brock is an easy choice because Brock is someone that could win. He's credible, but he's not exciting, and it doesn't give all of what Roman has just done. It doesn't hand it over to someone that can benefit from it. I really think that whoever is going to be the one to benefit from this should be a young up-and-coming talent or someone that can grow. Brock cannot grow. There's nothing more for Brock to achieve. He's done it all. He's beaten Undertaker's streak. How do you beat that? So he's done it all. So he doesn't need to be the one. Brock doesn't need it. But someone like Big E would really benefit. Someone like Bron Breakker would really benefit. Someone like, I don't know, Damian Priest or whoever you want it to be. If it's one of those kind of caliber superstars, they would really benefit. And I would love to see it be one of those. So I'm hoping that it's not going to be Brock, to be honest. And I love Brock. I think Brock's been a wonderful superstar. I just on this occasion hope it's not going to be him to be the one to take this honor. But we'll see. If the men's chamber match is going to be last, then it's probably pointing towards it is going to be Brock. Sam said, what gimmick do you think Cody will use? American Nightmare? Probably. Yeah, I ain't going to be Stardust. There might be one occasion where he comes out as Stardust. I'm sure we'll see Stardust at some point. Maybe if he needs to, in a few years' time, get to a place where he needs to bring out the demented side in him. He needs to go to a darker, more, a place where he is not as in control. He needs to bring back Stardust, for one match or something. Like, I could see him doing that. But, no, he ain't going to be that gimmick, is he? And honestly, what other gimmick is he going to have? I mean, he's just going to come out and be largely himself. I don't expect him to be... If it's anything other than what we've been seeing in AEW, I will be stunned. I think American Nightmare is definitely what I'm expecting. Wrestling Fan Man said, I would love to see Sammy face and beat Roman. I wouldn't mind that, to be honest. I love Sammy. I think Sammy is so passionate. He's so good with his promos. He can have great matches. The match with Nakamura was really enjoyable. The only problem is that it had like advert breaks in it, and that's a real shame. But Sami is just a gift, a real gift to pro wrestling. He's a brilliant promo, brilliant personality. He's got bags of charisma. You can just do so much with him. Like, he is just having the time of his life, man. Like, so I like Sami, and I think Vince likes Sami as well. He's just put the IC title on him. I think he's probably going to defend that against Johnny Knoxville. I don't know that they will ever put Sami in that position. I think they see him as a kind of comedy, great, passionate, talking mid-carder. But so I can't see them moving him up, to be honest. But I do like Sami. And maybe if there was a ground swell behind Sami, like the ground swell that was behind Daniel Bryan, then maybe Sami could get somewhere. But I think just left to their own devices, I don't think they're going to do it. I think they'll keep Sami in the mid-card, which is a terrible, terrible shame. Austin says, personally, I would love to see Finn Balor beating Roman. I would like that as well. Yeah, I mean, I must admit, I'm really not that picky. I mean, if whoever the person is can benefit and can grow and could really, take some steps forward, I don't mind if it's Sami. I don't mind if it's Finn. I don't mind if it's AJ, because AJ hasn't had too many of those kind of moments. AJ's never won the Rumble. Don't think he's ever won Money in the Bank. He has won world titles, but not loads. And I kind of think that him being the one to beat Roman would be massive for his legacy. I mean, some of AJ's biggest moments are like losing against The Undertaker in the Boneyard, for example, is one of his kind of defining WWE moments. It's a great moment because it's Undertaker's last match, so it's a great moment, but he still lost it, and it would be nice for him to have that. So AJ beating Roman, I don't mind at all. Finn beating Roman, I don't mind. Sami beating Roman, I don't mind. Big E, I don't mind. Braun Breaker, eventually, I won't mind. Bit early now. But it doesn't need to be The Rock. And it doesn't need to be Brock. And it doesn't need to be anyone that's already a star. It doesn't need to be Goldberg. If Goldberg wins today, like, what's he going to get from it? Do you know what I mean? Like, people are just going to hate him even more. So it doesn't need to be these names. So yeah, I'm just hoping it's going to be some of the people you lot are mentioning, to be honest. Sam said Bobby wins and then dashing Cody Rhodes returns. Maybe dashing Cody Rhodes is going to come out. Maybe he's going to have the paper bag on his head and everything from like when he was around in the past. But that's like pre-Stardust days, isn't it? So I feel like we are past that now. Hey Days, when day one happened and Roman couldn't compete and Brock won, the news was that Seth was supposed to win and that the plans were still on track for Mania. Does that mean that Seth wins? To be honest, I really don't know, because those plans could have gone out the window now. I mean, there's been so many twists and turns, and with Cody coming in, there's another twist. We weren't meant to be where we are now. So, Seth has definitely got to be someone that has a great opportunity. I think that he's just had a title match against Roman and just took a bit of a beating on a big, big stage. And I think that they might want to even look to give him a little something back for that. I mean, he was lost to Roman and was then beaten down with that chair. And, now at the next show, he's now going to be in this Elimination Chamber. They very much might want to give him something to kind of help get him over and repair some of that damage from Royal Rumble. And then, as you said, he was meant to win at day one anyway. So, it all starts to add up and it all starts to make sense. I don't know if they're going to stick with that plan or if things have progressed now. I don't know. I mean, is it going to be a case that Cody and Seth have a match and there's no title involved? Maybe we know how plans change. So I would say that Seth is probably my third choice to win this. I would say I'm hoping for Bobby first, just because I don't like titles being passed around. This isn't the Attitude Era. Let's, if you wanted the title on Seth, then it would have been good to have had Seth versus Brock at Royal Rumble. And, then maybe we could have done the title going to Seth there. We didn't need Bobby to be this transitional champion. There was no need for it. So I don't really like belts being passed around. So I think I'd much rather Bobby just retains. But that might, it might be that Seth's going to win and Cody comes down and costs Seth. Who knows? It might be that Cody music hits, he walks out, points at Seth. Seth's distracted. Bobby gets the win. So Bobby retains. Seth and Cody are on a collision course. I mean, I'd be tempted to go that way, to be honest. That would probably be how I'd look to book it tonight. Because that way, you can use Seth as being part of the reason as to why Cody's here. Keeps him away from the title for the time being, because that's a story we can tell in the future. Bobby keeps the belt, so the belt's not being hot-shotted around. Bobby can then go to defend that against Finn Balor or someone. I mean, I'd love Bobby against Finn Balor at WrestleMania. Or, you could do Bobby AJ. But there's rumors of AJ Edge. But maybe you do Bobby against Finn Balor. That's not the worst idea. And then you can do Brock versus Roman. So, Brock Roman, Bobby Finn Balor, AJ versus Edge, Cody versus Seth, but not for the belt. I think, you could potentially get it that way. So, I kind of like that idea. So, we'll see, won't we? I mean, look, there's lots of moving parts, and there's lots of ways that this can go. And Seth could absolutely walk out as champion, and then Cody walks out, and we get that match. But it is for the belt. So, it's really hard. I mean, that's what makes this so intriguing. And we've asked 4,167 people what they think. And so far, 59% of people think that Brock is going to win the title. 22% think Bobby. 10% think Seth and Austin Theory. 8% think AJ or Riddle. So really overwhelming for Brock Lesnar in our poll. So it seems like the majority of people are leaning to Brock Lesnar here. So we are getting closer. We are building. We're 23 minutes away from going to the show. Miz has made his way down. So we are getting started with, I think, our first match, which is going to be Miz and Rey. So Miz has come down, and Rey Mysterio is about to make his way down. So we've got CGI mask as Rey makes his way down. So Miz in the ring. Rey making his way down. This is our pre-show match. Rey coming down with Dominic. Rey versus Miz. So Rey is in his all green attire. He's wore this before. He jumps onto the back of Dominic and down to the ring they go. Dominic looking like Bill from the Auto Garage. How can you realistically do Bobby Finn Balor? Finn has been buried. People can't criticize Adam Cole getting a title shot, but support Finn getting one when Finn has been buried. Much worse. Well, you've got how long until WrestleMania? So plenty of opportunity to give Balor wins when he returns. And then, if Bobby did retain, we still need to find a way of finding his number one contender. If Finn Balor was to win a few weeks, get a bit of momentum, say that he's recharged his batteries, he had a break, went back to Ireland, touched back to his roots, he's feeling stronger, more motivated, better than ever before, and the demon is back. The demon that we saw against Roman Reigns. He knew something was wrong, and he had to go back to Ireland, and he had to recharge, and he's done that. And he's more focused now than he's ever been, and you're seeing that with his victories. So you give him a few wins, you put him into that number one contenders match, he wins the number one contenders match, you then get Finn Balor, Bobby Lashley, people will buy it because he has taken time away. We didn't see him at Royal Rumble. We know that he's recharged. There's absolutely, as long as he's fit and healthy and he can do it, there's a story that can absolutely be told there. So I'd have no concerns about Finn Balor. It all comes down to the booking, and there's enough time between where we are and WrestleMania to book him and make it work, because he can always use that. I lost my way, but I found it now. And as long as the results back up what he's saying and he looks good, you can do it. But Adam Cole does not look good. Adam Cole lost to Orange Cassidy. So Adam Cole does not have momentum, is struggling, Adam Cole had a match the other day, and I can't remember who it was. It was on Rampage. And it was a 10 from the Dark Order. And it seemed to go like 15 minutes, and he seemed to make hard work of it. And then, he had a match. Okay, unsanctioned, didn't count. Still gets shown on TV, and we all still see it. And he loses to Orange Cassidy. So, the booking is wrong with Adam Cole. So, I wouldn't compare the two, to be honest, because I think you've got more than enough time to get him some momentum and win him a number one contenders match, compared to what they're doing with Adam Cole, which I would agree is not being booked very well by the Booker of the Year. Kicks coming in by Ray, who, as we said, is all in green and very Saudi Arabia-esque. He's got the crown on his chest and the Saudi Arabia and writing underneath. I don't know what it is, to be honest. Saudi Arabian writing is what I'm going with. Hand in the air and crowd cheering as he gets hung upside down. His leg is caught. He's in the tree of woe. And kicks coming in. I really hope that Sheamus or Dolph get a main card push again. They deserve it, says Alfredo. Ray said, what if something happens to one of the females in the back and Asuka takes their place? Well, I would love to see Asuka at WrestleMania. To be honest, though, I do see why it should be Becky and Bianca. I mean, I do think that was quite an embarrassment for Bianca to suffer at SummerSlam. She's been built really well, built up. And, she had a great moment by winning the Rumble, winning at WrestleMania. Then she loses in 20-odd seconds to a heel Becky Lynch. It's just set up perfect for her to get the win at WrestleMania, which I believe is the story they want to tell. So even if Asuka comes back, who I absolutely love, I think they should tell the Bianca story more. So I'd have Bianca win. Asuka, I don't know what you do with her, actually. I don't know what you do with her at WrestleMania. It's a really good shout. Don't know. Hopefully it's not just the Women's Battle Royal. 1, 2, shoulder up by Ray. Your mic is kind of low. I can turn it up a little bit. I don't know how much it's going to change, to be honest. Don't want it to start, clipping and interfering and messing up and whatever. Plus, it's the same settings we always have. So, hopefully that's a little better. It says that it's clipping in the area I would want it to clip. If it goes any louder, it might start distorting. So, hopefully that's a bit better. I used to like AEW, but recently I just haven't cared for it anymore, says Tyler. I think Seth would win the Chamber and go on to face Roman and Brock in a triple threat to main event Mania, says Ash. Kick out by Miz. Big boot there by Miz, and Ray is down. We've got Dominic on the outside of the ring, and Ray is saying that he got punched in the face. And Dominic's saying that he didn't do it. Dominic's telling the crowd he didn't do it as well. Feels very reminiscent. I don't know if it's the same venue as where we were for Crown Jewel, but it does feel very reminiscent of that. There is an LED board. So you've got the fans on the hard cam side, and then there's an LED board. Here's Miz going for a kick, duck underneath by Mysterio. Mysterio going through the legs as Miz charges over, back elbow by Mysterio. Mysterio with a big boot, and Miz stumbles back a little bit. Another kick's coming in by Mysterio. Mysterio charging over round the houses. Miz goes into the ring post, and Dominic is there applauding, supporting, and worth mentioning, Dominic's all in black here. Don't know if that's like foreshadowing or anything, but it's just worth mentioning. You've got Ray in green, you've got Dominic all in black, and Dominic has got a towel. I can see that towel being thrown in to start the build for the split. I like that, Anna. I like that a lot. I like that a lot. You're right, there is a towel that Dominic has in his hands, and it's really, I couldn't tell you the last time we saw a towel thrown into WWE. I remember it being done with Mustache Mountain. I think Tyler Bate had to throw the towel in on Trent Seven in NXT, and that meant that Undisputed Era won the tag belts. I can't remember the last time it was done on the main roster. The most famous one, I think, was when the Iron Sheik had Bob Backlund in a camel clutch. Was it a camel clutch or a Boston Crab? And Arnold Skolan threw the towel in, and that's how the title changed from Bob Backlund to the Iron Sheik. That's probably the most famous towel throw-in. But yeah, I'd love it. That'd be great. I haven't seen that in ages. Shoulder up by Ray. Do you think King Woods can win? They tease Woods beating Roman on SmackDown. I don't think they quite see him on that level, to be honest. I think Vince likes big guys, and if he was going to back anyone from the New Day, I'm sure it would be Big E. What if Bobby retains? Cody's music hits. We get a Bobby-Cody feud. Black Hammer said, how is the relationship with Linda going? Very well. Very, very. She's never been happier. She tells me that. So, yeah, it's going very well. This is awesome, Chance says Airflow. It's a lovely pace. They're both going at each other. And here is Ray looking for that 619. 619, and the crowd are very much into this. Ray going up top as Miz rolls out the ring. So Miz is down on the outside. Corey Graves on commentary as Miz grabs a chair. Goes over as Ray comes over the top rope. Comes crashing down onto the Miz. Comes crashing down hard onto the Miz. Throws the Miz into the ring as Ray gets into the ring as well. And Miz jumps out the ring. Rey Mysterio's round, trying to grab the chair away from the Miz. Okay, and Dominic walking away. It looks like referee wants him to, leave ringside? Yeah, you're out of there. Dominic's being told he's got to go. Dominic has got to go. Tharuka said Miz is a great actor. The arena is half empty, but the people there are loving it. Here he goes, looking for what I thought would be a skull crushing, but a roll-up by Ray. Ray gets the win as Dominic's going up the entrance ramp. So Dominic was going up the entrance ramp. Ray is able to roll up and get the win over the Miz. And that is the end of that, to be honest. I mean, Dominic has jumped into the ring, and now he's trying to beat up the Miz. He super kicks the Miz. The Miz goes down. There's no sign of any turns. They're both working together here to take out the Miz. Miz slingshoted into the ropes. They're going to give him a double 619. There we go. Double 619 by Ray and Dominic. Dominic climbing up top, looking for the frog splash. I mean, credits Dominic. His frog splash looks all right. Ray up top, and the crowds are so into it. Ray even gives them a little shimmy as he's up there, a little bit of Eddie Guerrero. And it's Rey Mysterio that gets the win. This is a very passionate crowd. I remember them being great last time we were here for Crown Jewel. Very passionate crowd. A vocal crowd. And certainly a crowd that really adds a lot of excitement to the show. And a crowd that I just think are really excited to see Rey Mysterio and, do you know what I mean? Like The Miz and some of their kind of heroes that they see on TV. That kind of excitement of it's that time of the year again. You know, that kind of WrestleMania feel for them. It's cool. It's cool. So there we go. That was the first match. And it is a win for Rey Mysterio. The crowd is loving it. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. They're loving it. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. I want a text scroll. That's what I want. I want a scroll of text that tells us the winners. There we go. Good crowds make good shows. Yes. Defo. The crowd is amazing, and it hasn't even filled up yet. I know. And I don't even think it's that fake. There might be a little sweetening in there. I'm not sure, but you can't. You know, we were talking about this. When was it? Literally last night or the night before. You can look at a crowd and see if they're actually making the noise in the background that you're hearing. And that crowd appears to be doing it. So, yeah, genuinely look to be a very passionate crowd. There we go. Rey Mysterio has beaten The Miz. So we've got a little scroll there and pre-show. I hope Lita wins for another match with her at Mania. I think Becky will win. Roman will win. Brock to win or Bobby retain. Then the Women's Chamber and Bianca to win. Why in your title does it say Elimination Chamber 2022, Becky Lynch versus Lita and nothing else? Because I only had so many characters. And to be honest, I didn't know if Roman versus Goldberg was that big. And Becky Lita is on that's the match that's being advertised things. Like, you only get like 100 characters that you can use. So I was kind of like, well, I can't really put men's Elimination Chamber match because that doesn't really say who's in it. Brock's in it, but I mean, like, I haven't got enough characters to list everyone else. And then I was like, is Roman Goldberg bigger than Becky Lita? I was like, I don't know. I mean, I did set this stream up a couple of weeks ago, so I must admit I forgot it was even there. And I don't even think Roman Goldberg was booked at the time. But there was rumors of it. But I went with Becky Lita. Maybe I could change it to Roman Goldberg. Maybe it's not that big an issue. Days, UFC main card starts at 12. So why can't you stream Khan versus Brooke? Because the undercard is before that. We always do the undercard. Roman versus Jay at Clash of Champions. Jay threw in the towel. Yeah, he did. Yeah, good shout. I forgot about that. Good shout. Lita said she doesn't have any more dates after this, but is hoping to. Oh, well, she shouldn't have said that, should she? She shouldn't have said that. And I kind of feel like that's the cat's out the bag, innit? Ledger Killer said, Wrestling Days, my friend, like, subscribe to Wrestling Days. Oh, if you are watching, you haven't dropped a like, drop a like. Does make a big difference. We've been streaming for over 2 hours now. I haven't even mentioned it. But it does make a big difference. Although saying that, we are over 1,000 likes, which is crazy because I haven't said it. haven't mentioned it. So a big thank you to everyone that's done that. And yeah, if you're not subscribed to the channel, we're here for Raw, we're here for SmackDown, we're here for NXT, we do AEW, we do all the WWE pay-per-views. We will be here for both days of WrestleMania. Not a problem. I don't care what else is on. That takes priority. Absolutely huge. So we are here for that. I mean, that at the moment is the next pay-per-view. There's nothing in March, but I would be surprised if Summit didn't pop up. If we honestly are about to go March without any show, I would be surprised. Maybe they'll announce one tonight. I don't know. You'd think the tickets would be on sale by now, though, wouldn't you? Wrestling with Andy said, days when Bob Backlund won the title back 10 years later, Owen threw the towel in. Yeah, he did. He did, you're right. Yeah, that was a nice little callback, wasn't it? It's funny, it's funny because, I loved his comebacks. He, turned manic and, crazed and everything. And that was great because Bob had a love-hate relationship with WWE audiences. So when they brought him back as, the good guy, people were like, oh, it's Bob, But then, they turned him, and it was really clever. It was really good. It was really engaging stuff. It was a shame that I, just didn't know the backstory when I was watching it live. To me, he was just a mad old man. But now you look at him, he wasn't even that old compared to, some of the superstars now. But he always looked old, Bob. Dizzle Dog, shout out to you. Gavin, shout out to you as well. Hope you are well. You mentioned it on a pin chat. That's how I liked it. Ah, good. Yeah, I did that. Ages ago when I set it up. So I forgot that I'd put the pin chat there. That's nice. That means I haven't got to keep chatting about it and mentioning it. But I might put Bob in my pick fed. Good morning, Days. Good morning. I got some bad news. They thought I had pneumonia, but I got tested and it came back positive. Oh, look after yourself, bud. I don't know how you look after yourself from pneumonia. I don't know, to be honest. So just, I don't know, stay safe, do whatever the doctor's telling you, and I hope it passes very, very soon. When do you think Woods will be back? I've not heard, to be honest, but I think it is out for quite a bit of time. I don't think it's a few weeks or anything. I think there's a chance he's missing WrestleMania. But to be perfectly truthful, I've not seen any latest updates on him, so not 100%. Let's have a look and just see if there's anything in the news. Woods takes issue with his 2K22 rating. Woods status update a couple of weeks ago. Woods has suffered a muscle tear on the January 7th. He was expected to be out to 4 to 6. It's recently reported Woods is scheduled to return soon, but not backstage. He was removed from the internal inactive list. According to Fightful, Woods has been off the list since SmackDown. Indication that Woods might be medically cleared. I didn't see this update. This was that was 2 weeks ago. 2 weeks ago, they said that he was potentially looking better and that he'd been taken off the inactive list. I thought it was a much more serious tear and that he was out for months, not weeks. So yeah, don't know. Could be coming back sooner than I thought. But obviously no sign of him yet. But if he is on the verge of coming back, maybe we see him. Perhaps they just wanted to get this show out the way. If any of you are live in the beach area, hit me up, said Master Chief. What do you think about Seth winning the title? Tomorrow we get Seth, Kevin Owens versus, I don't know, any face tag team, Arcade Bro, and then Rollins and Owens lose, and Kevin Owens turns on Seth, and then we get that match. Don't think it's going to happen, because I think Kevin Owens is facing Stone Cold. So I don't think we're going to get Seth versus Kevin Owens. So just for that reason, I don't think it will happen. I mean, my only problem if we went that way would be that it's sort of heel versus heel, and I don't know who the face would be. So we would need to do some work on establishing who is the face. The other problem would be, I'm not sure about Seth winning the title after Bobby's only just won it. So that would mean we've only had Bobby wins it at Rumble, loses it at Elimination Chamber, which I think would be a bit of a shame. It's not the biggest problem in the world, but it's just maybe not the way I would book it, not the way I would personally go. But we're going to find out soon enough, because we are now finally, after 2.5 hours of a pre-show, about to go over to the Elimination Chamber. So, yes. This feels big, doesn't it? This feels like a big, big show. This is a big, big show. What time does Elimination Chamber start? It is moments away. Moments away. I really do enjoy these big shows. It's good how they're really trying to just have big shows this year. Like, they've really, these premium live events, they're really trying to move away from, those kind of arena shows that just feel very similar to, like, you know, Raws and SmackDowns, because they're just in, like, 20,000 arenas. They're trying now to do big stadium pieces, and, you know, that's what we've got here. We've got, obviously, a big, big show in Saudi, and then apparently the next thing is going to be WrestleMania. Days, no, if Kevin Owens turns on Seth, Seth would be the face as a result, and then we would get Seth versus heel Owens for the title, which would be night 1, even make it a no DQ. If we know who the face and the heel is, that's, you know, that's good. I'm on board with that. My only problem then would be, I don't know that I would... well, first of all, Owens is meant to be facing Stone Cold, so that would then bring in a big question about, well, who would Stone Cold face if it's not going to be Owens? And also, I wouldn't be crazy about Bobby losing a title that he's only just won. Apart from those little things, yeah, not bad. It's time for Elimination Chamber. Many people are saying Bianca's going to win. Does anyone agree? I think Bianca. Good to see. Needing something to do. I'm sad my heart broke. I had to put down my cat. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, but seems like there's a lot of people going through some stuff today. Superman69 said, I think at the end of the chamber, Lesnar is going to go for an F5, but Lashley gets out of it, spears Brock through the pod, and that's how he wins and retains. How shocked will you be if Austin wins? What, Stone Cold Steve Austin or Austin Theory? I'm guessing Austin Theory because we're talking about this show. How shocked will I be if Austin Theory becomes the new WWE champion? I think that's probably the least likely thing I'm expecting out of that match. Out of all of them, Austin Theory winning is probably my bottom thing that I'm expecting, so I'd be very, very shocked. I remember it was rumoured years ago, but do you think we'll get WrestleMania? Yeah, well, apparently they're working on something in Cardiff for, was it September, October? So Cardiff has been muted. The Millennium Stadium, or whatever it's called now. The Municipal Stadium, or whatever. So, yeah, it's looking very good for this year. Maybe not London, but something. So, we are expecting an announcement of some kind for something this year. Right, the video package is literally just an opening video package. There's not really much to tell you. It's just images of chambers and things like that. No. WWE presents Elimination Chamber. Sam said, every Alexa shown is goddess, not the evil gimmick. Well, let's see. I think Alexa's going to win this match. Alexa is over pushed. Great dome, innit? Big dome. The Jeddah Super Dome. It's a very impressive venue. The Jeddah Super Dome in Saudi Arabia. The international debut of Elimination Chamber. So we've got Corey Graves, Michael Cole, Byron Saxton. We are sold out. We will be filled to capacity, they say. Right, well, rumors are, apparently, Roman first. I don't know if it's been announced. We're just getting the foreign announce team. I'd like to see one international WrestleMania, says Zoom Station. Alex Bliss Game said Alexa is not overpushed. Arabic announcers. I don't know. We've got graphics of Roman and Goldberg, so I'm guessing we're starting with that. Goldberg. Okay, so Goldberg making his way out. Well, not. I mean, we're just getting the video package, but we're seeing him doing his entrances. So Roman Goldberg is going to start the show. That makes me think that Roman's going to retain. Unless we're going to start with a big shock. Let's turn that down. Roman is retaining. Big fight feel. I'm scared if Roman's about to lose. I don't think he will, but I don't think he will. I'm feeling quietly confident, to be honest. I'm feeling quietly confident that it's going to be all right. It's going to be all right. It would be cool if Austin Theory is taking a picture with AJ Styles. Respect that man. Goldberg always does Saudi. Gaming in real time. Gaming in real time says, now I think something big last. Cody is going to debut. That's not Cody, but me. Breaking news, Gaming in real time is going to debut. Cody returns after Roman Reigns versus Goldberg, says Matthew. This will be a short match. Master Chief said AEW should do the Jacksonville Stadium this year. It's a massive NFL stadium that Tony and his brother own. Zach, don't be scared. Carlin, 1985. Gareth, shout out to you, my friend. I hope you're well. Hope you're excited for this one. Roman versus Goldberg. Now, I really can't talk on this because I remember Goldberg versus The Fiend, and people were saying to me, is it going to be all right? And I was like, yes. They're not going to have Goldberg beat The Fiend. They're all in on The Fiend. Like, he's just got champion. He's just got the belt. And, like, he ain't going to drop it already. And then he lost. So, there's a chance. There's definitely a chance here for Goldberg. But it's just not the right play. It's not the right play. How would it be the right play to have Goldberg win this? So I'm going to cling on hope that this is his last match. I'm going to cling on hope this is the end of the road. I'm going to cling on to hope that Roman retains. And I'm feeling quietly confident about it. Hence why we haven't put it as our poll. Roman wins, said 50-50 TV. Don't blink on this one. What's your prediction for the Elimination Chamber women? Bianca Belair. Days, I'm going to leave and be back for UFC. I will see you in a bit. See you in a bit, buddy. See you in a bit. Fiend didn't need the title. It made no sense of percent. The Fiend didn't need the title. It didn't make any sense of percent. Let's not get into that conversation because I can see us starting a war in the chat over that. Goldberg is Terry Funk now. Imagine yourself, what happens if Roman and Goldberg spear each other? Nuclear fallout. Are you watching it live? It's on live right now. It is on live. Right, we've got We've got Roman. About to make his way out, so it's Goldberg that's coming out second. Goldberg is going to win this 100%. I hope that Seth wins the Elimination Chamber. Here's the Usos. They're coming out with Roman. Roman steps out with Paul Heyman. Heyman's got that Universal Championship in his hands. He hands it over to Roman. They're all at the top of the ramp. Usos with their arms in the air as Roman holds that championship up, and a lot of pyro goes up in the air. A lot of pyro shoots into the sky. We see shots of the WWE crowd just taking pictures. Roman looks his usual self. It's all pretty standard stuff, to be honest. As Roman makes his way down, he's got the red, I don't know what you call it. It's kind of like traditional Samoan dress, if you will. I don't know what you call it. That's like necklace thing. He's got his red glove. And he's making his way down with Heyman by his side, holding up that Universal Championship. Whatever I watch, dude, it gives me hype. Goldberg versus Roman. I want to wait for that match. What do you call a religious person that sleepwalks? A Roman Catholic. Very nice. Do you remember when Goldberg came out and said to Drew, legends, did you just disrespect legends, even though he was complimenting them? I do, yeah. I do. That was pretty wild, wasn't it? Sometimes, if you don't have a good reason as to why someone should have a title opportunity, just talk gibberish. I'm sorry, did you just call me fat? No, I wasn't talking about you at all. Right, you're next. Like, I mean, they might as well have just come out and said that. Roman about to get into the ring, looking very, very focused. Roman has got a longer reign than Cena, says Lone Star friend. Saudi fans are the best wrestling fans. They're a very vocal crowd, a very passionate crowd. I would say it's a very, very good crowd. Yes, I would agree. It's a very good crowd. Kill Bill. Roman is looking jacked, says Daniel. Big match feel. So Roman holding up that Universal Championship, waiting for Goldberg to make his way down. So the tribal chief in the ring, starting this show off with a bang. And we are just waiting for Goldberg to make his way down. Again, I don't see it. I don't think it's going to happen. I don't think they're going to do it. He's gonna say a few words and the crowd cheer. He's gonna say, Jeddah, acknowledge me. It's got to be done, innit? It's got to be done. And they are. Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. All of them. Acknowledge me, and they do. Big cheers from this crowd. They, honestly, not just acknowledging him, showering him in love. He's a massive star. He is a massive star. Roman can stand alongside Cena and Rock and Hogan and all of those. He is a massive star, and this is an incredible championship reign. I want a title shot. Oldberg chants in the crowd. We've got some Oldberg chants on the go. If you want a title match, just be Goldberg. All you have to do is come out in front of the champion and say, "You're next." I know, yeah. Here he is, look. Boomer Bill making his way down. You should have some different music. Ladies and gentlemen, it's Boomer Bill. Boomer Bill. Ladies and gentlemen, it's Boomer Bill. Boomer Bill. Yeah. I mean, this is fine as well, but watch Cody return. A fan took a pic of him in Saudi today. Superman69 said it'd be cool if Austin Theory is taking a picture with AJ Styles, and then AJ hits a low blow. Theory then does a finisher to eliminate on Theory, and then does a finisher to eliminate Theory. Right. Goldberg is in there. What do you think should beat Roman for the title? I think it should be Gunther. We spoke about that before, bud, and I think there's a few people that are in the run-in. I don't mind Gunther. I don't mind Balor. I don't mind Big E. As long as the story is good and it's someone that can really benefit, I don't mind it. So Roman staring at Goldberg. Both are in the ring right now, staring at each other. It's got a big fight feel. Big fight feel to this one. Just because Goldberg is dangerous. He beat The Fiend. He's beat Bobby Lashley. He's got wins. We've seen him beat Brock. I mean, he does carry a threat. You can't escape it. He does carry a threat. Tech Shop, shout out to you, buddy. Here we go. Holding up that Universal Championship. These two face to face. Goldberg staring at Roman. Roman staring back at Bill Goldberg. Universal Championship match to kick off Elimination Chamber. If you remember how we started with Crown Jewel, that was a cage match between Seth and Edge, and it was amazing. This one, I don't think it's going to be quite the banger that one was. But we are underway. The bell has sounded, and we've got the crowd again, man. They're milking this moment, Roman and Goldberg, and rightfully so. Rightfully so. They're not doing anything. They're standing up as opposite sides of the ring, just looking at the crowd as the crowd are going crazy. A very passionate crowd. They were for Crown Jewel. Saying this was the match that was meant to happen 2 years ago. Big Goldberg chants from Saudi Arabian fans. Big Goldberg chants from the Saudi Arabia fans. Goldberg is over in Saudi Arabia. Perhaps it's just like the internet wrestling community that thinks he's like a boomer. I'll tell you what, if they're going to keep making noise like this, Vince might have a contract waiting for him backstage. These Saudi Arabian fans are ruining wrestling for us. He's almost gone. He is almost gone. Can we just boo the man and see him, like, go? Roman and Goldberg are perfect right now. Milk this for all that you can. Goldberg spills out to the outside. What's the arena capacity? I can have a look for you as we're on the outside. Don't know, it's this dome thing, isn't it? Which I'd guess at about 40. Jeddah Super Dome on the outside, and Roman gets hurled into the barricades. It says the Jeddah Super Dome is closed right now. 35 to 40. 35 to 40,000. It feels bigger than that, to be honest. It feels like it's quite a big space. So, I mean, that's still double than what you would get for a Raw or a SmackDown, but it feels bigger than that. Like, it's got the WrestleMania kind of staging with the pillars, and, you know, if you was to say that was 60-odd thousand, I don't think you would argue. Lot of empty seats in the background, though, to be honest. You can see there's a whole section that's empty. There looks to be a lot of empty seats. Just got a real glimpse there. So this is a very passionate, very noisy crowd, and I believe that they are, but I wonder if there's a bit of sweetening of the noise. But saying that, even if there is large sections that are empty, there's probably still a good 20-odd thousand. Roman in trouble. Roman is down at the moment. There was a spear by Goldberg. He's going for the jackhammer, but Roman's all right. He picks up Goldberg, plants him down. It's going to take more than a spear to put Roman away here, and there's a kick out by Goldberg. It's just looking at those empty seats. That's kind of what's caught my attention, but not the best spear in the world. He just kind of collides into him, to be honest, but it's all right. It made contact. It's not like it looks soft or anything. Rock bottom by Roman. Again, could that be a bit of foreshadowing? Might he now start using the rock bottom on a regular basis? Goading the Rock. Superman punch there by Roman. The high flyer, next big star, Youngberg, will win his first ever championship tonight. There we go. Lots of merch in the crowd. There's someone that's got an AEW Sting shirt on. Roman back in the corner. Goldberg up to his feet. Roman charging over. Spear by Goldberg. Spear by Goldberg. Roman down. There's a bit of blood on the head of Goldberg. Roman down in the middle and is coughing up. He's struggling here. Goldberg grabbing Roman. He's going to go for a jackhammer, and he looks like he's going to get it, you know. He looks like he's going to get it. He's trying to get him up. No, reversed. Reversed by Roman. Guillotine. 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 That was a tap. That was a tap. He just went like this. It's a guillotine applied. If I'm Roman, I'm going to say there was a tap there. There's a moment where his hand kind of goes down. It looks like a tap. That's a guillotine, and it's in, and it's tight, and Roman getting driven back into the corner of the ring. That guillotine still being applied. It's still very tight squeeze. He's not breaking it. He jumps onto Goldberg, and Goldberg drives Roman into the corner again. Still got that guillotine applied, and it seems to be hooked in. Goldberg's going down. He's in trouble. Goldberg's in trouble. Goldberg's in trouble. Goldberg's in trouble. There's a few times his hand has kind of done a tap-in motion. Jesus, how long is he going to survive for, Old Man Bill? Old Man Bill's out. Old Man Bill's out. Roman wins. Roman wins. Roman reigns in Saudi Arabia. Yes, Boomer Bill. Boomer Bill. I wish I could watch old men getting choked out every Saturday. Absolutely brilliant. So far, Rey Mysterio has won, and Roman Reigns retains in Saudi Arabia. Thank God. He's out. Roman's won. Goldberg got squashed. That was fast. That was a super quick match. I think it was always going to be, look, Boomer Bill. What do you expect Boomer Bill to do? Have an hour Broadway? Big surprise ending. Thank you, WWE, for not letting Goldberg ruin something good. Champ versus champ at WrestleMania, says yo. So, jumps over. Just seeing, runs over and gets speared, knocked down. Thank you, Goldberg. Houston said that's trash. Who won? Roman won. Days Goldberg might look 69, but in reality he's only 25. Goldberg needs medical attention. I think he's all right. He's got a bit of blood on his head. He's took a knock somewhere, but either way, that was relatively... You know, there's a bit that was uncomfortable there for Roman, but by and large, that was relatively comfortable. Chokes out Boomer Bill, and Boomer Bill is just coming back around. And is this the end? I mean, if this is the end, the crowd have given him a great send-off there, you know, chanted his name and everything. And there might be a moment where Bill just kind of stands in the ring and applauds the fans, looks down, and has he got? I don't even know if he's got gloves. Are you going to leave the gloves in the ring? Do it, Bill. Do it. Leave the gloves. Ah, it's faded to black. No, I wanted the gloves in the ring. There's a chance he's going to come back now. Ah. Damn it. Oh, well, you can't have everything, can you? You can't have everything. Shola, I like it. What are you expecting? 5-star match. That's fine. That's fine. I ain't got a problem with it. Listen, the right person won. Simple. It was a couple of spears in there. Roman was in a little bit of trouble. He overcomes it. Gets a guillotine on. Done, mate. I'm tuning in from Stoke after seeing Birmingham get a great point. George, hello. I'm not too far from you. I'm near Market Drayton. Been to Stoke quite a few times. So, shout out to you, dude. Days, there is one Goldberg match I want, and it's his retirement match. It's Goldberg versus The Door that keeps making his head bleed. Right, we are done with that, and now we are seeing a few shots here of Saudi Arabia. Is this all part of the come and visit Saudi Arabia? Manuel said Seth versus Roman was better than this match. Yes. But I think it was always going to be honest, buds. Oh, is that next? No. Is that next? The WWE Chamber match? Or is that just later? Tonight. Yeah, I was going to say, sure, we can't be going to that now. We can't be doing Brock straight after Roman. Are we? Are we? Don't know, they're just talking about it. The empty section is for families. No one likes to sit there. Okay, but where are those people? Where are those families? Apparently Vince thinks Goldberg is still relevant. Well, I mean, he was getting some good chants there, in all fairness. Predict what match will be next. Well, they're talking about Chamber, so I'm going to go Women's Chamber. Chamber match now. Don't know. I mean, look, we're seeing some Chamber footage, so that's all we've got right now. You've got to surely have a bit of distance between the two Chamber matches. So I'll go Lady Chamber. Do you think with the big takeover in Newcastle, there's a chance St. James's Park hosting a big wrestling main event? Maybe. I don't know. If they can get a good deal on the stadium, then maybe. It's a bit out of the way, isn't it? Newcastle. For people to get to. Like, maybe. I think they'll I mean, like, let's never say never, because, like, if that ground gets a bit of investment and, you know, if WWE can get the right deal and they think they can make it work, then yeah. Yes, it's lowering. Dun, 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 dun. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Elimination Chamber. Women's Chamber. Let's have a look and see what we got here then. Come on, Bianca. Come on, Bianca. Bianca, Bianca, Bianca. Come on, guys. You know you want Bianca to win this. You know you want the EST to be winning this. Esther. You want Esther to be winning this. Don't want Doudrop. Don't want Nikki ASH. I like Rhea Ripley, but... Liv can have her time later this year. Alexa Bliss... she hasn't been around. It's got to be Bianca. Come on, Alexa. Awesome first ever Elimination Chamber match in Saudi Arabia. I can't wait to see Alexa. Well, who comes out first? What music does Alexa come out to as well? Bianca first. Might as well bring out the winner first. Here we go. Bringing out the winner. Okay, Bianca is this the first time Bianca's been at Saudi? No. She was in that triple threat, weren't she? This is kind of cool, actually. She's not wearing a t-shirt over the top. This is kind of different. So she is in one of those kind of bodysuits that she wears, those cat suits, but like just totally covered. It's silver with the lips on. Normally, they make them wear like a t-shirt over the top. She isn't. She isn't. I never needed you at all. That is one of the best female ring attires we've seen. It's nothing that special, but normally they've been putting them in t-shirts. I think to hide their womanly shape. Because I'm sure you'll all agree, we all get a bit hot and bothered by the womanly shape. But she is in there in just like a cat suit. Mitchell said, did you see Tony Khan teased another major announcement, but said it's not going to be what people think. So maybe a third show or show with New Japan. Well, I don't know, because apparently it's not what people think. So if we say something, that would be what I think. Right, here comes Doudrop. Here comes Doudrop. If Bianca gets eliminated, I am going to laugh. That's good. Bring some joy into the world. What movie genre would you film with Linda? Forget that, because Doudrop's coming down. We need to look at these ring gears. Tight, again, like catsuit on Doudrop. It's black with Doudrop here, written like across the chest. And it's got like tartan sleeves. So this is better than putting them in t-shirts. I could see Mattel being interested in some of these figures, making some of these as figures. That's kind of a different Doudrop attire. I've never seen it before. So it's, again, like a catsuit, black, and Doudrop in there. She's got Doudrop across the chest, and she's got tartan. When I say catsuits, I mean, they are just bodysuits, like, I wouldn't say, like, they're particularly sexy. But I don't know. Some people might find them sexy. But Doudrop's in there. Bianca's in there. I like that Doudrop one. It's very interesting to see what people are wearing. Doudrop needs to be in multiple t-shirts. A lot better than wearing just potato sacks. Here is Rhea Ripley. Rhea Ripley coming down in all black, of course. Black trousers and like a black PVC kind of top. So Rhea Ripley making her way down to the ring. So again, the women all covered, of course. So Bianca in there, Rhea Ripley making her way down, Doudrop in there. So Rhea Ripley has got, you know, her black kind of spikes and chains, and she's looking at this structure. I feel like Rhea Ripley's is kind of kinky. Hers is all like black PVC. The attire is so much better than t-shirts. She looks like the Crow. Wow, the Crow was very kinky. Is it possible that Cody is returning and attacks the winner? Yeah, I mean, very possible. Apparently rumored to be in Saudi Arabia, so dare I say borderline expected. Matthew said my pick is Alexa Bliss. Rhea looks like Catwoman. I agree with that. She does. She does look like Catwoman. Right, here we go. She's checking the pod before she goes in. We got 3 of the entrants already in there. And she's doing some pull-ups on the top of the pod. Go on, Rhea. Get after that burn. She's ready to go. Ready to go. Here comes Nikki ASH. So that means that Alexa is starting the match with Natalya, is it? Nikki ASH. I mean, Nikki ASH doesn't really need to change her gear, does she? I mean, she already has that kind of bodysuit, blue with the gold sleeves, so she's making her way down to the ring. Days, I'll only root for Alexa if she's Goddess. If she's got Lily, I'm booing the hell out of her. Looks like Alexa and Liv. Oh, yeah, you're right. It's Liv, isn't it? Why is Natalya there, then? Natalya was backstage. Natalya's there. So, yeah, you're right. It's going to be Alexa and Liv. Karrion Kross would be having a field day with the Pleather if he was still in WWE. Indeed he would. So there we go, Nikki ASH. Did you see that WWE will be bringing back Saturday night's main event? Do you think it'll be a premium live event or something on NBC like the old days? I think it'll be like the old days. I think it'll be a premium live event, but it'll be a premium live event that is going to, first of all, be a big problem for me because it's going to go up against UFC. But also it's going to be, I think, probably just like a show. That's like an hour or two, and we'll have some matches that have been built up for it, but I don't think it'll be like Elimination Chamber or, you know, a big pay-per-view. So I feel, my gut feeling is like it used to be. Right, Liv is making her way down. She is in a catsuit, bodysuit thing, all in red. So, she is all in red. Simple as that. Liv taking a look at the Elimination Chamber, and she's getting herself ready to step inside, and she does step inside. So, Liv's in there. I don't know what Alexa's going to wear, and in all fairness, I don't know how much you can read into it, because these are altered attires. I think a lot of people want to know, is she the goddess? Is she, you know, like kind of Playhouse Alexa? Or Fairground Alexa, or whatever she was called. Playground, that's what I was looking for. But I don't think you can read into that too much, because these are very altered ring gears. We've never seen Liv wear this before. It's not that exciting. It's just a catsuit and it's red. Like a bodysuit thing. Well, it looks like Nikki's going to start... It looks like Nikki's going to start in the ring. She hasn't gone into a pod. Okay, the image of Alexa. So she's coming out. She's got the dress on that she had before. Making her way down. And, I mean, it doesn't feel goddess. It's the same music as before. Yeah, it's the same music. It's the same music. She's got the dress that she wore before. She's got the black bodysuit on as underneath it. I mean, I'll admit, it doesn't feel any different. I said you can't really read too much into it, but what you can read into it, it doesn't feel any different from what we had before. But she is in there. Is she going into one of the pods? We got 3 women in the middle. She's going over to Dewdrop. And she is going into... No, is she? She goes over to Rhea. And then she goes over to a pod. And there's even a swing in the pod waiting for her. So Alexa has got a swing inside one of the pods for her to sit on. Why have we done that? So everyone else has to stand. She's got a little... Is that something that could be requested? Is it? Is that a new thing that you can request? Why did no one else request a chair for them to sit on in the pod? I'm sorry, but that is blatant favoritism. That's what I'm going to say. Blatant favoritism. Takedown by Liv then. Liv going over by the ropes. And the match has started. Liv on the outside with Nikki. Nikki grabbing Liv, going to throw Liv into the side of the chamber. Mitchell said, we've been duped. This is the same Alexa. It's trash. Well, I mean, look. My initial thoughts on it are, I am disappointed. It is the same Alexa as what we've seen before. I've no idea what those psychiatrist segments were all about. Someone said they wanted her to move away from this, and Alexa's response was, give it time. She said, you need to wait and see where this leads. And where it's led is absolutely nowhere right now. Where it kind of goes after this will be interesting. It would be maybe a bit too confusing to introduce a whole new gimmick here in Saudi Arabia. Perhaps like they need a bit of TV time in order to do it. So, I don't know. Could this just be a stopgap to get us through this show? And then once we get onto Raw, you can maybe talk about feeling a little bit different. Or, I don't know. Maybe I'm just holding out hope still. Perhaps with this one, if you brought her out and she looked different and she didn't have... I mean, she doesn't even have Lily with her or anything. Which I am not upset about, but I have to think that's the whole point as to why they've kept this version of her. Because the Lily doll was selling. But she's out anyway and in one of the pods with a swing. And we are waiting for the next person to come in. We're getting through this quite quick. That didn't feel very long until we're calling someone in. The person coming in is Dewdrop. So, Nikki ASH, Liv, and Dewdrop. That's what we've got. So, these two, both Scottish, should be able to work together. Both heels. And Dewdrop with a headbutt to Nikki ASH. There's no pals in the chamber. So, Dewdrop grabbing the hair of Nikki. Picking up Nikki. Going to look to drive Nikki into the side of the chamber. And Nikki goes down. What has happened so far? Well, the winners are at the bottom. Winners are at the bottom. We've got Ray and we've got Roman. Dewdrop collides into Nikki ASH. It's changed a bit. It will slowly change to Goddess Alexa, says Tommy. It could do. It could do. I mean, it's disappointing to see that there's not been that change that we thought. Certainly what I thought. You know, we went through those weeks and weeks and weeks of therapy sessions. And if you look at the first episode to where we got to, there felt like there was a change. And even Alexa was saying she felt like she wasn't as angry. She was wearing different clothes. And all of a sudden now we've reverted back to this. It feels as if those psychiatrist segments were meant to bring change. And then something has changed during them. And the end result is she's got to keep Lily. She's just the same person that she was. Was it just a case that it was just something to kill time while she was off TV? I don't know. I can't answer it. I don't know. Doudrop runs into a ring post. Or, as you said, is it a case that, this is Saudi, it's not the right time to introduce a whole new character, and we just get through this and see where it leads after? That could be the case. It could be that, we just need some Raws and whatever to kind of give us some time to introduce a new version of herself. And smile on the face of Rhea Ripley as Rhea Ripley's chamber opens. Number one trend in the US right now is WWE Chamber. WWE Chamber is trending in the US right now. Rhea Ripley going over after Nikki ASH. So, kick coming in there by Ripley. Rhea's next, no surprise there. Has Liv been eliminated? No one's been eliminated yet. No one's been eliminated. Here we've got Nikki ASH climbing up the sides. And Rhea Ripley grabbing her. So, yeah, they are up at the moment. She goes flying down. Rhea Ripley has eliminated Nikki ASH. So Nikki ASH has been eliminated after a Riptide by Rhea Ripley. So she is not going to be making it. Nikki ASH is eliminated. She is. The clock is counting down again. So the clock counting down. We're just waiting to find out who's going to be the next person to come in. So that's quite a big moment with Nikki being eliminated. It's Alexa Bliss that's coming in. And Corey Graves says, "Welcome back, Alexa Bliss." Smile on the face of Alexa as she gets inside. Head scissor takedown by Alexa to Rhea Ripley. Alexa Bliss in there, and Alexa Bliss is fired up. Going for a pin on Liv. Kick out by Liv. Welcome back chants for Alexa Bliss. So Alexa Bliss getting welcome back chants. And Rhea Ripley hurling Liv over into the corner. We've got Doudrop over there as well. Liv is over there. It's all happening at the moment. Just the one elimination so far. Liv slams down Doudrop, looking for the cover. Liv pins Doudrop. Liv pins Doudrop, and she's got a slight injury there. Welcome back, chants. Alexa Bliss, is it goddess or fiend? It's more fiend. I wouldn't say it's goddess. Final person, I think is coming in. Bianca Belair, the last one to come in. So Doudrop is out. Bianca in there with Alexa, with Liv. Bianca getting thrown into the corner. Strike coming in. Knee strike coming in by Liv. So Doudrop has gone, and Nikki ASH has gone, and Bianca's got Liv up in the air. Bianca's holding up Liv. Single-handed. Ah, she's like the Lady Boogs. Yes. 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 Go on, EST. Let's bring it up over the top. She picks up, slams down Alexa Bliss. Bianca over the top of Alexa, handstand. Oh, lovely. Moonsault comes crashing down, kip up. Rhea Ripley jumps back into the ring. This is to headline WrestleMania. 6 women started. We're down to 4 right now. 6 women started. We are down to 4. And we've got Rhea Ripley in there with Bianca. We got Liv. We got Alexa. They're kind of helping each other. They got their hands over each other. What are they doing? Okay, they've just got into position. So Rhea and Bianca are going to work together to do delayed vertical suplexes. They've got Alexa and Liv up. Alexa and Liv take those spots from Rhea and Bianca. Bliss is wearing a very gothic princess short fluffy dress. She is very evil, Bliss, says Master Chief. We've got Bianca, we've got Rhea. They're exchanging slaps with each other. These two are going at it now. So Rhea and Bianca, headbutt by Rhea. Forearm strike by Bianca. Bianca trying to pick up Rhea. She's got her up on her shoulders. No, can't get anything. Can't get... a bit messy from Liv. I don't quite know what that was. Over the top. I think it was meant to be like a double knees of some kind. Right, we've got Liv down. We've got Alexa, who's going over to the corner. Alexa going up top. Twisted Bliss on Liv. 1, 2, 3. And Alexa Bliss eliminates Liv Morgan. So Alexa Bliss eliminates Liv Morgan. We're down to 3. Alexa, Bianca, and Rhea Ripley. Big boot by Rhea Ripley. Rhea Ripley's going to look for a riptide on Alexa. She's got her in position, picks her up. Alexa lands on her feet, though. She's grabbed Rhea Ripley. Clothesline. DDT, though, to Rhea Ripley. And that's going to allow Bianca to go for the KOD. Big KOD connects. Connects. 1, 2, 3. And we're down to Alexa or Bianca, which is many people's top 2 picks here. Many people's top 2 picks. Who is it going to be? Is it going to be Alexa? Is it going to be Bianca? We're down to the final 2. She's trying for the code red 2. Kick out by Bianca. Come on, Bianca. Whip the scent back into her with your hair. So, crowd are into it. It's felt quite quick, this chamber. It's felt relatively quick. It's not outstayed its welcome. Here we've got Alexa going up top, and Bianca rolls to the outside of the chamber. Alexa is upside down. Bianca says no. She picks up Bliss. Bounces her off the ropes, drives her into the side of the chamber, bounces her off the ropes again, drives her into the side of the chamber, and slams her back into the ring. Here's Bianca over in the corner. Bianca climbing up top as Alexa is in the ring. Bianca up top with her hair. Comes Ooh, Alexa moves out the way. There's no one home for Bianca. Alexa's looking for some kind of DDT. Can't quite get it. Bianca blocking it. Bianca reversing. Has got Alexa up. Alexa back down on her feet. Kick coming in by Alexa. Bianca goes down to one knee. Alexa has got Bianca, and she avoids it. Again, it's just both women going for finishers. Not quite getting them. Handstand. Moonsault connects. Double knees. I think knees come up by Alexa. Alexa inside small package. Kick out by Bianca. Bianca trying to roll up. Alexa rolls up Bianca. No joy. It's crazy at the moment. These two constantly just trying to avoid each other's big final moves here. Big slap by Alexa and Bianca. She's got Bianca bent over, and Alexa with a big strike, looking for the KOD. She's got Alexa up on her shoulders, plants her down. Bianca in a great position. 2, 3, Bianca Belair wins. Bianca Belair wins. Bianca Belair has done it. Bianca Belair has beaten Alexa Bliss in this one-on-one. And it is going to be Bianca Belair that goes to WrestleMania, gets that opportunity, and that is going to be one that is going to divide opinion, but it's one that I personally love. That is, for me, the right call. That is the right way forward. But a big, big win for Bianca. It's one that doesn't, for me, do any harm to Alexa because she's been out of the picture for so long. She's just given a good account of herself there. She's wrestled, a good match. She's put up a good competitive fight and given a good account of herself considering she's been out of the ring for so long. And as I said, what more can you ask for apart from winning the match and going to WrestleMania? But I don't think that Alexa and Becky was the story to tell. The story to tell is Bianca getting revenge on what happened to her before. So, and that's the story that they are definitely telling. So, they've gone that way. They've gone with getting the revenge. I've got some images on screen so that you can see what Alexa was wearing. You can see the moment that Bianca is victorious. So here is a victorious Bianca Belair. The moment that she won. So, a big talking point coming out of Elimination Chamber. The Women's Elimination Chamber has just concluded. The first big talking point was Alexa very much looking like Alexa of old. You can see her in the dress, the way that she acted, the entrance music, everything was seemingly Alexa of old. No sign of Lily, which I thought was quite strange, but she did have a swing inside the pod. Never seen anything like that before. But she wrestled a normal competitive match. She actually got down to the final 2, but sadly it wasn't Alexa that wins. It was Bianca Belair, and there is Bianca Belair. That's what Bianca was wearing. All of the women were in these kind of body suits. Normally, in the past, they've been wearing t-shirts, but not on this occasion. So Bianca was able to just get the smallest of advantages over Alexa, who gave a very good account of herself. Bianca hitting the KOD, getting the 1, 2, 3, and it is Bianca Belair that will be going forward, surely now to face, I would think, Becky at WrestleMania in a rematch of what we got at SummerSlam. Of course, Bianca losing in 40-odd seconds, 20-odd seconds, actually. Even less than I remember. 20-odd seconds. So she needs revenge for that. So I think this is the match we were always going to get. And it has gone that way. Bianca Belair wins the Women's Elimination Chamber at WWE Elimination Chamber in Saudi Arabia. Let's get rid of these images. I can tell you that we are at commercial break at the moment, so you're not missing anything. There's nothing going on at the moment. It is just the case that we're seeing Bobby Lashley. There's just a little video package for Bobby Lashley. Bobby Lashley just holding up the ECW championship from back in the day. And, you know, we've got him in the Elimination Chamber, which is rumored to be actually closing the show tonight. So, yeah, it looks like we've got that coming up much, much later. But, let me close this down. What did you think of that match? Did you like that match that we just saw? Did it not do it for you? Are you happy? Are you sad? Do you wish that someone else had been victorious? I should imagine Alexa fans are sad. I mean, if I was an Alexa fan, I could understand being disappointed. But I think she has literally only just come back. Right, we're just seeing the superstars in Jeddah, doing some work in Jeddah. I thought the match was good, said Austin. Alexa will attend WrestleMania in catering. Wow, I don't think it's that bad, to be honest. Days, Alexa sucks. I don't get how people over the age of 12 like this, says JS17. Stupid finish. You can't make Becky lose the title to boring Bianca. Wow, I don't think that's her name. But I mean, I don't mind it, to be honest. I think that Bianca is a top talent. So, I mean, look, if you don't like Bianca, then I get it. Right, it is time for the women's tag match now. So the music hits for Charlotte. Charlotte making her way down to the ring. Let's turn that down a little bit. Dun 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 dun. So, Charlotte Flair making her way down. Bianca is going to lose at WrestleMania. Bianca has had so many opportunities. It was a good, decent match. Queen is making her way down. Yeah, it is tag match time. So, we've got Charlotte and Sonya. No. Yeah. Versus Naomi and Ronda. That's what we've got. Why are people hating on Bianca? She is the best in-ring talent. I think she's great. I think it's just people that are fans of Liv, people that are fans of Alexa. Just maybe disappointed it didn't go their way, basically. Which, you know, I understand. I'm not against it. Just for me personally, I think, you know, the story is the right story to tell. I think Bianca is great talent. I think she showed how strong she is, you know, single-handedly, you know, doing what Boogs did in the Rumble. I think she's someone that feels like a legit star as well. So I like her. Yeah, I'm high on her. Naomi is going to get that dub. WWE Vibe said, "What a pay-per-view so far." What is she wearing? Okay, so Naomi. Sonya is coming down all in black. We've seen her wear something like this before. It's kind of a bit similar to what we just saw from Rhea Ripley. So she's wearing all black. She's still got her arm in a sling, and she's got a few like belt, like straps around her kind of waist. Obviously not showing any arms, no skin or anything. Charlotte's all in like a bodysuit, but hers is just red. A little bit different to what Liv was wearing, because Liv's was like kind of a leather, whereas like a PVC, whereas Charlotte's is just more, I don't know what it is. I mean, it doesn't look as PVC-ish. It looks rich. It looks like someone from the Incredibles. This is Charlotte's Incredibles attire. So if you want to know what Charlotte looks like, she looks just like someone out of the Incredibles. She's even got like black boots. So that's what she looks like. Rob said, we all know her arm is fine. Yeah. Here is Naomi. I've never seen Bianca as a heel. What a way Bianca won in Black History Month. Bianca sucks, it should have been Liv or Alexa. I would imagine a lot of Bianca sucks is coming from people that think it should have been Liv or Alexa. Why? This is the time it was meant to start. Naomi coming down. She's obviously got quite a few gears that are full body ones, and so she's just wearing one of her kind of Feel the Glow. I do think it is a great step forward for them to not have to wear t-shirts. I do think that is a great step forward. Charlotte in red, as we said, looking like one of the Incredibles. Sonya in black. If you want to get a nice tweet out, get a tweet of Charlotte, get a tweet of one of the Incredibles. Side by side, put it out. Same energy. Something like that. Hashtag WWE Chamber. People will love it. People have already done it, probably, but... Here is Rowdy Ronda Rousey. What? She's wearing a gi? Ah! Ronda Rousey in a gi? And she's wearing, she's got open sandals on, which I don't know if that's a problem. It can't be. But Ronda Rousey in a blue gi? Oh, man, they need to make that figure. They need to make that as a figure. That is cool. That is really flipping cool. Black t-shirt, blue gi. She look, bows before she comes in. She's a badass, man. She's a badass. Ronda Rousey looks great. She looks great. Kung Fu Rousey, Judo Rousey, Karate Ronda, Karate Kid. That is great attire. That is great attire. If I can find an image of it online for you. Ronda in a gi, in a blue gi, black t-shirt. Okay, Ronda in judo gi is badass. It's great, isn't it? Ah, look at it. She looks so cash. Just like, you know, there's Ronda in a blue gi, making her way down. Black belt, of course. So, yeah, she looks great. Man, she's going to do some mean judo throws, isn't she? I kind of feel like she said she's going to be taking people's arms. I think she's set out her intentions very clear there as to she's here to collect arms. And that's going to be a lot of fun, man. It's going to be a lot of fun. Smiles on Charlotte's face. Okay, so she's got to have the arm tied behind her back. And that is what the referee is doing. There's a chance for Ronda Rousey as her arm is being tied behind her back. So Ronda is... so her arm is tied to her side, and she is... she's going to start us off against Sonya. So Ronda in there with Sonya. And Sonya takes the sling off. Guys, it was a ruse. It was a ruse all along. She hasn't really got an injury. Can you believe it? Wow. Who knew? Who knew? I knew we was in for shocks and surprises tonight, but I don't think anyone called that. So we are up and running. We are underway. Going over and grabbing the heads. And she's got her in a headlock at the moment. I knew Sonya would fall her. You didn't. Don't you tell me that you knew that was fake. I don't believe you. Bischoff in the corner. Ronda is also barefoot. She is. She wants the Incredible. Jesus, this is like someone out of Street Fighter taking on someone from the Incredibles. Dream match. Dream match. It was well documented. Rousey is in the UFC, would not bathe for weeks before a match, says White Lotus. Really? Fair play. Who's going to tell her to do that? Does what she wants. Mrs. Claus has tagged in. A judo suit with no makeup. She's like a different person. Oh, I can't say I've noticed no makeup. It's great. She looks great. It's something different. It's exciting. Sonya is exposing the business. Put the EST as the winner. I will do that. I will do that. The EST, Bianca Belair wins. We're an hour and 20 minutes into this. And I think it's been a pretty good show so far, to be honest. I think it's been a pretty good show. Going for a slide on the knees, back elbow. Vape Ross Vape said Ronda is showing a lot of neck. Who's going to say anything? She'll beat him up. Block by Ronda. Drives ahead into Sonya. Lovely judo throw. Looking to take the arm. She's got, knee to the strike of the head there by Charlotte. So Charlotte comes running in. Drives Ronda into the corner. And she's got a moody look on her face, man. So Charlotte having to jump in and make the save as Sonya comes over, drives Ronda over to the other side. Days, can you say hi to my mate Dan? He's watching his first pay-per-view. Absolutely. Shout out to Dan. Hope you're enjoying it, buds. I think it's been a pretty decent show, to be honest. I know that maybe that first result didn't quite go the way everyone was hoping. But I think it will have pleased a lot of people. Elbows being driven in right now as Charlotte is in there. And she stomps away on Ronda. So Ronda is down at the moment. Ronda is showing ankles. Again, listen, guys, if it's not a problem, it's not a problem. I'm sure they've checked with the Saudi family as to if they're all right with certain things. And they wouldn't put her out there if they weren't cool with it. So I think it's fine. We've seen a few things different, like with the lack of T-shirts and whatever. So maybe we are just seeing a bit of the rules maybe, I don't want to say relaxed, but, you know, maybe a little bit more progress has been made. Strikes coming in by Sonya. Sonya unloading on Ronda. Corey said, do you think reality is sinking in for Ronda right now? Backed into the corner. Charlotte runs over and attacks Naomi. Naomi goes down and out the ring. Charlotte putting her hands in the air. With Cody maybe joining WWE, what other big names do you think will go? Maybe MJF next? Well, I don't know, to be honest, but if anyone had told me that Cody was coming over, I would have said I didn't believe them. So, very surprising news. But, I mean, great news as well. Great news. I think it's something that's unexpected, surprising. It's got wrestling fans talking, fantasy booking. There's a lot of positives to come from it. So, yeah, I don't know. I don't know if there'll be MJF stands a chance. Wardlow stands a chance. You know, if they don't feel they're being used right or utilized, there's definitely a way forward for them. So, right now, Ronda is down. I've got to admit, I'm not a big fan of the arm behind the back stipulation. It's just a bit gimmicky, and it's, you know, I suppose it's keeping it a little bit more even. Ronda trying to get over, trying to find a way, kicking out at Charlotte, tags in Naomi. Naomi coming in, and down goes Charlotte. Drop kick as Sonya Deville goes down as well. High kick coming in by Naomi. Charlotte going over. Naomi ducking underneath. I love Naomi's hair. The dreads are really cool. And asking the crowd. Oh, crossbody to the outside. Do you think we will ever see Charlotte babyface? Do I ever think we'll see Charlotte babyface? Yeah, I mean, I can't say we'll never see her babyface, but yeah, I think there's a chance that we will. But I don't know that it'll be any time soon. Naomi landing on her feet. She's got her flashing shoes on, and Ronda seems pretty beat up on the outside. Trying to spin through, looking for figure four. Figure four, looking for the figure eight. Sonya throws Ronda out of the ring. Sonya tagging herself back in. The match is all right. The rumor about Ronda Rousey not bathing is not true. It was a rumor started by the jealous Misha Tate. Naomi down. Harry said, who do you think is going to win the men's Elimination Chamber? I'm leaning to Bobby, but that's more out of hope than expectation. Could be Brock, but could be Seth. I'd say those are my top three. Bobby, Brock, Seth. We've got Sonya on the shoulder. She gets planted down by Ronda. She's got the arm of Sonya, and this feels like it might be the beginning of the end. And Charlotte's like, no, it's fine. You can do what you want with her. Ronda is saying a few things. She goes back and... there we go. Sonya taps. Sonya taps to Ronda, as expected. And there we go. Ronda's arm is untied, and I thought that match was all right. So Ronda and Naomi victorious. Ronda wins. Decent match, says Robin. Let me know out of 5, what do you score that match? Out of 5, what did you think? Did you like it? Did you hate it? Okay, so Ronda's music is blasting out. This is the most predictable pay-per-view, do you agree? No. Only because I think the men's chamber is a bit hard to call. I also think Bianca winning, it could have been Alexa. Could have been Alexa. Could have been... Yeah, it was probably between Alexa and Bianca. And it got down to those two. I think Roman winning was fairly predictable. I think Ronda winning is fairly predictable. I think Becky winning is fairly predictable. Usos, Viking Raiders. I don't know. That could go either way. They might want a new change. I'll stick with Usos, but they might want to switch that. I think the men's is a bit tricky. It could be Brock, but I could see an argument for Bobby retaining. So I do think there's some matches, and then there's matches I just don't care. I don't care about Drew Madcap. But I think the two chamber matches, you could make an argument for a few people. That match was good. Naomi deserves more. 3 out of 5. 3 out of 5. 2.85. 4. 2.5. Nothing offensive. It was a match with a gimmick. WrestleMania coming up. We got Drew against Madcap. Why is Drew versus Madcap even a match? Not a clue. I wish I could answer that for you. I can't. I have no idea. It wouldn't be a match in my world. Why does Drew walk around with a massive sword and why is everyone scared of it? Don't know. I want Seth to win the men's chamber. Awesome wrestling wide. Shout out to you. What are your thoughts on the Cody rumor? I think there's enough to suggest he's there, to be honest. I think there's enough to suggest that he is about to make an appearance on this show. So, I've got no desire to watch Drew Madcap. No, this is, I think, the toilet break match, isn't it? No Mansoor. Oh, that's a really good point. Dodger boy, that's a really good point. There is no Mansoor. That's a really, really good point. Austin didn't answer me. Drew McIntyre. Right, we've just got a little video package at the moment, and we're just building towards this one. What is your favorite chamber match? I mean, there's been some good ones. There's been some really good spots in there. I think the first one back in 2002 was really special because the whole thing was just new and special, and you normally find the first ones are amongst your favorites. So probably go back to 2002 and the first one with Shawn and everything. What I would say, like, if you go back to the ladder match, I still think one of the best ladder match, if not the best ladder match, is Shawn again versus Razor at WrestleMania 10. You know, that's an absolute, that's for me still the gold standard, really. And then, like, you could even say with, like, Money in the Bank, going back to when that was introduced at WrestleMania, those were, I don't know if it's been quite as good since it's had its own pay-per-view. I mean, when it used to be part of WrestleMania, it was so exciting. So, I probably have to go back to, like, the early ones. But there's been some good ones in recent years. I don't think what we saw tonight was a classic by any means. But, or one that we'll remember that fondly. It felt quite quick, but might be because it was not too bad. Via should appear. Do you think that Charlotte Ronda will be a main event for night one? I would think so, yeah. I think it'll be difficult for that to not main event. That's pretty big. So, Brock Roman, night 2. Ronda, Charlotte, night 1. I could definitely see that. When RVD frog splashed onto Triple H's neck. Is Mansoor still with WWE? Maybe AEW will try to get him to fill the Cody void. That's how you're going to fill it. Get Mansoor in there. That's how you're going to fill that Cody void. Yeah, I believe he is. Yeah, I haven't heard about him being released or anything. I don't think that's happened on the quiet. So, yeah, I believe he is. I don't know. Perhaps he took a little knock. Because I have no idea why he's not on this card. Mitchell said, just a fun little thing. Misha Tate is currently... Hang on. Where are we? Just a fun little thing. Misha Tate is currently competing in Celebrity Big Brother in the US. My girlfriend loves the show, but I had to explain to her who Misha is. Well, I mean, it's pretty good that she's on that. It's a big, big show, isn't it? So, I mean, fair play. Have you been streaming Olympics? Yes. We couldn't do the past couple of days because, in fairness, a couple of days ago, there wasn't really anything on. There was like some half-pipe snowboarding, but then after that, there wasn't anything for about 4 hours. So I was like, probably going to give it a skip on Thursday night. Last night, we couldn't do it because we had to get ready for today. And I'm going to try and do some tonight. I mean, the plan is we've done a football stream. We're doing this stream. We're doing UFC. I'm then going to try and do some Olympics. Quick little sleep, wake up, closing ceremony, and then we've got a couple of Premier League games. So the next couple of days are pretty wild, let me tell you. So if you are a fan of WWE, make sure you're subscribing to the channel. It really is appreciated. You know, these big streams really make the difference for the channel, really make a difference here. So if you are watching and enjoying and sharing your thoughts, excited about what's still to come, of course, the men's Elimination Chamber match still to come. Big match that's going to be. Then, yeah, you know, let us know your thoughts as to who you think's going to win. We've had a poll that's been running all the time, and we're up to 11,500 votes. 11,500 votes. Days, WWE put up a tweet of Bianca Belair winning. There's a lot of fans that are feeling that Bianca is being shoved down everyone's throats. Take a lot of fans out, replace it with Alexa and Liv fans, and then that's your true answer. Mitchell says, any who face Drew should just bring out a shield. Or bring out the shield. Dun-dun, 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 dun-dun. That would be great. Matt Riddle had better win that one. Coach Co said, why did the Bullet end up losing his job? He got fired. Johnny said, what's the best match that Drew McIntyre ever had? To be honest, I was not too crazy on him on his first run. Then when he came back, I felt like his booking wasn't brilliant. Then he won the Rumble, and then I was like, man, I just wasn't into him. He was just flat for me. And so he didn't really get going until he had the belt. So I would probably have to say, like some of the matches he had when he was champion in 2020. Is it 2020? I think it was 2020 that he won the belt. Yeah, 2020, because at 37, because he won it at 36, didn't he? And so in 2020, maybe like him and Randy, things along those lines, those kind of matches when he was champion. I'd probably have to go with one of those. I don't think anything he's done in recent time has been worth writing home about. I think he's rubbish. I mean, he's all right, but this is just cheesy rubbish. Do you know what I mean? You've got someone who's great. He's got a great size. Corbin jumping in and helping to attack. This is no DQ, so he can do that. So Madcap Moss against Drew McIntyre. Just a little opportunity for people to catch their breath, I think. Rest with Andy said, do you know if AEW airs in Saudi? I wonder what the reaction for Cody would be. Well, I believe it does. Just because there was someone in the crowd that not only had AEW merch, they had like a Sting t-shirt, which would suggest that not only do they know what it is, but they're able to actually get merch for it. So I think it does, just based on the fact I've seen that shirt in the crowds. Unless that dude has been on a flight to America and has actually gone to watch some AEW in person. AEW in person, I've got to think that there's an awareness in the crowd. Corbin is running away from Drew. Drew is chasing him, so Corbin's gone out back. William said AEW is the best show to watch, and WWE lost their cojones. The WWE doesn't have what it takes anymore to put on good matches. Don't watch them, William. I mean, it's simple, isn't it? I actually think this show's been all right. I thought that match with Ronda was fine. I thought that the Goldberg-Roman match was short, but it didn't need to be long. So I just don't think there's been a bad show. I missed a chamber. You missed a chamber. What's your favourite Linda moment? Oh, I can't tell you about that. Let's just say it was for my eyes only. Kevin said there's been more sightings of a Loch Ness Monster than there has of Via. Taboy said, do you think Cody comes back today? I think there's a really good chance, yeah. I mean, why would there be all these rumours about him being on a plane, being spotted in Poland, all this kind of stuff? Even Kenny came out and went, just so you know, he is in Saudi Arabia. So Kenny completely throwing water on any potential surprise. So, yeah, I think there's a good chance Cody does appear. And when it happens, it's going to be a big deal, isn't it? It's going to be a big deal. Why do AEW stands watch WWE to complain? If it's awful, then don't watch. Yeah, simple, isn't it? I mean, I will admit, I watch AEW and I complain. But I complain because I want it to be better. And there's things in it that I like Bryan Danielson and Serena Deeb. There's a few things in the show that I do gravitate towards. I don't mind Hangman Page, actually. I don't mind him. But yeah, I can watch a show and have a little grumble because there's things that I want them to tweak and change to make them better. But there are just people that will tune into this and just be like, this is rubbish. These matches are no good. AEW's better. It's not really very constructive criticism, is it? Right, Drew is back in the ring. He is looking very angry. And he's getting back up to his feet. We may see Cody backstage in a Falls Count Anywhere match. This event needs more camel and cowbell. We've got Madcap back in the corner, charging over Big Boot as Drew runs over. He's going for an Alabama slam. He's got Madcap upside down, flips him over. Wow, he collided head first. That might be a bit of a botch there. He collides head first into the ring after that Alabama slam. Oh my God, it's nasty. That's not nice at all. That's not nice at all. That was a bad bump that he took there. He's all right, but he kind of comes down and spikes. It's not nice. That is pretty botchy. Moss gets thrown. I think Goldberg-Roman is the match of the night so far. It felt like an MMA fight with no cooperation. I would agree. It was short, but it was great. I would agree. They just went at each other. They knew it was going to be short, and they just went for it. And I agree. I wasn't a massive fan of Liv and Alexa kind of crawling on their knees, and then that kind of double suplex spot. I didn't need that during the chamber. This kind of Rhea and Bianca working together kind of a vibe. There was a couple of bits during Bianca and Alexa that was a little bit botchy. There was a Liv thing where I think she tried for a double DDT, but it didn't really look that great. Not a knock of Liv. I mean, as I'm saying, there's a few people that have done a few bits that just looked a little off in the chamber. But the chamber itself was largely fine. There wasn't really anything that was disastrously wrong. So I thought it was fine. Thought it was passable. It's fine. I like the winner. So. And Corbin with a chair to Drew. But yeah, I'd agree. I think Roman's been the better match so far. Madcap and Corbin getting hurling Drew into the barricade. The barricade explodes, goes down, and Madcap goes for a pin on the outside. Tell you what they're giving them in this match is a little bit more than what we've seen in any of the other matches. So, we haven't seen a barricade spot, and they're giving it to them here. We've not seen them fighting up the entrance ramp and all of that, and they're getting it here. And I think the live crowd are probably really enjoying this. I think the crowd are chatting. What the crowd chatting? Madcap died. It looked bad, man. I figured out something WWE might do. They might have Bobby, Seth, or AJ win the chamber, and then Cody then challenges the winner at Mania, and then have both championships be defended. Madcap was cringe. WWE botch as always. Why don't we have camels? Last year the camels were chilling. They weren't in the least startled. They just came out. I'm a mutter effing camel. Don't know. Perhaps they think it's been done. Who knows? Perhaps Riddle will come out on one again. Massive superplex by Drew. Huge superplex. We complain about WWE because we know what they were and what they could be. We complain about AEW because they really had a chance and wasted it on green indie acrobats. Fair play. Right, so Drew with a massive, massive superplex. I think we've got This Is Awesome chants doing the rounds at the moment. This is Awesome chants as a knee to the midsection. Who won? Ronda Naomi. It was, Ronda Naomi. The winners are just scrolling along the bottom of the screen. Backslide by Madcap. This match is getting more time than I was expecting, to be honest. I didn't expect this match to get the kind of attention that it's getting. For a match that no one was excited for, it's pretty good. What match is next? I don't know. I'm guessing it's going to be the tag title match. I think we only got tag title and then chamber. Drew has grabbed his sword. There's no DQ. And Jessica Carr, what can she do? If he's about to kill Madcap, I mean, he delivers a claymore with a sword in his hand. And he gets the win. Vishal, shout out to you. Always wondered, what are your top 3 wrestlers of all time? It's a difficult one, to be honest, but I mean, we get into like really in-depth conversations then. I mean, if it's people that I enjoy watching, Shawn would have to be in there. Undertaker would have to be in there. And maybe the British Bulldog. I loved William Regal as well. Daniel Bryan, I was really behind. So I really enjoyed him. Probably one of those. Probably like those kind of things. I feel like, it'd be something like that. But if it was more importance, then, as we've said before, Ed Strangler Lewis, I think, was really important in the history of wrestling back in the 30s. Lou Thez in the 50s. Bruno, maybe. Ric Flair would be in the conversation. Stone Cold, I mean, can't deny how much money he made and how important he is. Hogan, again, can't ignore him. So, there's a few different ways to approach it. But Drew has won this. There's no different way needed to approach this one. Drew is the winner. That match was amazing, says Johnny. Undertaker is in the Hall of Fame. Yep, goes in this year. Bianca KO'd Alexa and won. She did. I was wondering what you think of 2K22. I think it has potential to be a good game. We touched on it earlier, but I'm waiting to see what the IGN score is going to come through as. So, we'll see. They really blew a lot of money on fireworks. They've been going off after every match. The correct answer is Skinner, and Skinner. Skinner! Who is Madcap? Is that a new wrestler? Madcap Moss? I suppose he is quite new. Broken Skull sessions today, immediately following Elimination Chamber. Okay, so Elimination Chamber. They're just telling us, showing us Ray against Miz. Ray victorious in that one. I reckon this is going to go, what, for another hour and 20 minutes? 3 hours in total, something like that. I'm guessing it's going to do that. What do you think about the show so far? I think it's all right, yeah. I mean, I'm not, like, crazy about it. I'm not saying this is one of the best shows I've ever seen. I think it's quite tidy. I think it's fine. I think it's fine. As I said, I'm not crazy about the show. This isn't like one of the best shows I've ever seen. But sometimes we watch these Saudi shows and they're really bad. I don't feel like this has been a really bad Saudi show. I think it's been largely really enjoyable, so. The Beast Incarnate. Oh, yeah, Becky Lita. No, we still not had it. Oh, in my mind, it's Becky that's winning that quite comfortably. Drew is super over in Saudi. Crowd were hyped for Drew. Yeah, they were. Is your favourite British superstar Triple H? No, he's not British. I bet you really, really hoping for Bad Bunny to return. No, I'm absolutely fine if that never happens. A botch on Drew, and I am the table. So far, the show is creative and unpredictable, said no one ever. Backstage with The Miz. Did Ronda Naomi versus Charlotte happen? Yeah, and Ronda Naomi won. Miz says, when my hand goes up, your mouth goes shut. Ray cheated, according to The Miz. He said he was outnumbered out there. Don't you worry. He's going to find a tag partner. Global superstar. He's got someone in mind. So Miz is going to make a phone call. A global superstar. Someone that can partner him. I don't know who that will be. Miz going to get Cody? I don't think so. Why would he bring Cody in to do that? Oh my God, no. Cody being Miz's tag partner? No. John Morrison. Cody will be Miz's partner. That would be horrible. Miz and Cody would be stupid. It'd be horrible. Cody's come in because Miz has called him. No. Miz's partner is going to be Via. It's not going to be Cody. Cody won't be a heel, says Austin. Stardust! What am I watching, man? I'm watching people dancing around with sticks. A Royal Kingdom dinner. Well, there we go. Looks like they had a lovely time. Drew would have loved it. Right, time for the lady match. The lady championship match. Here comes Lita. Becky versus Lita. Lita making her way down. So, Lita, WWE Hall of Famer. She's got, like, grey trousers on. Looks like she's got some knee pads over the top of them. Or it might just be patches, actually. And then she's got, like, a purple top with, like, a black fishnet vest over the top. It's very Lita. It's not really anything too exciting, but it's all right. It's better than just her wearing a shirt that says Lita. It's very Lita. Again, if I can find an image of it, a picture of it, I will send it over. And then that'll make me even more popular. Lita making her way down to the ring. It might just take a minute for an image to pop up on Twitter. I am expecting it to be a case that Lita is going to be beaten here. I am expecting big time. I am expecting big time to get the win. Right, let's see what big time's wearing. You can't. I don't know if you can quite make it out, but there's Lita. Black, grey trousers, purple top, like a little vest top thing on top. It's very, as I said, very Lita as she makes her way down the entrance ramp. Big time. Big time is in a catsuit, black catsuit. Not really that special, really. Black catsuit, leather jacket. Well, no, sorry, leather on the jacket at the front, but it's gold sleeves. It's the one that you've seen before that says GOAT on the back. Big shades. Big shades for big time. Looks like she's about to go welding. Big time Bex. No one likes big time Bex. Catwoman Becky. Is this tag match with Miz tonight, or will it be on Raw? Oh, no, it'll be on Raw. Harley Ward said WWE fans are fickle. They ask for WWE to push people, make their own stars. They push Bianca, and people are complaining. Listen, the only people that are complaining are Liv and Alexa fans. That's all I think the people that are complaining. I don't think that the average Joe is complaining. So I think if you're going to get your reaction to Elimination Chamber from social media, then you might find. In fact, if there's any way I can upset Twitter, I love doing it. So I love the fact Bianca Belair won. She deserved it more than any of the other women involved. Hashtag WWE Chamber. There we go. Do you know what I mean? If you can just upset people in any way on Twitter, I feel like that's a good deed done, to be honest. Twitter's an awful place. If I can make it worse, brilliant. Alexa deserved it. Bianca's not worthy. Alexa's done nothing. Alexa's been doing psychologist segments that led nowhere. She deserves diddly. Bianca is overrated. She should get released, says no one ever. Lita will not win, sadly, but it would be awesome, amazing, but they won't do it. Nah, I don't think they'll do it. I mean, in all fairness, they've just had Bianca win. I mean, the match is there. I mean, the whole reason Bianca has won is so that she can go up against Becky and get revenge for SummerSlam. You know, SummerSlam with the 20-odd seconds. It makes sense. You know, she was getting ready to face Sasha. Sasha wasn't able to compete. Carmella came down. Becky came down. You know, Bianca wasn't quite ready. She loses the title. And if you remember back to SummerSlam, how upset everyone was that Becky had won in 20-odd seconds, there was a lot of people that were really down on it, myself included, because people were so excited for Becky's return, and then in an instant they turn a heel. It's like, what are you doing that for? But either way, it's kind of built up now to, you know, where Bianca can try and get that belt back at WrestleMania. And that's a bigger story to tell than Alexa, who's not really done anything to, you know, get into that match. She had a decent showing in the Chamber. If you're an Alexa fan, she'll get opportunities. Same with Liv. I mean, like, Liv wasn't rumored for anything at WrestleMania, so I didn't expect Liv to win. Alexa, I thought, had a chance because she's, you know, there's a bit of a spotlight that's been on her. But when was her last match? So, like, her last match was forever ago. Seth Rollins' biggest fan says, in my opinion, Seth Rollins is going to win the WWE Championship. The Miz is going to call Logan Paul. Do you reckon? Is it going to be something like that? I hope not. Becky getting in and kicking out at Lita. That's why we switched on Becky. She switched on us. She did. Lita over against the ropes, knee into the back of the head by Becky. Little bit of aggression here. Becky pleading with Lita not to have this match. Becky is in the center of the ring. Mitchell said, if anyone but Brock wins tonight, you should shave your beards. No. I have no desire to enter into that bet. Plus also, I want Bobby to win. It's Cody. It's a reference to Dashing Cody. Ryan said, Bad Bunny. Oh, my God. Do you know what? You might be flipping right. I don't know. Bad Bunny wouldn't come in as a heel, though, would he? I don't know. I don't know who he's going to call. It's been a week since we've had another surprise teased. I don't even think it's been that, actually. So, you know what the wrestling world's like. Time for another one. Headlock here by Becky in the center of the ring. There's people on their feet into this at the moment. Becky is big time. Lita's a legend. Roller. Strikes coming in by Lita. Big shots coming in. Lita going over as she's over in the one corner. Becky's in the other. Someone's got a sign that says Jeddah loves Lita. Lita on the outside of the ring. Big strikes coming in. Uppercuts coming in. Kick to the midsection by Becky. Becky with a leg drop to the back of the head of Lita. And shoulder up. Shoulder up by Lita. No twists and turns. Then we need to have them in the men's Elimination Chamber match, says Mr. Meme. I think WrestleMania will turn into a triple threat, says DS. When will the men's Elimination Chamber match start? I'm not sure, to be honest. I don't know when this is scheduled to end. I don't know if it's in like an hour's time. We've still got the Usos against Viking Raiders, but I don't expect that to be very long. And then, of course, we do have the Elimination Chamber match itself. Becky with nice. Good move there to Lita. Tony Khan needs another 1 million viewers tonight. Surprise! It makes sense for Bianca to win. Just wish they'd have given a little bit of a stronger showing and the match was a little bit longer, says Liv and Selena Stan. Yeah, I can get that. I can get that. I think if you are a Liv fan, then hopefully you'd sort of come to peace with the fact it's not quite her time right now. You know, she had the opportunity at day one, which was a nice spotlight for her. And I thought she did very, very well in that spotlight. So I think she showed that she can absolutely get the ball, have the ball, and run with the ball. So that's going to bode well for the future. But the match that Vince wanted, I think, was Bianca and Becky. And I think the, you know, the Ronda thing is a curveball. But rumors were it was going to be Charlotte Sasha anyway, so we'll see. I think it'll mean Money in the Bank is quite interesting. Kick coming up by, kick coming in by Lita. Becky goes down. Lita climbing up in the corner. Crossbody as Becky goes down to kick out, kick out, kick out. Cody Rhodes is going to be the surprise partner of The Miz. I'm okay with Becky versus Bianca for WrestleMania, but to get the fans' interest again, the build-up is going to have to be a lot better, says Trini. Yeah. Well, I mean, that build hasn't really started yet because we still don't quite know if it is those two on a collision course. So hopefully, I mean, we should have plenty of time to tell some interesting, get some interesting stories on the go. 1, 2, she's holding on to the ropes. Referee saw it though. Saw Becky. It's an interesting approach to the sleeper. She's kind of grabbing her on the forehead. It's a little botchy by Lita. I don't know that she quite meant it that way, but Becky gets over to the ropes, and man, Lita is blowing hard. Lita is struggling from a cardio point of view a bit here, I think. Charging over, and Becky moves out the way. Lita with a power bomb, but again, it's not very clean. Lita back up onto her feet, going over to the corner. Lita climbing up as Becky rolls out the ring. Why did Cole's mic go down? I didn't hear that. It is 2-1-2 Spurs. This is boring so far, says Useless. I love Alexa's face when Alexa was trying to do a twisted bliss. Then the EST moved out the ring. Alexa was like, why the hell did you move out? And it made me laugh. You are not going to break up RK Bro because they're the best tag team. They kept the tag team title since SummerSlam last year, says Rachel. This will end in a DQ, says KMT. Becky going up top. Lita with a forearm strike. Lita charging over and wraps her legs around the head of Becky. Becky goes down. Lita with a kick to the midsection. Reversed by... Oh! Reversed, and Lita with the pin too. Shoulder up. If Cody signs for WWE, will he still be able to do Rhodes to the Top and go Big Show? No, I think Rhodes to the Top has been announced as it's ending, and I haven't heard about Go Big Show, but I would imagine they wouldn't be interested in having him on anymore. Not Lock Jones says, do you think they will ever do an angle with Beth and Lita? No, I don't think so. They're two legends, and at this stage in their careers, it's probably not best you put two legends together. Otherwise, you're going to end up with Goldberg Undertaker, which nearly killed one, if not both of them. And honestly, Lita has not looked very crisp here in certain spots. Lita gets her foot on the rope. So, Becky can't believe it. Why is Becky always... Becky's shocked face is horrible. She does it pretty much nearly every big match. Someone will kick out of something and she's like... It's like so over the top. No, she's like... I feel like I'm watching some version of absurd theatre. This is awesome chants. Still empty seats I can see in the background, you know. Much filled in now, a lot more than during the pre-show. As Becky is going up top. Ooh, Lita moves out the way. Kick to the midsection. The Becky Home Alone reaction. She manages to plant Becky. Not like said, with Edge being a special guest referee. They still both might end up dying. Here we go. Lita. Moonsault. 1, 2. Oh, kick out. Now we need to see. Need to see Lita do it. Lita gets back up to her feet, puts her head in her hands. Big, this is awesome chance here. Lita, rock bottom. by Becky. 2, 3. That was a horrible ending. That was a horrible ending. Lita's in control. Becky just rock bottoms her in 1, 2, 3. That is a horrible ending. Ugh. Yeah. Tell us who wins. Becky wins. She's just won. Bad ending to a good match. That is a hard... Why did they do that? Are they trying to get the rock bottom over? The Becky bottom? Are they trying to get Becky's bottom over? Trust me, it's over. Didn't they say there would be twists and turns? We haven't had anything. Do you think Cody shows up? Yeah. I think you'll see Cody on this show, because apparently he's there. If Cody is Miz's partner, he's botched right out the gate. Yeah, he can't be. Can't be. That is not how to use Cody. If you've just managed to get Cody from AEW, jeez. Unless Vince just, and in all fairness, he doesn't, but unless he just does not care about the internet wrestling community, the wrestling fans, and the AEW stuff, and he's just going to bring him in this way, and it's just, hey, here's Cody back. Do you remember this guy? He's back now. And look, he's going to partner The Miz. I mean, it will be a botch right out the gate, yeah. But are you really going to spend, like, how much money that he's spent to have him do that? No, we can't. Come on. It's not even funny. We can't. Lita looked like she was crying. Crybaby Lita. Crybaby Lita? Even Liv didn't cry earlier. Lita giving it a boo-hoo. So, Becky wins. She's on a collision course with Bianca Belair. On a collision course with Esther. Great reaction here. Look, Lita stepping out the ring as the crowd is standing going crazy for her. This crowd is so hot and so into everything. It's like they've never been allowed to leave the house before. Every match has been awesome to them so far. Every match. To them, this is WrestleMania 17. They are loving it. There we go. Lita saying thank you to the fans. What's your best memory? Probably the sex celebration. That's the first thing that comes to mind. Thank you, Lita. Vince has been known for bringing people back just so he can bury them, says Timothy. Yeah, but this is too big of an opportunity, you would think. Not too many of them went off to start a rival company. And did well. Undertaker. Just getting his little video package sort of thing. The IWC should be more like this crowd, says Airflow. Oh, now he is getting his video package. It's Lita. They should be on their feet for her. I have no problem with them doing that. I'm just saying, like, every match so far has been awesome. The match was decent, but I do agree that ending came out of nowhere. Lita should have kicked out and gone a few more minutes. By the way, Logan Paul is indeed reported to be the person. So Miz is getting... Yeah, okay, that makes more sense. I hate it. I don't want Logan Paul in a flipping match. But that makes more sense than it being Cody. Cody shows up in the chamber match and confronts the winner. Beth Phoenix versus Bianca at SummerSlam. If it means anything to WWE, they won't have him show up on this show. Right, video package for the Dead Man as I feel like surely we're, approaching the final hour, maybe? Final hour, something along those lines. As we're building towards Usos and Viking Raiders and building towards the men's chamber match. I think it's tradition to lie on your back to put someone else over. It is. On your last match that you should put someone else over. Just don't like the way they did it. Every match has been awesome. I don't have one bad thing to say about this show, says Johnny. Joshua says, I miss when titles could switch hands and it didn't have to be at WrestleMania or kill a superstar's career. It seems like now if someone gets it, they hold it forever and it makes them, says Joshua. Still waiting for the championship match. Logan Paul, Johnny Knoxville, Ronda, Bad Bunny, go away, never come back, says Rated R Superstar. If Lesnar gets a pod, he's winning. Lita should get her final match at WrestleMania. Root Beer Float, shout out to you. What did you have for breakfast? I just had some beans on toast. It's lovely. Sometimes I feel like knowing too much hurts the enjoyment of the show. I wish I was more ignorant to the terrible part of WWE. Ignorance is bliss. Yeah, I would agree. If you didn't know about Cody leaving AEW and coming into here today, it'd be monster, wouldn't it? If you didn't know that there was lots of rumors about Becky Bianca, then how this played out, you wouldn't know. If you didn't know about Brock Roman, then we wouldn't know where that was heading. Yeah, I agree. That long song is legendary for The Undertaker. It's great, isn't it? This Undertaker video package is great. I think they should change the name of Becky's finisher from the Manhandle Slam to a Becky Bottom. Becky's Bottom? It's got to be Becky's Bottom. Manhandle Slam. Beer and toast. No, beans on toast. It's a UK... I don't know if you have it around the world, but it's a UK staple. If ever I need a quick little meal, beans on toast is... You guys have baked beans, don't you, in America? But I don't think you have the kind of baked beans we have. Yours, I think I've seen yours are a little bit darker in colour maybe than what ours are. Ours are in like a tomato sauce. I've been to places where your beans are a bit brown. I mean, look at that. Look at that. That is perfection right there. Toast. Lovely golden toast with butter. Baked beans. We eat loads of these in the UK, these baked beans. Beans are good for you, man. Good for you in like a nice tomato sauce. A lot of protein in there, fibre. Beans, they're good for you. A little bit of sprinkling of cheese on top. Never hurts anyone. I always do that as well. That, to me, is heaven on a plate right there. Oh, eat that up, no problems. So, yeah, I had that before we started off today's festivities. Right, that's the end of the Undertaker video package. I would love to see WrestleMania come to Saudi Arabia, says Rich. They probably will get it before the UK or anyone else. Undertaker chants. Undertaker will be inducted into the Hall of Fame. They play the Undertaker music. Undertaker will be there. But he's not here today. Raid! Time to join the raid, guys. Join the flipping raid. Could you see John Morrison returning? No. I don't know why they'd go and bring him back now. I mean, it makes sense for him to need a tag partner and that be the person he turns to, but they only just let him go for budget cut reasons. Like, to bring him back now would be a bit, I don't know, it wouldn't really make much sense. I must admit, my mind was a bit blank as to who it could be. I was struggling with the Cody thing. But if people are saying Logan Paul, then gotta think it's that. Baked beans are disgusting, and this is coming from a 90s kid. Spaghetti hoops over baked beans every time. Well, I mean, look, Andy, it's great. It's absolutely fine to be wrong sometimes. And I think it's interesting you've chosen this very public stream to show how wrong you are, because baked beans are factually amazing. And a big part of my diet. Good protein, good fiber, very good for you. Tasty. You're getting that kind of bean flavor. You're getting tomato, warm. They're warm, they're not cold. You put them in a pan and you heat them up. You might look at that and think, oh, they look a bit sloppy or what. It's beautiful. It's hot, it's warm. Comfort food. The toast is warm, the beans are warm. It's a warm meal. Hearty meal. Right, Ivar is slammed on top of Erik, and we are underway with the Viking Raiders against the Usos. Daniel says baked beans are awesome. Finally. Some respect. In America, I tried UK beans, and it was really good, says Rob. Well, that's good. Have I missed something here? What? No match? What? They attacked him? And then they played their music and that's it? So... that's it? Perhaps we're out of time? Perhaps it's a time thing, but why can't we just beat them in the ring? 1, 2, 3. Get one in the ring, pin one. The flip is this? I'm surprised the Saudi crowd aren't chanting, "This is awesome. This is awesome. This is awesome." They've loved everything so far. I'd have thought they'd have lapped that right up. Like me and my beans. I ain't even going to bother writing the Usos thing in there. What am I going to write? Usos Viking Raiders didn't bother. I'm just going to leave it. 200 out of 5 stars. That is the best match ever. Greatest match ever. Highlight of my WWE fandom. Standum. Are they being sweet? There's a sweetness to them. Yeah, they're not sour. I mean, it's got like... a bean is a bean, isn't it? If ever you've had a bean. It's just... it doesn't really have a great deal of taste to it. So there's not much taste to a bean. It's really the tomato sauce that gives you the flavor, and that's like a tomato-y flavor. But there is, like, I'd imagine some sweetener in there because it does taste quite sweet. It's lovely. On hot toast. Oh. It's a part of English breakfast as well. If you have English breakfast, beans is something you would have. You know, you'd have some toast, you'd have some beans. You probably wouldn't make a beans on toast out of that, but you'd have all the ingredients you need. I'm just speaking facts, guys. That's all I do. I just throw facts. I just chuck facts around. Trending 810 said baked beans are my favourite snack. Yes. It's so great to see some love for baked beans. Didn't really expect it during an Elimination Chamber stream, but this is the world we live in. Richard said, do you think The Miz is going to call Cody? I don't. They can't do that, no. He's going to call Cody and help him beat up Dominic Mysterio? No. And even if it does happen and I actually see it with my own 2 eyes, I'm not going to believe it. It's better that way. Days, that's the best tag match I've ever seen, says Joaquin. You're right, bud. You're right. It's up there in the pantheon of greatest tag matches of all time. So, yeah, brilliant. I can only be a time thing, I'm guessing. We got about 45 minutes. We've been live for 3 hours, so for the show. So I'm just guessing maybe they just want to get the chamber. Entrances are going to take so long. Chamber's probably going to take about half an hour. You know, you got to get Cody coming out as well. They want time. Thruka, shout out to you. Is this... I think we've only got 1 match left, haven't we? Perhaps the women's match went a bit long, or some other match went long, and they had to go, right, we just won't do it tonight, we're going to save it. So go out, do the entrances, but... You know, we promised, we advertised it, so you've got to go out, but just beat them up in the entranceway, and we'll just say that they can't do the match. Because we've got to get to this chamber match. That's all I can presume. Charlotte Flair. Ronda Rousey. We're starting to see the graphics now for WrestleMania. Saturday, April 2nd. Sunday, April 3rd. We will... be live. It's a big one. Brock Lesnar, Roman Reigns. Why cancel the tag match? Time. They probably know they need time for video packages. They probably know how long each match takes. They're probably looking at it going, we got to cut it. Elimination Chamber. Here we go. This is the big one. This is the big one. Elimination Chamber. If they were short on time, they shouldn't have wasted so much time with promos and an overlong Undertaker promo. Pathetic. Well, I think they wanted to announce Undertaker going into the Hall of Fame for those that hadn't heard. I think also they probably wanted to play the gong and get the crowd excited, and yeah, that probably meant more to them than this pretty pointless tag match, which I know is for the tag titles, but pretty pointless tag match. Richard said, do you think we'll see Cody tonight? Yes. I think we will see Cody tonight. Apparently he's there. He might be there just to have a chat with Vince, but it's a hell of a long way to go. I mean, have we not heard of Zoom? So, you know, I can only think he's there to actually interfere. Damien Sandow for Miz's tag partner. That would be great. That would be great. If we got Sandow back and we started to do what we did before, where he was like mimicking Miz, that was brilliant. The beans need bacon. Oh, do you know I've never done that? I've never ever done that in all my life. I have never had beans on toast and then got some bacon and actually like chopped little bits of bacon and put that in. But that would be amazing. That would work. I already know it would work. That would be amazing. Mitchell said there are way too many video packages on the show. It's the Cody effects. Airflow said, I don't think Cody shows up until Raw or SmackDown. Adam said, if Cody comes out tonight, do you think he goes to WrestleMania to face the world champion? Hope not. We kind of spoke about it at length before, and I explained how I wouldn't do it that way personally. I don't think he needs to come in and go after the belt straight away. But, I mean, if he's going to be coming out, someone's going to win the title, and it feels like Cody's coming out at the end to make his intentions known that he is next. So, I must admit, it's certainly looking like it's going that way. Timothy said, Miz has just called me? Wow, Timothy. Do it, mate. Do it. Because then you can pop back and tell us how it went. If Cody is meant to mess with this match, then Brock won't win, as he would kill Cody. That is true, if you think about it. If Brock wins, how's Cody going to come out and challenge him? That is true. If Bobby wins, then he could do it. Beans are good for your heart. The more you eat, the more you fart, says Moro. You should try a toasted bagel with cream cheese and bacon. Yep, I've never had that. I've had cream cheese on a bagel, but I've never gone and put bacon on it. If Matt Reynolds doesn't win tonight, then I'm going to be angry. I don't care if Cody comes out. This is not going to be getting higher than a 5 from me. Is Cody back permanently? Apparently so, yes. Who won? Usos or Vikings? The fans. The fans won. Here comes the WWE champ. Bibby. Bibby on his way. Bibby. Dun, 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 dun. What if Cody attacks Seth or someone and takes their spot in the chamber? Well, he's running out of time. If Cody is going to turn up, it'll be WrestleMania or the Raw after WrestleMania. 20 years of Elimination Chamber since Erik introduced it at Survivor Series 2002. Dun 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 dun. Bum 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 bum. Dingle dingle as Bibby is on his way down. So Bobby Lashley making his way down. New champ Cody. Cody won't be here. Do you think Cody will be champ? Oh, one day I imagine he will, yeah. Cody would be the only twist and swerve that was reported, but I still don't think it happened, says Austin. Vlad said, do you think Roman will interfere in the chamber? Maybe. My hope is that Bobby wins. My guess is Bobby wins and then Cody comes out after. That's my guess. Enjoyed the main event. I'm going back to the network. I hope they go with Seth Freakin Rollins. We've got fireworks shooting into the sky. Bum ba ba dum. So, fireworks shooting into the sky as the superstars making their way down. And here comes the phenomenal one, AJ Styles. What if Brock doesn't make it into the chamber and gets attacked by the Usos and then breaks the door open? 2K22 game, says Brandon. Did WWE announce that they've signed Cody? No. But Bobby better not win or I will cry, says Johnny. Well, Johnny, and I mean this with every fiber in my body, I really hope you're going to be in tears later. Imagine Cody is under the chamber. Here's AJ making his way down. I wonder why MVP isn't there with Bibby. Perhaps because it's a chamber match or something, I don't know. Perhaps didn't fancy it. I mean, there's no Owens, there's no Sammy. There's a couple of people that didn't want to go. There's another one, and I can't remember who it is. But either way, I mean, what would he do? He would have to just walk out with Bobby and then walk back again, wouldn't he? He can't really be out there because it's an elimination chamber. So, Bobby is in one of the cages. AJ is about to go into one of the pods. WWE reached out to Nia Jax, Lana, and the Iconics to come back for the Rumble, which they declined. What would stop them from calling Morrison? Well, they could for a one-off Rumble appearance, but I wouldn't expect them to call him for outside. They don't need him outside of the Rumble. So, I mean, they didn't want to use the NXT women, which is why they reached out to legends and people that had been around in the past. Just don't think they're in that situation when it comes to the men. There's so many people that WWE could use as Miz's tag partner. This is the way they've teased it is it's because there's a reason for it. Like, if it does turn out to be Logan Paul, that would make sense. It would make sense as to why they've done it this way. Because there's no need to necessarily tease it. If it's someone on the roster, you don't need to really tease it like this. Riddle has come down, skated his way down. Lolo says, I hope Brock wins so that he can be a double champ. The crowd is pumped. Well, they've just seen a killer tag match. Of course they're pumped. Bro. Austin Theory. I was just going to say, I don't know whose music this is, but it's Austin Theory. Could The Miz have called Logan Paul? Could have. Here is Austin Theory making his way down with his phone. Days, what if Brock doesn't make it? He gets attacked by the Usos, then breaks the door open. Well, we'll find out. How to beat Brock? Low blow. Ask Seth. Full time. City have lost 3-2. Oh, big result. It's a big result in the football. That's a big result in the football. That's opened the door for. That's opened the door for Liverpool. Okay, so he's going around having selfies taken with people. Giving a bit of a kissy face. Oh, here comes Seth. Burn it down. Seth making his way down to the ring. So Brock's going to be the last one to come out. Why didn't WWE post all the pics he takes? I don't know. Yeah, we were talking about that the other day. If you do watch Raw or SmackDown, you don't normally join us, then make sure that you join us because well, we do these kind of watch-alongs every single week, and we have like a lot of the conversations we've been having this evening. We've had like we do cover a lot of this stuff during our live streams. Seth or Bobby to win, please. Well, we've had 13,389 votes. 13,389 votes. And we might as well get to the point where we can get rid of this poll now, to be honest. We've had... it hasn't really moved too much, but it is 62%. 62%, 61 it finished at for Brock, 20 for Bobby, 9 for Seth or Theory, 7 for AJ or Riddle. So that's where it all finished up. Seems like you lot overwhelmingly expect Brock Lesnar to get the victory in this one. This is our final match of the evening. Bobby is peed. People think Bobby is winning over Seth. The chamber is black, not red. Why are they having Theory not in the chamber? They did this before, in all fairness. They did this before. They did this for the women's one where people come down and the last person goes into a pod. So it looks like the Beast is going into the pod. Here he is, smile on his face. Obviously in his usual attire. Puts his hands in the air, bounces around. And he puts his hands up. There's no pyro, but when he throws them down... Brock just walks past the camera and like looks down like that as he walks past. That was kind of like sexy sensual Brock. Loved it. He goes over and he's laughing in the face of Bibby. Look, he blows onto the glass. Puts a cross on it. Brock doesn't even acknowledge Riddle. He just walks past Riddle. Tries to shimmy past AJ. Yes, he's just coming. He's ignored. He's put an X on the glass for Bobby. Ignored Riddle. Went over to AJ. Kind of shimmied past a little bit. Goes into the pod, and we are about to get going here. Big fight feel on this one. Big fight feel. And we are about to get started with Austin Theory and Seth Rollins. So these two circling around each other. So yeah, we are up and running. Where are you from? I'm from the UK. I'm from the Midlands in the UK. Austin Theory starting us off then with Seth Rollins and Seth in gold and silver attire. Looks kind of nice. Nice sling blade there by Seth as Austin Theory goes down. Backs over to the corner as Seth gesturing, posturing over towards AJ. Taking his time during this. Anna says City 2, Spurs 3. Ha ha ha. Love it. It's a big result that is for you, dudes. I mean, that is incredible. Big result for Liverpool as well. And I love it because I had Son in my team. So, winning all round. I'm watching Elimination Chamber. Who do you think is going to win this chamber? Torn between Bobby and Brock. I'd kind of like it to be Bobby. Bobby's the one that I'm hoping for. I really like Brock. But I'm not really too eager to have title versus title, which I know a few people are after. Wasn't Austin Theory a disciple for Seth? He was, but they've not really acknowledged it, to my knowledge. Kick coming in by Seth. What if Brock wins both WWE Universal, and what if he then goes to TNA and wins that title? Wow. Into the side of the chamber goes Austin Theory, bouncing off the chamber. Putting Theory's arm in between the chamber, driving Theory into the side of that chamber. Forearm strike by Seth. So doing his damage over by the side of the chamber, edge of the chamber. Picks up Theory. Is going to drive him into a pod. Oh, Theory goes into a pod. And Bobby goes down. That's good work, that is, by Seth. He picks up Theory, hurls him into the side of the pod. Bobby has gone down, the kind of plexiglass has kind of bowed in, and we've got the countdown clock. So Bobby's gone down, and he's kind of down, and his like arm is hurting him a little bit. The officials are going to have to try and figure out how to fix that pod. It is Riddle that's released, and Riddle comes in. Lashley is weakened, said Erase Your Mind. Was that supposed to happen? It must have been. It must have been. I mean, if you're going to throw someone into the side of the pod like that, you've got to know that that cheap plexiglass is just going to... it's not even that, is it? It's just plastic, just going to buckle. So we've got people in there trying to deal with... Bobby. Could this be a way of getting Lashley out? Yeah. Back elbow. He's down. It would get him out of this match. But the match has started. So, you know, if he's going to get injured, I know you can make the argument he never entered the match, but the bell has sounded. This is going to be... This could be it. They could have Cody enter instead. Seth in the corner. Cody will replace BB. Yeah, there's a lot of people checking on him here. I mean, I don't know. He might continue. He might, like, power through kind of a thing, but it's very interesting. Wow. Wow. Oh, look at that. Rollins with like a dragon sleeper suplex. And they are helping Bobby out. They are helping Bobby out. Now, how's this going to play? I mean, how's this going to play? So, Bobby goes down. Cody will replace. Cody or Via. Bobby is hurt. Yeah, but has the match not started? Like, how are we going to get someone else to enter? Like, why would you put someone else in there now? Unless you go with the argument that they hadn't actually entered the match. And isn't it also a bit weird of like... Oh, we need someone to enter. Who should we get? Let's get Cody Rhodes. Have you got anyone backstage? Is there anyone that's not already on the show? We've got Cody. Oh, yeah, we'll get Cody then. Yeah, I mean, that'll be a nice surprise. That'll be a weird way of doing it in a way, but, I mean... And how are you going to play his music and have him come down and everything? Like, is his music just going to hit? And then out he comes, like, I don't know. I'm interested. You've got me interested, WWE. They said twists and turns. AJ Styles chance, he is in there, so Riddle is in. AJ's in. Austin Theory is in. Seth is in. And Bibi is injured and outside. It's going to be Mansoor. Big match. Yes, big match. We need big match to come down. Nice dragon screw by AJ. AJ Styles chants by the fans. Kicks coming in by AJ. Lesnar is the last one to come out, and he's having a lovely time, Brock Lesnar. This is his absolute dream. When it lands on Bobby's pod, Cody will come out. Well, let's have a look. Strike coming in to the back by Seth. Big match Cena. AJ with some strikes to Seth, and Riddle is over in the corner. Seth with Riddle. Austin Theory has come over. He's going to look for a double power bomb. Boom, and it connects. Via is going to finally arrive. Riddle. Floating bro. Down goes Austin Theory to shoulder up. I wouldn't be surprised if Cody would be booked at this level. I would believe it would be the Miz story more. I'm thinking it's this level. Cody would want assurances that it would be this level. I mean, like, his big frustration last time was that he was stuck with Stardust, so I don't expect him to come back and faff about in the mid-card. I'm expecting him to come back at this level. Riddle is pointing at Brock. He goes down. Riddle is calling for the RKO as the countdown begins. Surely this will see Brock come in. Riddle staring at Brock. Brock's got a smile on his face. And it's Bobby. Okay, Bobby is meant to come in, but nothing's happening. So Lesnar's just booted the door. Lesnar's booted the door, and Lesnar's come in. Clotheslines as everyone's going down. Lesnar's just going to eliminate everyone in here. Look, he's just he's just a beast in a cage. 1, 2, 3. Seth's gone. Seth's gone. Kick to the midsection. He's got Riddle up on his shoulders. Plants Riddle down. 1, 2, 3. Riddle's gone. He's got AJ. Plants AJ down. It's just a one-man wrecking machine. One-man wrecking machine. I mean, Riddle's done. Riddle's got to get out. We've got Theory in there. We've got... I don't know what's happening with Bobby. Cody's going to come down. Cody will come down and beat Brock. He'll put Brock in the crossroads. That's it. Done. Will it be Lesnar, Styles, Theory? Lashley is still not out of this. He's got Styles up on his shoulders. He plants AJ. 1, 2, 3. AJ's done. We're down to Austin Theory or Brock Lesnar. Oh, well. AJ just helped him over by the door, so AJ flops out the Elimination Chamber. Austin Theory is helping himself up by the ring post. Austin Theory now has got to try and avoid Brock Lesnar. Austin Theory is locked inside the Elimination Chamber with Brock Lesnar. Brock's taking off his gloves. Oh, man, this is pretty moody, isn't it? This is pretty moody for Austin Theory. Is like, can I climb up here? Austin Theory is in retreat mode right now. Austin Theory backing away. Brock is chasing after Theory. Theory is running round. He's trying to open the door. He's running around again. He's trying to get back into a pod. He closes a pod. Lesnar's grabbed Theory, picks him up, suplex. On the outside of the chamber. It's big, it's big. Guaranteed new champion. Concussion protocol just announced. Lesnar in there with Theory. Low blow! Low blow by Theory! Can you imagine if Theory wins this? Well, we could have a new cage fighting champion here. Low blow by Theory. Through the ropes. Drop kick by Theory. Theory DDT. 1, 2, 1. It was like 1. 1 kick out by Brock. I mean, he's just angered Brock now. He's just angered Brock. I can explain. I can explain. Brock up on his feet, going after Austin Theory. Theory now is climbing. He's climbing. Yeah, where are you going to go? He's just climbing. He's climbing right to the top. He's going through this chamber, and Brock's going after him. Look at the speed of Brock climbing up the edge of there. Look, he's managed to grab Theory. He's got Theory. He's got Theory up. Is he going to F5 him off there or something? He's managed to grab him. Look, they're on top of one of the pods. Smacking him into the glass above the pod. And again, Theory goes down. Yeah, I mean, that's not fun, is it? That's not fun at all. Suplex City, they're asking for up there. Yeah, German suplex him from up there. Instead, he's going to look for an F5. F5 from the top of the pods. F5. Oh! Theory goes down. The way he F5s him, I mean, it's kind of careful. And Theory ends up going relatively, like, feet first, but still did it. Still did it. Brock getting back in there. Damn, F5 off the pods. Dragging Theory into the ring after a spot like that. It's done, innit? 1, 2, 3. So Lesnar wins, and he gestures the selfie. So Lesnar's the new champ, but what are we doing with Cody? What is Cody going to come and challenge him? Like, what are we doing here? Brock Lesnar. So Lesnar wins the title. I will enjoy a face Brock Lesnar champion. Someone bring our truth. There we go. Champion versus champion. They are going to do it. So what was the flipping point in having him lose the belt to Bobby? Was it literally just so that Lesnar would then have to go and win Royal Rumble to avoid... So basically, the whole reason that Brock lost the belt was only so we could completely make the Royal Rumble irrelevant this year. That was it. The whole point is just so that we can get to this. Yeah, I'm not a fan. Don't like it. I never wanted champion versus champion, so this isn't to my taste anyway, but I know there's many people that did. Bobby must be hurt. It must be a work to keep Bobby looking strong. Is it actually winner takes all? I don't know. They haven't said. They just said champion versus champion. You got to think the belts are on the line, yeah? Got to think so. Otherwise, you know, what would be the point? Unless it's only Roman's belt that's up for grabs, but they haven't said anything. Farmhouse Spread, they didn't need champ versus champ. I agree. No, Cody, this just got disappointing. Well, Brock's in the ring. Just waiting to see. Why would Cody be in Saudi Arabia if they don't use him. The Beast holding up that WWE Championship as fireworks are going off. Fireworks in Jeddah. Bobby must be injured. I don't think so. I just think they wanted to protect him, to be honest. Austin Theory down. Brock celebrating for 15 minutes here. He's over with the fans and they're taking pictures. He's got that championship on his face. Look, he's having a big smile. He is just celebrating with the fans for a little bit. And he goes over the other side. It's so weird seeing Brock do this. Decent pay-per-view, but that ending sucked. The show ends in 10 minutes. Brock won. WTF is this? This is why people prefer AEW and complain about WWE. Terrible ending. Little graphic in the corner. Brock gives a salute to the fans. Walks up the entrance ramp. And that's that. That is it. That is it. No Cody. So, if Cody was there, which was the rumor, why has he gone all that way and not been used on the show? Why has he gone all that way and not been used on the show? Very weird. I find that quite a weird ending as well. Right, let's go and get your scores. What do you score? What do you score the show? 8 to 10. 7 to 7.5. 6 to 6.75. 5.75 or below. Let's see what you score the show. I'm quite interested to see what people have got to say, actually. Quite interested to see what people have got to say. I think this is going to be a show that's going to divide opinion. I think it is a show that I think was largely all right. I mean, I kind of feel my thoughts on it are there's nothing really disastrous here. It's been a fine watch. There's been a few talking points. A chunk of it potentially disappointing. I definitely wanted to see something different from Alexa than what we got, for example. I didn't really want to go down the title. Well, I didn't want to go down title versus title. But I know there's people that did. So I will be very, very interested to see what people score this. So there is the shot. So there is Brock Lesnar, the winner of the Elimination Chamber. No sign of Cody. Really weird how Bobby was taken out of this with Austin Theory being hurled into one of the pods. Bobby Lashley didn't even get into this match. I wonder what kind of repercussions we will get, because the champion's just lost his belt without really even being able to defend it. So it might make for quite an interesting story, but seems like they want to do champion versus champion. The graphic has already been made and already been shown on screen. So it is champion versus champion at WrestleMania. It is Brock Lesnar that leaves Saudi Arabia as the WWE champion. But what are the next steps going to be? And as we said, no sign of Cody Rhodes. Big rumors and reports that he was in Saudi Arabia. No sign of him. The match, it's quite quick in a way. Brock comes out last from the pod, destroys everyone. It gets down to Brock and Austin Theory. F5 from the top of the pod was cool. And 1, 2, 3, Brock Lesnar wins. Show goes off air with Brock celebrating. Simple as that. No swerve or twist or anything along those lines. No Cody. Quite a surprise, to be honest, and dare I say a little flat. But, yeah, interesting. I mean, still a noteworthy show. Plenty happened. And definitely we've been pushed forward towards WrestleMania. We now know some of the big matches that are going to take place there. Arguably the biggest of all, champion versus champion, Brock Lesnar versus Roman Reigns. We've had 600-odd votes come in. 600-odd votes. Keep your votes coming in. Hopefully we could get like 1,000 votes, which would be really, really cool. So, as I said, get your votes in. Want to see what people are saying and get a good idea as to where we are with scores and things along those lines. Kind of hard to put this down into a score, I think, to be honest. It really depends what you think of the results. At WWE Elimination Chamber. So that's got to be one of the biggest stories about Brock Lesnar. And also, no Cody. I wonder if it's because news got out Cody was there. And so they decided to not go with that. Maybe they felt... That's a long way to take him, though, to change their mind, isn't it? It's a long way to go to then go, actually, no, we're not going to do it because it's leaked. So we'll just change it. I would like to point out that Harley in our community was the one that was reporting he was there. So just remember that when we get to the Raw stream on Monday. Definitely Harley is the one that told us all that. I mean, I believed him because Harley's been a very good source and quite trustworthy. But I think that trust is in, I'm going to doubt that going forward now. Right, mate. UFC, yeah, we will do it. We're just getting final thoughts and everything here first. I don't know when it starts. I don't think it's for about an hour or so, to be honest. I think we've got a little bit of time till we get till we get to that. I think Cody is going to be Miz's partner. Well, rumors are apparently it's going to be Logan Paul, I think. One of the worst shows I've ever seen. I'm ashamed of myself for watching it. I don't think it was that bad. 863 votes is what we've had. 863 votes so far. Days, this should have happened. They're thinking, who's the spare person backstage? And Natalya comes out and then taps out Lesnar. I think that would be amazing if we were to get that. Until I see an official statement from either WWE or Cody, it's all just a rumor. Terrible booking for that match, says Cam Vlogs. Days, you didn't want the titles to be unified. No. I still don't think they will unify them, to be honest. But yeah, I wasn't interested in us going that way at all. They add Bobby to the match. Could they add Bobby to the match? Sure. Yeah, I can't see any reason as to why you couldn't do that. Bobby could make it a triple threat. It's not the match that I want, but I suppose, you put your three big hitters in there. Champion versus Bobby. They should bring back Money in the Bank for WrestleMania just to end the night. Glad I'm not the only one. You're not the only one, Austin. You're never the only one. Don't you ever feel alone, my flower. Don't you ever feel that way. Elimination Chamber being held in Saudi Arabia almost guaranteed that it wasn't going to be good. I give it extra points because they didn't let Goldberg beat Roman. Lance said, horrible show. Cody won't team with Miz. Cody would be a face, not a heel. Probably Cody was seeing Vince for the first time in years. Did the actual Elimination Chamber happen yet? It did. And there was a winner that I don't think... A poll that had over 11,000 votes and 60-odd% said it would be Brock. And it was Brock that won it. 997 votes is where we are. 997 votes. So, yeah, we've had a lot, over 1,000 votes come in. This is the worst show of the year. Hated it, 4 out of 10. Pointless title change and Rumble winner. Spear versus F5. Days I like the F5. I'm guessing Cody's on Raw. I mean, we've got to set up a match for Rollins. Maybe. Brock didn't get pinned by Roman. Roman wasn't in this match. Guys, I don't know how many people. I don't know. Everyone's saying this was rubbish, but did you not hear how many times the crowd were chanting, "This is awesome"? I mean, I don't know what you want me to tell you. The crowd absolutely loved it. They absolutely loved it. The crowd could not have been into that anymore if they tried. They were loving it. So, yeah, the crowd were all over that, guys. If we were to ask the fans that were there what's to score this, they would say 1,000,000 out of 10. What's your score? Honestly, my gut feeling is around about a 6, maybe 5.75, something around that ballpark. I kind of feel like it was below expectation. There was no Cody. It did go the way that I was expecting, but there was potential definitely for others. Alexa could have won. I think Bobby was in with a chance. I don't think Goldberg would have won. I didn't expect Lita to win. But the 2 chamber matches, I think they had a couple of people that could have won. But they probably went the way that people were most anticipating. No Cody, I think, is disappointing. I think Alexa being the same as she was before is disappointing. Title versus title isn't the way I want it to go, but I know that it's the way people wanted. So, you know, I'm a bit alone in that. That's fine. So for me, like, I still feel like the matches, like, weren't too bad. I feel like, you know, it was a fine show to watch. It was just fine. You know what I mean? It was just, like, fine. Something to do on a Saturday. We now know that we're getting Becky Bianca. We know that Brock Roman is, I mean, it was always locked in. And even though Brock is the champion, now it's champion versus champion. The problem is if you put Bobby in that match, which is what they might do, surely it's Bobby that's taking the pin. And I don't quite know what that means. If Bobby gets chucked in, what does that mean? They both just stay champions. I don't know what that would mean. If Bobby's in the match, he's taking the pin. So, I don't know. I don't know if they'll put Bobby in as a way of making it a way of, you know, Brock still looking strong and Roman looking strong. Yeah, I mean, my gut feeling is the matches were all right. There was a couple of matches that I thought were all pretty decent. The Roman match at the start was all right. Lita, you know, got a bit emotional at the end. That match was all right. The ending was a bit rubbish. It was fun seeing Austin Theory run away from Brock Lesnar. And it was all right. Crowd were hot. Crowd were great. I feel like I've watched some. I feel like if you didn't watch it, you've definitely missed out on some things. There's some talking points there. And, you know, it gives us more clarity on WrestleMania. So that's why I'm not like, this is a 3 or anything like that. But for me, there's just not a great deal here to hang your hat on. So yeah, I'm probably around the 6 mark, to be honest. But we're getting a lot of responses coming in, a lot of responses. So we are at 1,179 votes. Haven't had a chance to see the scores yet. Let me click on them. I gotta tell you, it's close. Really close, actually. 29% of people have gone with 8 to 10. 29% of people have gone 8 to 10. 26%. The next biggest, only down by 3, 575 or below. So we've got both ends of the spectrum being really acknowledged here. And then in the middle, very close between, like, it's just all really close. This is a show that's divided opinion. Simple as that. This is a show that has really split opinion. Some people absolutely loved it, couldn't get enough of it. Some people think it's absolutely rubbish. For me, I don't think it's rubbish. I ain't down in 3s and 4s, but I'm probably like 575. I could probably be convinced to go into that 6 to 675. But then equally, if I was talking to someone that really hated it, I could be convinced to go to 575 or below. But I'd be the top end of it. So I'm probably around that ballpark. I'll probably go with a 6. I'm going to go with a 6. I kind of feel like there's nothing that's really disastrous here. It's just, I think a lot of people, I think, are just a bit down on the booking, which is important. But there's nothing that's made me cringe or hate the world. So I'll probably go with about that. Rollins got buried because of Brock. Listen, triple threat, Roman, Brock, Bobby, Mania, winner takes all, says Michael. They will put Bobby in and he will be the double champ. Yeah, so that means that all this Roman build ends with him not really losing. Or maybe even getting pinned by Bobby. Like, what does that mean? So, like, I mean, Bobby's not even in the match at the moment. So, hopefully, if he gets added, then, I don't know, maybe it wouldn't be all for a waste. It's just a bit of a shame because, you know, Roman then doesn't lose clean. I mean, if it'd be huge for Bobby if he would be to win a match of that caliber. To go in and go up against Roman and Brock. But I just feel like they can always blame the fact that, you know, there was too many moving parts or whatever. If it was a one-on-one match, it would be different. I just think there's always a get out of jail card, even if you get pinned. You know, you got to have eyes in your back of your head. If it was one-on-one, it would have been different. I don't really want Roman's loss to be in a match like that. If Roman's going to lose, I'd rather he put Bobby over clean. If Roman's going to lose, I wish Bobby had won, and then we get champ versus champ, and we get Bobby versus Roman, and then Roman puts Bobby over clean. If that's what we're going to do, if that's where we're going to be at the end of WrestleMania, I'd rather it was a clean one-on-one match. I just think that's better. But I don't even know if we're going that way, to be honest. Dame Film said the ending with Theory was fantastic. Other than that, it was a disappointing main event. Should we expect Brock versus Bobby before Mania again, where Brock wins? Maybe. Maybe they do it on Raw and that just gets Bobby out the way. And then it is just a one-on-one Brock versus Roman. Harley said, Days, I will say when Logan is playing a heel, when he had that segment with Corbin, it was pretty good. A heel definitely fits him because the boos are massive. Yes. But I've got no interest in seeing him have a match. Rematch clauses don't exist in this company. Days reports are that Bobby's concussion protocol was a work. Pretty obvious. Just WWE biding time until WrestleMania, same as it ever was. What about Cody in alliance with Miz? I think that would be weak. Goldberg didn't win, so it went up by 1. Alexa didn't win, so I'm going to add another 1. I like Bliss, but she's not been around for a while. Do you know what? You make an excellent point, actually. I think probably 2 of my points went for those reasons as well, actually, Casey. So you make an excellent point. Alexa Bliss Gamer said, my favourite match was the women's match. Alexa Bliss was amazing out there. Cody getting all the pyro and the big CGI neck tattoo entrance. Raw might be huge, though. Just saying, said Oration Minds. They buried everyone just because the Saudi fans like Brock. It's ridiculous. I think a 6 is being overly kind, said John. Other than Bianca getting a rematch with Becky, it was a nothing burger of a non-event. Well, I disagree. I think my gut feeling was 575. More I was thinking about it, I was like, well, do you know what? I like Bianca winning, so I ain't got a problem with the women's chamber match. Maybe there was a couple of spots in there that I would take out. Maybe I would definitely have Alexa not be what she was, but, you know, again, benefit of the doubt might say that perhaps it was a bit rushed. They haven't really had an opportunity to have her on a Raw and really explore the character. She did those psychiatrist segments. It seemed like she'd gone through a change, but maybe this was not the right place to bring back a different Alexa. Perhaps in front of these Saudi fans, they just wanted, here's Alexa, here's the Alexa you know, and they just put her out there. So I'm just going to have to hold out hope that that kind of change that Alexa's going to go through is when it's going to be more on Raw than it is at a Saudi show. So, women's match thought was all right. Roman Goldberg I thought was really good. So, you know, these are all positives. Bianca winning, good. Then I thought the women's tag match was all right. I didn't hate it. I thought it was all right. I thought Ronda in a gi was really cool. That was a nice little moment. So she came down and arm behind the back. I mean, it wasn't a classic, but it was pretty solid. Drew versus Madcap. I mean, it had some moments in it, but I wasn't really too fussed. We didn't even get the tag match, which in a way for me was a blessing in disguise. So can't really hate on the fact we didn't get a match I wasn't bothered about anyway. And then main event, yeah, I mean, all right, it's not the winner I want, but I can't say I'm going to mark it down just because someone won that I didn't want to win. They've got a plan. They've got a story. They want to go with it. I'm interested to see where it goes. Everyone knows I wouldn't have done champion versus champion. It's the story they want to do. So let's see. You know, there's about 1 billion things that's happened in wrestling that I wouldn't do. And there'll be 1 billion things that will happen in the future. So I ain't going to mark it down because they've just done Brock winning. It sets up Brock versus Roman, champion versus champion, which I don't like, but some people do. Austin Theory got a little bit of time in there with Brock, got a bit of offense in, took a big F5 off the top of the chamber. I mean, in all honesty, what are they going to do? How are they going to stop Brock? They couldn't. They can't. Brock's heading on to a main event. Brock's a big deal. If Brock is in the chamber, I think there was only one person that I thought could stop him, and that was Bobby. And as soon as Bobby was out, then you think, well, is Cody going to take his place? But realistically, how was Cody going to stop Brock? So, yeah, I mean, it just went the way from that point that it seemed to go, and it seemed to flow. Cody, I think us expecting Cody and us not getting it has been a disappointment. But then, you know, Cody was sitting on a plane. Kenny Omega said he's in Saudi Arabia. There's a lot of talk that he's there. WWE hasn't not delivered some of its promised. It never said it had Cody and that it was going to give us Cody. So, I don't know. I think for me, this isn't a show where the in-ring is all that bad. You know, Becky Lita was not a bad little match. The ending, I think, sucks. But it's just that. There's just, like, with a lot of it, it's kind of like, a lot of the in-ring's fine. A lot of the matches are fine. Things are fine. There's just nothing spectacular, so definitely can't be in 8 to 10 territory. There's nothing here that's like OMG, so can't be in 8 to 10. And then there's just a lot of little niggles that I just don't like. There's just a lot of little things that I'm just not a fan of, like the ending of Becky. Didn't like it. The Becky Lita match, didn't like the ending, thought it was silly. Didn't like a couple of spots in the Women's Elimination Chamber, but I liked the winner. Didn't like Alexa being, you know, the same way that she was before, but is it that big of a deal? Does it mark my score down? I mean, she didn't win the match, so... Roman beat Goldberg, you know. I would have had a bigger problem if Goldberg had won, so I've got to give him credit for that, and the match itself was fine. I don't know, man. 6 out of 10, I feel like it's a fair score. I could go down to like a 5.5, but I think, like, is this show really like a 2 or a 3? I thought there was some good moments. I thought the matches were pretty solid. Crowd were amazing. Crowd were into anything. Absolutely anything. Like, this is awesome chants all night, and even though I think they were OTT, I'd much rather have an OTT crowd than a dead one. This was a passionate crowd that I thought added to the atmosphere. So that's why I'm around the mark I'm around. There's been thousands of people left the champion. Why push Cody when we've got Riddle, AJ, Kevin Owens, and others? Oh, I mean, like, would you not sign Cody then? Because Cody is someone that started his company along with the Bucks and Kenny, and I just think there's a great opportunity now with him being free to bring him back and, you know, bring him in and do a great story. You know, he was disgruntled. He's the son of Dusty Rhodes. He went and started his own company. Now they've had a bit of a falling out. He's left. Vince has managed to get him. There's so many stories and directions you could take that now. As I said, I like the idea of Cody coming back saying he's tried to take Vince down from the outside, but it wasn't working, so he's here to do it from the inside. And I just think that there's a story to be told there. I like that story. It's a story that you can't really tell, but because it's based in truth. And you can't really tell that story with anyone else ever, apart from maybe Jeff Jarrett. So I like the idea that you can do that story with Cody. So yeah, I'll be interested to see why Cody didn't show. I'm presuming he was there, and I'm guessing it's a late change of plan or something. Let's have a look and see. I want to make sure that I've not missed any like super chats or anything. As I've just been chatting away. I think we're all right. I think we're good. We're good. Yes. Let's go down. Raw 1500 next. I would say Brock faces Bobby in a rematch on night 1 and then retains and loses to Roman on night 2. If you're all about surprises, then I guess a low score thanks to the dirt sheets. Yeah, I mean, honestly, if you're down because Cody didn't show, then don't know what to tell you, man. This WWE never promised Cody. There was high hopes of him because, you know, it was heavily reported. And even, as we said, Kenny came out and apparently revealed that Cody is in Saudi Arabia. So, I don't know, maybe you was watching hoping for that moment that Cody arrives. You didn't get it, and that's brought your score down. But that ain't going to play a part for me. That you know, if Cody had come out, brilliant, because, well, here he is, and we're up and running, and we've got an idea of where it's going. I couldn't find a good way of bringing him in anyway, to be honest, because I wouldn't have him go after the title, and other than going after the title, I couldn't really see how he was going to do it unless he attacks Seth during the match or attacks someone during the match. But I don't know why he'd be going after Seth anyway. So, don't know. It's all right. It doesn't really affect my score too much, Cody not being here. I would have liked a surprise. I would have liked a moment. We didn't really get anything. So I'll say I would have liked something. But I'm all right with Cody not being around. Daisy's Flower 316. What do you think of my new name? I think you're weird. That's what I think. I think you're weird. Days Brock won the Rumble. He did not have to win. The Chamber gave the ungrateful man that he is. Brock won a Rumble. He did not have to win. Well, the only thing about the Rumble win is, I mean, they wanted to do Brock versus Roman. So in order to be able to do that match, you've got to take the Rumble out of the equation. Otherwise, the Rumble winner would have to face Roman or face Brock. So with Brock winning the Rumble, it means that he is the Rumble winner, so he gets his opportunity at a champion of his choosing. And then he decided to go after the other belt as well. So, you know, look, this is the story they want to tell. You might not like the story, but it's the story that they're choosing to tell. And people will be split on it. You know, some people will be into this champion versus champion thing. Some people will, and look, they are putting all their eggs in that basket. The main event this year is Roman versus Brock. It's got both the belts involved. It's got the two biggest stars involved. It's got the Royal Rumble winner involved. It's got the Paul Heyman subplot involved. Like, they could not have gone. The Elimination Chamber winner is involved. They could not have gone more all in on this Brock Roman story. They are absolutely all in on it. So yeah, they couldn't have done any more. It's just everything. The Rumble winner, the Chamber winner, the two champions, the two biggest stars. This is the story Vince wants to tell, and that is just go as big as we can on Brock versus Roman this year. Back it, and then back it again, and that's what they've done. So if you like the story, brilliant. If you don't, I mean, that's fine. There's going to be other stuff at WrestleMania, so I wouldn't worry about it. It's going to be a stacked 2 days at WrestleMania, so I won't worry about it. I'm getting tired of Becky Bianca. I'd rather have Liv Becky and have Liv win the title at WrestleMania, says the famine. Technically, they didn't say it was for both, so maybe it's still only for the Universal, and then Brock defends against someone else on night 1. It's true. My score was, the only problem is they're advertising it as champion versus champion, so if Brock defends it on night 1, the champion versus champion thing goes away. So that would be the only thing that I would say. Is I think they want champion versus champion, and they want to go all in on that big main event. I feel like I want to go to sleep thinking it's about 4 a.m., but the pay-per-view actually ended early. It's 20 past 8, isn't it? It's a bit weird. Do you think Seth versus Cody happens? I see why they'd keep screwing Seth. Do I think it happens out of title matches with Brock? Yeah, I mean, I got to think that's probably the most likely match for Seth. I mean, I think Cody and Seth are similar size. They're probably quite comparable with their in-ring work. I think that, they're two, dare I say, veterans, really. They've both been around for like 10, 12 years competing, and yeah, I think they kind of a little bit similar in age and everything as well. I think that that would be a lot of people's dream matches. I'm very interested in the story they'll tell for it, though. I wonder what the story will be. Why will we get that match? What is the backstory? And then it seems like we're going to be getting Kevin Owens and Stone Cold, doesn't it? I think Kevin Owens and Seth seemed like the way we were going, but now this Stone Cold thing's come about. It's kind of really swerved everything. Vince, sure, pal, you booked for Saudi. Poor Cody. I'm not bothered about Brock winning, but he didn't pin Bobby, so in my eyes, he's not champion. Well, I'm sure we've got to explore that story. Bobby, I'm sure, is going to have plenty to say on it. Was Bobby's injury a botch, or was it meant to happen? I think it was meant to happen. Get him out of the way. The problem is they've built Roman so high, whoever defeats him won't be credible enough. Brock already said that he wants both belts, said Red Rum Road. I want to see AJ versus Edge for the WWE Championship. Who do you think Brock versus Reigns at WrestleMania? God, I don't know. I mean, they're just going so big on it, aren't they? So big on it. I mean, maybe that's where Brock gets it done. I wouldn't want Brock. I mean, I don't want Brock to be the one, to be honest. And, I mean, like, is Brock going to be able to bounce between both shows as champion? How does the idea of one person having both belts work? I mean, he might not hold it for that long. Becky had both belts, and I don't think she held both for that long. It was enough for her to be Becky 2 belts and be seen with both belts for a little bit, and then she quickly lost the one. So, maybe Brock has both, and then very quickly, who knows, Money in the Bank, which I don't know would be that far away from WrestleMania. He might lose it a couple of months later. Gets cashed in on. So, is it true that Cody's coming back to WWE? Apparently, yeah. Yeah, lots of... we seem to know lots about what's happening there, so... If they end the brand split, they could have any wrestler on any show. That would be a big move, though, wouldn't it? To go. I mean, it's one thing to have someone carrying both of the big championships. It's a different thing entirely to end the brand split. So, I mean, that would be a major move for them to do. It's a move that I must admit I'm not anticipating them doing, but I suppose you can never say never. Hopefully, we will get Edge AJ face-to-face on Raw. That would be amazing. Stone Cold will probably return in a few weeks. Just not sure on Cody. Ledge Killer gives it a 6.4. It being 2 nights is going to hurt because you're solely focused on night 2 with title versus title. So now you need something huge from Styles and Edge or something else to fill the void. Well, I mean, you'll have Ronda Charlotte as the main event. Cody Seth potentially. Maybe they even drop Kevin Owens and Stone Cold on night 1 as well. So I don't think you'll be struggling too much. I'm sure there'll be an Intercontinental match maybe on there also. Night 2, United States match. The other women's match. One of the tag matches. There'll be a grudge match on there as well. Might get the Andre Battle Royal. I mean, you can soon fill it out. You didn't say that Miz lost to Rey and Dominic and is getting a global good-looking dude to give him a call. Yeah, apparently rumors, I don't know where the rumors have come from, that Logan Paul is going to be the one to be his partner. So I'm not expecting that to be Cody because that wouldn't feel like maybe the right way to bring Cody in. Putting him with The Miz as a heel going up against Rey and Dominic. Don't know. And it would also position him a little bit mid-cardish. I mean, that doesn't feel like the right place to pitch him, to introduce him. Doesn't feel like he'd be a heel. I'm not sure that would be the right move. There's no talk about where he's been. He's just coming to help his friend The Miz. How long have they been friends? Like I don't know. That just doesn't. None of that fits for me. So the Logan Paul thing would make a bit more sense. I don't like it. I'm not a fan of celebrities being in matches, but it seems like that's the way we're going anyway. At this point, I'm just getting numb to the idea of celebrities in matches. Now I'm just grateful for seeing actual wrestlers have matches. Because it seems like we're getting Johnny Knoxville against Sami Zayn. So Logan Paul in the ring with Miz as well. I mean, I don't know. I don't even know when this match is happening, actually. In my mind, it's happening at WrestleMania, and I don't know why, because that's forever away. But he's kind of making out this match is going to be a tag match relatively soon, isn't it? So, yeah. Perhaps it won't be at WrestleMania, that one. If someone teams up with The Miz, it needs to be someone as hated as him. Maybe Logan was hanging out with Cody somewhere watching this. Amir said, Days, so now what will Rollins do at WrestleMania? Well, I mean, Cody might be the match, to be honest. I don't mind that match. I ain't got an issue with that match. My only question is, why? Why? Why is Cody coming in and having a match with Seth? And they will answer that question. They will have to. But, yeah, just why? Why are we doing it? And I'm sure they can find a reason. And just hope it's good. That's all. Does it not feel like putting the title back on Brock is desperation to boost tickets? I don't know, to be honest, why they've done it. Because I can't answer that because I wouldn't have done it. I mean, the only thing that I can think is, yeah, maybe they wanted him. I mean, the only thing I can think is they wanted to do Brock versus Roman, and they wanted both belts to be involved. Otherwise, why did Brock have to win the Rumble and the Elimination Chamber? I mean, he's just won both in order to make sure that no one else gets involved. So it is literally all eggs in one basket. So, Yeah, I mean, Brock's going to be on Raw for a bit. Maybe that just keeps the Raw rating strong. Roman's obviously over on SmackDown. I mean, I don't even mind that. I don't even mind that. They want Brock to be the face of Raw. They want Roman to be the face of SmackDown. That makes perfect sense. Perfect sense. And then they want that match as well at WrestleMania. So I think they've just had to kind of go this way to get that match. But they could have had Bobby win this chamber, and Bobby then could have had the title. Brock would still have had his match, and Brock could still have been used on Raw, and he could have had a few like warm-up matches getting ready for Roman. So there's still other ways they could have gone, but listen, what's the point? What's the point in going, well, they could have done this, they could have done that? Instead, this is what they're doing, and you know, some of you love it, some of you would have done it, some of you don't love it, some of you wouldn't have done it. This is what we got. This is what we got. This is where it's going, and you know, it is what it is. It's fine. It's fine. Champ versus champ. We'll see what happens. And we'll see if Roman's reign comes to an end at Brock, to the hands of Brock. I mean, I suppose my thing is that I don't want Brock to be the one to do it, because Brock won't benefit. Brock has already achieved everything there is to achieve. So I don't really want Brock to be that one that beats Roman. But if he does, well, then he does. Do you know what I mean? That's it. If he does, then he does. It's you know, you just have to then look for the next thing to kind of get your teeth into. It's just this one feels quite special with Roman. How many times are we going to see someone have a 500-odd day title reign? So if Brock brings it to an end, it just feels a bit like, you know what I mean? Forever KSW said Vince will bury Cody if he comes to WWE, just like he did his dad. We remember the polka dots. Cody should stay away from AEW. Yeah, I mean, the only thing I would say about that is that I don't think Vince was ever really interested in presenting Dusty, the kind of southern wrestler. I mean, Vince was never into that. Vince, if you go to WWE, you know that Vince is always into kind of the personalities and the character and something that the fans can connect with. And I think, like, you know, Dusty going out doing hard times promos is not really what Vince was looking for, and it's not really, you know, it's amazing and it's wrestling folklore, but that's not what Vince has ever really looked for in WWE. So, you know, I think Cody would know that this maybe is not a place he's going to be able to go and have his masterpieces, but this is a place where he can go and he can, you know, kind of have good exposure, get some good money, get away from some of the toxicity that's in AEW that, you know, which, you know, might have only existed for him because of things he's done to create it. But he has had a falling out with Tony Khan. He's had his booking power taken away. There seems to be issues with him and Kenny, because Kenny hasn't hesitated in coming out and saying a load of stuff about Cody. So, you know, there's been falling outs behind the scenes. His power has been taken away. He couldn't get the money that he wanted, and it's all fallen apart. So he's gone to WWE. I don't think out of choice he would have done it, but he's gone to WWE, and, you know, he's taken a nice payday. He's going to get a little boost to his profile. He's going to be on shows that are bigger than Dynamite now. Even it doesn't matter where he goes, Raw or SmackDown. He'll get bigger exposure, potentially to, you know, slightly different audience, and, you know, potentially doing things slightly different. But, you know, that's something that he's accepted, and you know, I don't think they're going to be putting him in polka dots or anything like that. I think that they are going to probably use him largely the same as American Nightmare. I think there's scope to do that. I'm very interested to see how they bring him in and what it looks like. And it could absolutely go wrong. And I think Cody would have had to have gone in knowing that the potential for that is there. So, yeah, you know, this is a gamble that he's felt he's had to take. the option was to just accept what was on the table from AEW and accept the declined, well, broken word in a way, because he was told that he would have this ability and this power, and then it was taken away from him. So he was probably feeling a little bit stung, to be honest, by it. He was probably feeling a little bit cheated. And I think this has been kind of building for a while, so don't know. You're not wrong. It is a gamble, but I think it's one that he's going to have thought through. Did Cody even sign with WWE? Well, we've not seen him yet, so until we actually see him, I can't say. But there's so much noise that is doing the rounds. We sort of have heard that he's going to be at WrestleMania. We've heard he's been filming vignettes. There's talk that he's gone to Saudi Arabia. I mean, it's just all happening, isn't it? It's a good move for Cody. They know he is a threat if he leaves again, says Red Rum Road. Edward said, don't get me wrong, you like the pay-per-view, but they should have had someone come down and be the final person in the chamber. Brock beat them, and that would have been better. They put him in polka dots. Remember Stardust? I remember Stardust, yeah. They didn't see anything in Cody, to be honest, and they tried doing the dashing Cody thing, and it got a little bit over with the fans, but they decided to go down the road of kind of playing off Goldust and having him do the Stardust character. Cody didn't like it. I think Dusty told him to, see it through. He stuck with it, and, eventually he kind of reached the ceiling that they had for him at that time. So he went and showed that he can be a bigger star. I mean, he went and did well in New Japan. He went and helped start AEW. You've got to know that WWE are fully aware of what he's been doing away from WWE. He's risen his stock, is connected with the audience, is kind of built up his profile. No way that he'll come back and be Stardust now. His ceiling, if you will, has been shown to be higher than where they presumed it was before. I think coming in, there'll be some interest for him. I mean, it'll be really interesting to see where he is in 3 years, for example. Really interesting, because there's every chance he's burnt through quite a few feuds. They feel like they've done everything they can with him. Some stuff they might have tried might have failed. And, he might have slipped back down to a mid-card. Could be in a few years that they found a few things that have connected. He's got into a nice little groove. He's found something that he's happy with. And he could be flying. He could be doing could be like Seth. Seth could be, because he's not a bad promo. He can deliver, it's just the stuff he says is a bit silly sometimes, but that's because he's been left to his own devices. He'll be kind of given a good direction of where he needs to be taking his promos and what needs to be said. I don't know if they'll give him complete freedom to talk, but, I don't know what's going to come out with those negotiations. I'm not too worried about it. I'm really not expecting him to be Stardust. And the other thing as well is that, Dusty was over with the polka dots. In WWE, the crowd reaction to Dusty was great. People loved him. So, the polka dots didn't bury him. It's not like he walked out and people were booing or laughing and sniggering or anything. Granted, those that were into NWA were probably looking going, what is he doing? But those within WWE, the audience that WWE was trying to entertain, they really liked it. If you go back and watch the old Dusty polka dot matches. They was getting a great reaction. So, Vince kind of knows what roughly needs to be done to keep the fan base largely happy, to the point where they're not going to walk away. They'll obviously have times where there's things they don't like, but they stick with it because there's enough little things that go on that they do enjoy that they stick with it for. And I think that with Cody, the Stardust thing, it outstayed its welcome. I don't think they had anything else for him. I think they'd reached his potential. They obviously got that wrong. He went away, proved them wrong. He'll come back now, and I fully expect him to be American Nightmare. So, we'll see. If I'm wrong, we'll see. But I expect him to come back and be American Nightmare and be booked quite well, actually. Apparently, rumors are Vince sees this as quite a big moment, a big signing, someone that he's got big aspirations for now, because he's gone and shown that he can go away and that he can actually do some stuff and actually have some good matches, connect with an audience, tell some promos, cut some promos, get over as himself, and maybe Vince had a few question marks around that and it's been proven wrong. We'll see. That's because the fans love Dusty. Yeah, Vince tried to make him look dumb, but Dusty was amazing. Well, I think we'll have to agree to disagree. I don't think it was in Vince's interest to make Dusty look dumb. I think you can say that Dusty was an NWA champion and Vince was trying to bring him down a peg or two. And but I've listened to Bruce Pritchard talking about it, and Bruce Pritchard is absolutely adamant. And this was when he wasn't with WWE. That was not the intention. The intention, why would they sign someone to sabotage them? At that point, Dusty was a WWE employee. They did it because they felt this would be a way of getting him over with their audience, not the audience that is into Hard Times promos and all the stuff that Dusty had done and all, the great matches he had, to get him over with their audience at that time. When, you've got, Macho Man running around, very bright attire, and you've got, the Warrior running around, shaking the ropes, running at 100 miles an hour. If you bring out Dusty in, just cowboy attire or whatever, and he might not look colourful enough, he might not look bright enough, he might not stand out with how colourful the rest of the roster was. I mean, it was a big cartoony roster in the 90s and late 80s. So if you brought Dusty out looking like he looked in the NWA, there's every chance that he wouldn't have connected with the crowd as much because he just gets lost in the shuffle. But they brought him out. They put him in polka dots. Was polka dots the right thing? Maybe not. Maybe not. Maybe there was a different way they could have done it. But they brought him out in the polka dots. It was a very distinctive look for Dusty. Crowd loved him. It did nothing to hurt his image. There's no one that looked at that and, that crowd ain't laughing at him. That crowd don't think that's a silly gimmick. It's the people that watched Dusty and saw him in NWA and then saw what WWE did. They're the ones that thought it was a silly gimmick. But I think for Dusty, it's how I remember Dusty more than anything else. It's how I grew up. That's how I saw Dusty first. And as a kid, I thought he was great. I thought he was fun. He was jiving and bopping away and dancing with Sapphire and had a great little feud with Macho King. It's just a shame that he didn't stick around and really get anywhere. But at that stage in his career, I don't think they had plans for him to be WWE champion or anything like that. But I think this notion and this idea that they put him in polka dots as a rib, I don't buy it. I agree with Bruce Pritchard that it was a very colourful, cartoony roster at the time, and you need to put him in something to make him stand out. Because if you don't, he's just going to get lost. So, because there's a lot of people that watch WWE that were not watching NWA, myself included. Didn't even have visibility for what was happening outside of WWE. So Dusty coming in didn't mean anything to a load of people. So, you're having to introduce him to the WWE crowd. So you might as well have him as a cartoon, colourful character like everyone else on the roster was at the time. But that's not where we are right now, which is why I'm not worried about Cody. This isn't a cartoon, colourful roster right now. So we don't need Cody to come in and be Stardust. It'll be fine. I think Bobby might want to have his chance at the title again after he unfairly lost it. And I think he will be put in a triple threat match for both titles versus Reigns and Brock. Ledge Killer said, great stream. Thank you. You are a legend. You keep up the hard work. Zoom Station said, Dusty wore polka dots in the 70s. Oh, I don't know that. That would be news to me. Harley said, apparently Brock has dethroned every black WWE champion in history. It's interesting. Did Cody show up? No. Cody versus Miz at WrestleMania. Same. AJ versus Jericho storyline at WrestleMania 32. Magic Edit said Cody versus Miz. Oh, I read that one. Yeah, just a couple more minutes, and then I'm going to need to go to get ready for UFC. Which I must admit is obviously not the priority today, considering we've had this massive Elimination Chamber stream. I want to make sure we're just hitting the points that need to be touched on. Going wherever it is that we need to go. But yeah, we will have Elimination Chamber. That's Elimination Chamber. We will have UFC starting in a few minutes' time. PW Insider tweeted 30 minutes ago where Cody was today. Where was Cody today? Cody, Miz, WrestleMania, AJ, Jericho storyline. Read that. If Roman wins at Mania, who will fill the pay-per-view cards and challenge him for the rest of the year until 39? If Roman wins at Mania, I mean, there's going to be lots of opponents because he'll have both belts, I think. I don't know. They haven't announced. It says champion versus champion, but I don't know whose belt's on the line. I know the Universal is, but is the WWE as well? I mean, if we are just going to have one person with two belts, well, Roman's going to be a very busy boy, isn't he? Because he's going to have the Raw and the SmackDown superstars after him. I hope you don't mind my opinion on Brock winning. Nope, not at all. Everyone's opinion is their opinion. All I can do is just, you know, if I agree with it, say I agree with it. If I don't, then say why I don't. That's so. No, I don't mind anyone's opinion. Do you think Mansoor should have been on the cards? I think it's quite refreshing he wasn't, to be honest. I mean, if Mansoor's on the card, you know he's winning. So it's sort of refreshing that he wasn't. So I don't mind. Amir said, Days, Tottenham beat Man City 3-2. I heard, yeah, I heard. It's big for Tottenham, big for Liverpool. Cody was backstage. He was dressed up as Stardust. Can you let me know what place I finish for UFC? I have to leave. Oh, talking to Austin. Cody was in Florida filming promos at the Performance Center. Was he? So where's all this? So where's all this? He's at airport stuff coming from, and why has Kenny said that he was in Saudi? Why has Kenny said that he was in Saudi Arabia? Has Cody played Kenny? Has Kenny found out that Cody's in Saudi Arabia? Or been told he is? Reported it to Dave, and it turns out he absolutely wasn't. That's very interesting. That's very interesting. Do you think it was better than a Raw show? Yeah. I just think that my expectation was a bit higher than a Raw show. So it's hard to compare this to a normal Raw show. Because the normal Raw show, you kind of go into it with, for me, fairly low expectations. With this, I went in with, like, well, we're getting 2 chamber matches. There's big rumors about Cody being around. There's potential with, you know, horrible potential for, like, Goldberg winning. So there was a bit of talk about how the Saudi Prince really liked Goldberg. And, you know, how it might be that they want to have Goldberg win just to please the Saudi Prince. So, you know, there's, like, stuff like that. And you go, I don't like this. I don't like this at all. But thankfully, it didn't go that way. Kenny was joking. Oh, now he's joking. Now he's joking. Cody's in Saudi Arabia. But now he wasn't there. It's a joke. Cody versus Edge. What a match it would be. That picture was probs fake. The picture in the airport is confirmed to be from last year. How is this all coming out now? Like, where was all this, like, an hour ago? I don't understand. So as soon as he's not there, now we found out, yeah, Kenny was just joking and the picture was a fake. This is why, like, there was a picture. Kenny says he's there. There's loads to talk about him being there. It's better to not listen to anything, isn't it? Did Veer come? No. Cody not in Edge's league. Philip, I think I answered your question, buds. I think we're pretty much up to speed, actually. We've got about 10 minutes to go until we go to UFC, so probably is about the right time to wrap it up, to be honest. So there we go. We are done with Elimination Chamber. I hope you enjoyed it. Let's just end the poll. Just end the poll. There we go. So 8 to 10, 31%. In the end, 8 to 10 got quite a bit of got a lot of votes. 25% said 575 or below. 7 to 775, 22%. 6 to 675, 21%. That's out of 1,700 people. So seems like people enjoyed the show, in all fairness. 31%. It's just interesting that the very next one, as we said, is the other extreme, which is 575 or below. So yeah, I am where I am. I've explained why I am where I am, and I still don't think, I don't know, I mean, you might look at that score and go, ooh, this was not a good show. But I think it was just fine. It was just standard. It was just like, there's not really anything. I mean, there's moments that are significant, but there's not really much in the way of twists and turns. There's no OMG moments. Bianca, someone was going to have to win these matches. I had Bianca as favourite. I wanted Bobby. You lot were saying Brock. I was hoping it wouldn't be. It went that way. I don't know, yeah, 6 out of 10. But it was all right. I mean, like, if someone said, is it worth watching? I'd be like, well, yeah, give it a watch. Something to do. Do you know what I mean? It's fine. It's fine. Right, we're done. Awesome. Appreciate the support. Hope you enjoyed the show. If not, don't worry about it, because I'm sure Raw will have something for you on Monday. And Cody can't be too far away if he's at the Performance Center filming vignettes and whatnot. So, awesome. Appreciate it. Thanks a lot for watching. I'll see you again next time. Bye for now.